West Africa, general important. Glass dealer, Mike merchandise, electronics dealer. John Anye, Pia one them. Anye Toyota Crown, Woma, Womego. Eddie Bansa, Eddie Bansa, Eddie Bansa, Isu Kamana Legend, Agaja, onye mbisanye, eki anya uchiri aka bachi nwanne. Umeku bia, apu weku ndamare ya chie. Kisike, wosuchi. Ili pati onye mma, cheye. HSK, wosuchi. Traditional Prime Minister. Wonye uchi aruha mansendoko yo ndamuko imamochie ebisi chedo cheye toku gochi na mana wotu waka kebo beni contractor benye yo ajerobia pia nwannem aje contractor ushimano we hanyi. Eddie Bansa, Eddie Bansa, Eddie Bansa, Isu Kamana Legend, Eddie Bansa, Eddie Bansa, Eddie Bansa, Isu Kamana Legend.
Ọmọ ìjọ sàn kó fún mi. bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré.
ọmọ ẹkún òní ọmọ ẹkún òní.
bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré.
ẹrù ìyá rẹ̀ ń bá ní.
bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré.
ọmọ ẹkún òní ọmọ ẹkún òní.
bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré.
ẹrù ìyá rẹ̀ ń bá ní.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn bá ìlà bẹ̀rẹ̀ fẹ́.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn fàtórí àdí.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn bá ìlà sọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn fàtórí àdí.
Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ṣé tí ń bọ̀ dán? Ṣé tí ń bọ̀ dán? Ẹ sàmà tó mi. Ẹ sàmà tó mi. Ẹ bá wá obìnrin àlòkù. Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́kù tọ́nu. A máa yà sí mi sẹ́bọ̀. A máa làwọ̀ yóò bá dé. Tọ́pá ń kó kiri. Ẹ bá wá obìnrin àlòkù.
ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́kù tọ́nu a máa yà sí mi sẹ́bọ̀ a máa ra òyò bá dé tọ́pá ń kó kiri.
Àlí wọ́n wọ́n wò rí wọ́n wọ́n wò.
tọ́pá ń kó kiri.
Ikú wọ́n wò rí ikú wọ́n wò.
tọ́pá ń kó kiri.
Ìwọ́n wọ́n lẹ̀ ìwọ́n wọ́n lẹ̀.
tọ́pá ń kó kiri.
Ikú wọ́n wò rí ikú wọ́n wò.
tọ́pá ń kó kiri.
àní tọpá kó wọn kiri kó wọn ní kó wọn ó máa kó wọn lọ ṣẹṣẹṣẹ àní dada ìsìlámù ní kọrin ní lùmìtì óyè.
Sọ́lọ́jà yíyọ ẹ̀rọ sọ́lọ́jà.
àní mo ní kó ló kéré ó lọ kéré sọ́lọ́jà o lè ṣe àbọ́là kàràbánú ń fásitì lálẹ́
Sọ́lọ́jà.
mai kwana aiki kira shi da jan zaki ya bar su da mamaki hasada ta zamo taki ta kira sararin daki ga masu cikin bila itinin da shan Allah an kuma tunan gujuwar kalla babu masu kasa jimla ga da musu sakula ga mai babban lamba ga da musu kasa ba lamba ta ɗayan lamba kake hana kankan ba barka da zuwa barkanka da sauka oyo oyo malam asuwaju ni Bola zan kare kai a muku bai haddasa buga da rago ba kishi na kasa shi ne aka ba nasa ba faɗi ba a zubar ba
Pardon me. So pardon me, right? So there it is right there. Oyoyo Ashiwaju. I don't know quite why I'm looking all green stuff, but Oyoyo Ashiwaju and whatever that one is. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So good day to you. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So hopefully you've had a wonderful day, cascading into another session of One Man Went to Mo. So that's how the day usually works, doesn't it? You have your full day, and then you relax with that bald-headed or you're a laughing man that talks all the time on the internet. So there it is. So everything just as it should be. I'm here, you're there, and we're here. So we're here. So apologies for the late start. As I said, I keep on apologizing for the late. I keep on apologizing for the late start, but never really doing anything about this. It's not from want of will; it's from want of way. So all that. There's every chance that it's going to be a fairly short session. There's every chance that would be. Almost did not come on at all tonight, but here I am, just to fulfill the righteousness of it. So to fulfill the righteousness of it, so I've fulfilled my righteousness. So now you fulfill yours. Click on the like button. So if you haven't done that, please do that now. We really want 100 likes per stream. So click on the like button if you haven't done that. If you're not already subscribed, we're looking for 10 subscribers in the course of this session. There's a threshold that we're determined to hurdle over. And that leap then is entirely dependent on your not on your super chat. We'll get to that in a moment. That leap then is entirely dependent on your subscription. So if you're not already subscribed, please do that. But if the subscription button is showing as red on your screen, then just pause for a moment to correct that. So it is very important to the platform, and it's no skin off your nose. So click on the subscription button, click on like, and then subsequently click on subscribe. Do those two things. Do them immediately and right now. Click on like, and then subsequently click on subscribe. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, I'll pop it into the studio space again. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride on the Juggernaut train. That is the one man went to more experience. So if you want to have that bare knuckle ride on that Juggernaut train, that is the one man went to more experience, then click on this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. As soon as I finish fleshing out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in conversation. Nothing complex, nothing complicated, just as simple and straightforward as I just described. I know there's quite a few people that have been willing, but they recall from it. Maybe they find the place a bit too intimidating, but you shouldn't. You've known me for long. You'll be surprised how long and how well you do know me. You see me every day. So no matter how good an actor I am, I cannot present any differently from how I am over the course of however long we've been doing this. So I think you know me sufficiently enough. So if you feel inspired to come on, but you recall from the thought of it because you find the space intimidating, well, I'm here to hold your hand through the experience. So so click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen, and then the dollar sign at the bottom of the thing, of course, super chat to show acknowledgement. Let's put it. I hate the word support, and I certainly detest the word donation. So let's use the word acknowledgement. So use the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen to show acknowledgement of if you feel that the effort being made is to be appreciated. The appreciation usually comes in a dollar form. So use the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen to super chat towards the stream. This thing is too low on my face. So use the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen to super chat towards the stream. So do all those things. Do all those nice, funky things. Yes, I know I'm starting more and more late. I just acknowledge that, Abdul Mumin. This is where you know if we are starting at round about 6 o'clock thereabout, and the conversation is not as frontal, it's not as assertive as I can bet you that we're getting 2,000 plus people all the time. But you know, it's just the way it is. We're just ticking it over really until we recalibrate again. We're just keeping the righteousness going until we recalibrate again. So click on like, click on subscribe, share the link, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen, and then super chat, of course, towards the stream. Do all those nice and cozy things. So let's just get straight into it. So no more dilly-dallying. I've wasted sufficient enough time, as I've been told by Abdul Mumin. I say I'm starting later and later, and this is something I know and acknowledge. Before we launch into it, actually, let me signpost you in the direction of Dupsi's show that will be coming on later on today now, no longer tomorrow, but later on today. So she'll be coming up with this. She'll be talking about the black tax, which is the money that we all send home for XYZ reason. So she'll be talking about the black tax, which is the money we all send home for XYZ reasons. And you know Zupsi, of course, she's never backwards in coming forwards. So she'll be quite frontal in her thoughts. So you come join Dupsi on that show. That's the poster on of the stream right on your screen. So let me remove that so that you can see it properly. So that's the poster of the stream on your screen. Black tax, Africans in diaspora are fed up of paying for their success by sending money back home. So that's the bold statement Dupsi makes to defend it tomorrow. So the link to that session in the comment section. Anybody that wants to join Dupsi, everybody encouraged to join Dupsi. So let's kick on with today's session. 2027 presidency. How Atiku, Peter Obi, others plan to displace Tinubu, political analyst explains. So before the political analyst explains, let me play you a little clip that's now led to everybody sort of agitating in that space, even though Okupe has come out to run commentaries on it. And all of those commentaries are as a result of this dinner date that took place earlier today. But was Tinubu on the menu? Watch this.
Okay.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, morning. Good morning, sir. Why are you sitting down there?
He chose to say, I've been trying to
What is that? This is
So there it is. That was the meeting that took place sometime earlier on today that has now set the whole of the political space agog. So the meeting, of course, you can see there in that meeting, so a dinner date. Guess who is coming to dinner? It was the movie. So the person coming to dinner, of course, are political actors. Let's put it that way, or political losers, however you choose to term it. So the person coming to dinner, of course, that was in Adamawa, by the way. That was in is Adamawa the Adamawa state capital? That was in Adamawa state anyway, and that was at Atiku's residence. Of course, Peter will be present, but not singularly, with his team of political advisors. You could see them, of course, all decked out in the southeastern regalia, and Atiku, of course, already in the preparedness of having his own team ready. So the calibration, the reconfiguration for 2027 is afoot. The calibration and reconfiguration, 2027 presidency, how Atiku, Peter Obi, others plan to displace Tinubu, political analyst explains. The coordinator of Citizens Coalition, Kelly Agaba, let's say the coordinator of Citizens Coalition, Kelly Agaba, said the chances of the coalition of opposition leaders, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and others taking over power from President Bola Tinubu in 2027 are very high. So that's a landing point right there. Agaba said there is a coalition of political parties and associations ongoing in the country ahead of the 2027 presidential election. Speaking during an exclusive chat with correspondents, Agaba said about 15 governors have joined the coalition. The political analyst said, absolutely yes, there's a coalition of parties and associations ongoing. And I can proudly say 15 governors are already involved. So 15 governors already involved. That is to, let's say how many governors does the PDP have in Nigeria? All right. I just wanted the figure really. But this thing is now taking me to an essay. So 15 governors are involved. It's somewhat of a red herring, because of course you expect that all the governors of PDP will be on board with something that brings them into power. So that says nothing. And then maybe satellite governors from the Labour Party, you expect, of course, Alex Oti to follow suit with wherever Peter Obi is pointing politically. So that actually tells us nothing. But let's take it from the top and then we'll speed through again. Let's take it from the top and then we'll speed through again. The coordinator of Citizens Coalition, Kelly Agaba, said the chances of the coalition of opposition leaders Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and others taking over power from President Bola Tinubu in 2027 are very high. Agaba said there is a coalition of political parties and associations ongoing in the country ahead of the 2027 presidential election. Right. Speaking during an exclusive chat with correspondents, Agaba said about 15 governors have already joined the coalition. The political analyst said, absolutely yes, there's a coalition of parties and associations ongoing, and I can proudly say, so if he's saying proudly, then that means that he's invested in that space already. So that is already a prejudice. That is a political stance. So that already tells you that it's a spin from a particular political perspective. So it's not an independent analyst. So it says the political analyst said. So when it says the political analyst said, it infers some level of independence. But when the guy is saying, I can proudly say 15 governors are already involved, that shows that it's already that shows partisanship. Absolutely, yes. There's a coalition of parties and associations ongoing, and I can proudly say 15 governors are already involved. You know, no one single individually flies a ticket to win an election. The Northern APC stakeholders are in the coalition, and Tinubu and APC will be reduced to a regional party. On steps and actions that the coalition must take to emerge victorious in 2027, he said, firstly, the coalition must first be structured on the doctrine of equity and churn out better policy priorities and turn up better policy priorities. At the moment, the coalition is engaged in what I call political evangelism, which will guarantee alignment and realignment. At the moment, it is making positive advancements and getting fruitful responses from the Southeast and South-South. Also, the North is keying in 70%. In the Southwest, at least 3 states are buying the idea. So that is to tell you then that the entirety of Nigeria has rejected Tinubu. So we can assume that the Southeast will go with you can assume that the South, I will get to that in a moment, but just for the purposes of this part in the conversation, let's assume that the Southeast will go with whatever wind Peter Obi's sail is flying with. So they'll go with Peter Obi wherever it's going. The South, they're up for grabs. And I suspect that the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway will go a long way in swaying how their votes sway. So there's that. That's all for grabs. The North is an undecided factor. If a Northerner can replace Tinubu, they will go with that. If a Southerner is to replace Tinubu, they will not go with that. But to tell us then that also in the Southwest, at least, how many states do we have in the Southwest? Do we have 6? And it's telling us that at least 3 states in the Southwest are buying the idea. So that is to tell you then that the entirety of so this guy is not a political analyst. It's just a partisan jobber. That's really what he is, a partisan jobber. Absolutely, yes, there's a coalition of parties and associations ongoing, and I can proudly say 15 governors are already involved. You know, no one single individually flies a ticket to win an election. The Northern APC stakeholders are in the coalition, so even the APC has abandoned him, and Tinubu and the APC will be reduced to a regional party. So what region would that be? Because the abundance of the APC, of course, is in the North. On the steps and actions that the coalition must take to emerge victorious in 2027, he said, firstly, the coalition must first be structured on the doctrine of equity. So you're talking about equity, and you're mentioning names like Atiku Abubakar. Those two ideas don't coexist in the same paradigm. You know, Atiku is a gluttonous narcissist. He has no interest outside of his just satiating his ego and his wallet. That's all he's interested in. He would die wanting to be called Mr. President. That's the one thing that keeps him awake at night. He doesn't care about anything other than that. Firstly, the coalition must first be structured on the doctrine of equity and churn out better policy priorities. At the moment, the coalition is engaged in what I call political evangelism, which will guarantee alignment and realignment. At the moment, it is making positive advancements and getting fruitful responses from the Southeast and South-South. Also, the North is keying in 70%. In the Southwest, at least 3 states are buying the idea. So there it is. Atiku told to work with Buhari's chief of staff. Meanwhile, correspondents reported that Atiku was told to, if we have Gambari crossing over to Atiku, then that tells you that Buhari is crossing over to Atiku. Meanwhile, correspondents reported that Atiku was told to work with Professor Ibrahim Gambari, former chief of staff to Muhammadu Buhari, a top People's Democratic Party PDP chieftain, Segun Showunmi, said he looks forward to Atiku and Gambari working together to displace Tinubu in 2027. Atiku made a post announcing that he paid guest professor. He paid guest professor. I don't know what that means. He paid guest professor Gambari at his residence in Abuja on when he paid a visit. I should say. It says he paid guest professor. You can see it right here. So I'm not misreading it. That's it right there. Atiku made a post announcing that he paid a visit, I should say, to Professor Gambari at his residence in Abuja on Wednesday, November the 27th. So these are just optics, really. So all of these things are essentially signaling those optics to the center to tell them it's an intimidatory tactic. You know, that's all it is. It's an intimidatory tactic. You know, the politics only well done, Boson. So examples to follow, Boson right there with the super charts. We need the super charts coming in. There's nothing that inspires the platform more than the multicolors of super charts. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so you know, all of the mutations and permutations going on at the moment, they mean absolutely nothing. Do you understand? All of the mutations, all of this one that are Atiku with his big belly, and then he is always trying to be alpha, even in the company of somebody, then he will look arrogantly to one side and order some flunky or some unnecessary one of his aides that what the hell, go and do that, just to tell you that he dominates, that he does that a lot. You look at that as a character, try and watch out for that as a character trait of Atiku going forward. Anytime he's in the company of the big boys, the greats are not so good, he would then look arrogantly to the tops to try and dominate an alpha stance. They call it gorillaing. You see, we used to see George Bush Jr. and Tony Blair do it a lot when they work in a gorilla manner. It's like an alpha sort of a thing. So it wants to be alpha, and then it starts to preen and peacock. So we see him preen and peacock a lot. But as I was saying, the mutations and permutations going on at the moment, they mean absolutely nothing. What is going to play out? That election is going to be decided 6 weeks before it. You will see a whole flurry of movements as people, when we get to the business end of politics, that is when politics is really played. And there is no better person than Tinubu. He plays it perfectly well. So when we get to the last 6 weeks of the build-up to balloting, then we already know who's going to win. And all of these permutations that you're seeing in play now, they will reconfigure. We saw it in 2023 now, when for all the things that what's it called, Yemisi Wike did for Tambuwal, he stabbed him in the back at the last moment. The Southeast abandoned Peter Obi at the primaries. Everybody abandoned for all of the things that Rotimi Amechi did. They gave him a title in Katsina. He built a university there. He built a rail service for the Fulanis. For all of that and all of the promises, they stabbed him in the back. So the politics is usually played in the throes at the 11th hour. So all these mutations and permutations will only really have meaning. It will be discarded even in the build-up to the election. So the mutations and permutations. So guess who is coming to dinner where Peter Obi is coming to dinner with the pot-bellied Atiku Abubakar. So Peter Obi and the pot-bellied Atiku Abubakar. So now I'm not even sure if I should bring you this one. This one is a narrative of catch and release. This is Fisayo Shoyombo, who was caught in the snares of an all bunkering sting, but then claiming he was there as an investigative journalist. All bunkers revealed what I told Army, says investigative journalist Fisayo Shoyombo. So there he is. He's trying to spin the narrative, of course, in his own favor. So I'm not going to labor that too much. I'll go on from there to another one. We'll go on to this one. Governor Bago declares state of emergency on education in Niger North. Yeah. So yes, this is a start. In fact, it's not just Niger North, really. It's the whole of the North that a state of emergency should be declared on education. Governor Bago declares state of emergency on education in Niger North. The entirety of the state of emergency. Governor Mohammed Umaru Bago has declared a state of emergency on education in the Niger North Senatorial District. He made the declaration on Friday during a project tour of the Senatorial District. The governor expressing concern over the insufficient number of schools in many communities, particularly along Bangi in the Mariga local government area, stated that the state of emergency would help address the issue. He assured residents that more schools will be established in the zone, whilst all existing day schools will be renovated and equipped with modern facilities. I don't think there's any point equipping any school in that region with modern facilities. Just make sure that they have a roof that doesn't leak. Make sure they have a desk that they can sit on and a chair, and make sure the books are available and there's a teacher and a blackboard. I don't think these people are ready for anything modern. Just let them have the basic rudimentaries, and then you start from there. He assured residents that more schools will be established in the zone, while all existing day schools will be renovated and equipped with modern facilities. The governor also announced plans to address the shortage of potable water in the area, emphasizing that his administration is working tirelessly to eliminate all forms of criminality in the region. So, yes, state of emergency, it only starts in the senatorial area in the north, but really we think really that the whole of the entirety of the north should be a state of emergency situation. You know, it's just it's not ungodly what's going on there. How I stopped Abacha from executing Obasanjo. This is go on now. The most lucky person in Nigeria's history actually is Obasanjo. It's just in the nick of time, things just happen in his favor. It's a Jesara. Former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, revealed that former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, revealed that he intervened on behalf of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who was sentenced to death in 1995 for an alleged coup plot. Gowon shared this information at the Interdenominational Unity Christmas Carol and Praise Festival organized by the Plateau State government. According to Gowon, he wrote a letter to the late General Sani Abacha pleading with him not to execute Obasanjo. Considering the circumstances, Gowon's efforts to save Obasanjo's life were remarkable. Obasanjo was arrested in 1995 and convicted of being part of a planned coup to overthrow Abacha's government. Despite pleading innocent, Obasanjo was sentenced to death and spent 3 years in prison before being released in 1998 following Abacha's death. According to correspondents, Gowon's intervention on behalf of Obasanjo is a testament to his commitment to doing what is right, even in the face of adversity. As Gowon stated, I wrote a letter to Abacha. I pleaded with him that God made him a leader to do good and not evil. Gowon shared this information at a significant event that brought together notable figures, including Obasanjo, who was the guest of honor. Ogowon expressed his gratitude to the state. So I think that's the. So I think that's the gist of it, actually. So essentially, the Gowon claims that he saved Obasanjo's life. So that's the offering in terms of readout. So that's the offerings in terms of yes, 12 PDP states. So 15 governors then joining Atiku's adventure would not be anything of a stretch. That's not a coup, you know. And if you add Alex Otti to that, then you wonder who the other two are. So that's not really a coup. But as I said, the politics will play out in the build-up to the elections in 2027. So those are the readouts. Let me give you the clips that I have. I'm sending the link to the comment section again. If anybody wants to join, please do. Or otherwise don't. I mean, so let's go to the clips then. We kick it off with this. Let's kick it off with this one. This is Bishop Kukah reversing his position on the commentaries he ran a few days ago. Watch this. So that's Bishop Kukah then. It wasn't actually reversing its position, more doubling down on it. So we're still with the tax situation, and people continue to explain what is going on there. So let's take Tinubu's position first, and then we take a counter position somewhat.
We cannot continue to tax poor party when we should be promoting prosperity. We should no longer tax investment or production, but focus on returns, incomes, and consumption. This government will tax the fruit, but not the seeds. Our goal is to promote investment and facilitate economic growth as a sustainable way to grow and diversify government revenue. We will be mindful to ensure physical stability for all stakeholders, including investors and businesses, both domestic and foreign, as well as all tiers of government. All government agencies, ministry, departments are hereby directed to cooperate fully with the committee towards achieving their mandate. Finally, I wish to use this opportunity to seek the support of the National Assembly, the organized private sector, the international community, and above all, every well-meaning Nigerian citizen, if you are truly a citizen.
All right, so that's Tinubu explaining the tax position, and here is another person then understanding that tax position.
Well, I'm still really trying to figure out how this tax reform bill is anti-North. Well, my thoughts about it on this issue is that, first of all, the bill itself is not a single bill. It's actually 4 in 1. You have the Nigeria Tax Bill 2024, the Nigeria Tax Administration Bill, then you have the Nigeria Revenue Service Establishment Bill, then you also have the Joint Revenue Board Establishment Bill. All these 4 are contained in that one bill that we've been talking about. Now, the first deal with the number of issues and reforms that are desperately needed because the entire tax base is untidy and leaves a lot of room for corruption. The second one deals with how taxation is administered. The third one is the establishment of NRS. Not sure why anyone will find that as a problem or being against that. The third has to do with coordination, enforcement of taxation, etc., including the introduction of tax ombudsman. The whole noise that is being made in the north is that all the tax money will go to Lagos. critics are, in fact, so gullible. You have not even read a single line in the bill. Now you're telling me that everything will now go to Lagos. How? Just tell us how. You see, we have to be factual in everything that we do. We have to read more and research more. By the way, Schedule 3, that's the personal income tax of that's the current tax regime, is actually what favors Lagos. And it's also what will be reformed in the new bill that's just been passed for the second reading at the Senate. So the North is mainly arguing that agricultural produce cannot be taxed. Now listen closely. Why is the North not?
So there it is right there. So the more you look into that bill, the more difficult it is to sustain that it's anti-anybody. If it's anti-anybody at all, it's actually anti-Lagos State, because Lagos State is the one that would lose an advantage in that. So if Lagos State is not belly aching, then I don't think anybody really should be saying anything. So now, when I saw this next clip that I'm about to play you, it surprised me somewhat. It surprised me both by the vastness of the expanse of the Nigerian terrain, and then it made me wonder how we can continue to be the same people from the same country. So now this next clip that you're about to see was actually taken in Nigeria. Watch this.
This is not Dubai. Wow. This is not Egypt.
If you imagine that people from that space, they are also claiming to be the same from the same country with people from Abakaliki or Yoalafe, etc. So there it is right there. Let me play you one more clip and then we kick it off. Let me play you a clip on insecurity in Zamfara State.
But the first thing we had to do was to form our own.
Actually, let me not play you that. Let me play you a clip instead that we can all relate to. It's the travails of a woman trying to get on a plane. Watch this.
No. Sarah has been asked by the airline staff to look at a woman's visa. The woman does not want to be identified.
Morning, madam. How are you? What's your final destination today?
No, today. Today in London.
Okay.
So I'm going to the US tomorrow.
You're going to the US tomorrow. Okay. Have you been to the US before?
Yes, a long time ago.
Okay. Approximately when? 1975. Okay. When you went for your American visa, did you tell the visa officer that you were pregnant? You didn't? No. Okay. Is there any reason why you didn't tell the visa officer that you were pregnant?
It didn't come up.
It didn't come up. Okay, what I'm going to do is...
The woman is only 7 weeks away from giving birth, yet has decided to visit her sister in America, claiming she will return 3 weeks before her due date.
It says that you're fit to travel. Babies born in the UK don't automatically qualify for a British passport, but babies born in the US do automatically qualify for an American passport. So it's quite common for pregnant ladies to travel overseas so that they can have the baby in whichever country to automatically get that passport.
Sarah is suspicious of the woman's motive for travelling to the US via the UK, but she could also be in breach of airline regulations for travelling whilst pregnant.
When is she due?
5th of June.
When is her return?
16th of May. So she's got 3 weeks between her return date and her due date, which makes her 37 weeks pregnant, which is over every airline's limit. The whole policy on how advanced you can be for travel is different on each airline. I was going to say, I can't remember what yours is for your airline. I think it's about 33 or 34. 32. Well, her letter says 33, so she's already over that. So when she's coming back again on your airline, she'll be 37 weeks. Exactly.
The woman is in breach of the airline's policy, but as she has a valid US visa, Sarah must now contact the US Embassy.
Hi, it's Sarah. I'm at the airport at the moment. I just wondered if you could give a call to the American Embassy so that they can check an American visa for me. She's at the airport today and she's in an advanced state of pregnancy. So if you can just give them a call and find out if they're happy with that, and if so, then we can let her travel.
Sarah now has to wait for a reply from the US Embassy, but the flight leaves in 10 minutes. The decision to question the woman in the first place came from the airline, but Sarah's presence has become the focus of the woman's frustration.
At this point, because your flight here is going directly to the UK. You didn't choose Delta to go directly to the States, and this is why I'm on duty here, to see the people who are travelling through the UK.
It's minutes before the flight leaves, but whether or not the pregnant woman will be on board is up to the US Embassy.
Right, okay, all right, I'll do that then. Okay, thanks very much. All right, thank you, bye-bye. Okay, that was the American Embassy, and they want to speak to her today.
The flight will be leaving without the pregnant woman. Now Sarah must tell her the news.
So what I've done is I've contacted the visa man and explained your situation. What he'd like to do is, can you go back to the embassy here in Lagos, show him all this paperwork, and he'll want to speak to you. I'm sorry, I know it's frustrating, but if you can go back to him, because Madam, please, I'm begging. No, please don't beg me. Please don't beg me. No, Madam, please don't beg me.
The pregnant woman did not make it to the USA. When she failed to turn up at the American Embassy, her visa was cancelled.
And there it is right there. So that's the narrative of the everyday Nigerian woman. You know, when you go to church and you do your Thanksgiving, you should have gone to church to do Thanksgiving for that visa. But I should have along with that Thanksgiving, should have been Ogun or prayers, you know. So there it is right there. You don't really know what to feel. And that woman said, that British woman, she was saying, I'm really sorry. She's not at all sorry. She's jumping with delight within her that she was able to stop that woman from flying. I'm not quite sure what her stake is in the game. You know, the woman is not going to the UK; she's going to America. So why would you be an obstacle in a way? So there it is right there. So those are just some of the travails of the everyday Nigerian woman, and she's just wanting the best for her child as well. So maybe some sympathy goes to her on that front. Maybe some sympathy goes to her on that front. Do I want to play you one more? Let me play the Kegite music. If anybody wants the conversation, jump on. I'll play the Kegite music, then we see where we land. The Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Bola keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudode o jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Kene. Hopefully he is there. And Tony. So there's the two so far. If anybody else wants to join, hop on. We kick the conversation off. Start it off with Ekene, who for reasons is in Nigeria. Ekene, you see this? Chairman, are you there? Are you there?
Alpha.
I do. If you like say sleep,
You
don't
hear
really
me?
cap. If you like say sleep, don't really grab you.
You dey hear me?
I dey hear
We
you
dey
now.
hear you now.
You
We dey
dey
hear
hear
you now.
me?
Yeah. Your voice was breaking before. Couldn't hear you well.
Well, hopefully you
I
can
don't
hear me
sleep
now.
with you.
Yeah, I dey hear am for your
Yeah, I
voice
can
now.
hear you. Yeah. I was so I don't know you are still starting by I checked you before, you never start. I slept, so I never knew you would still start,
Yes, no, yeah.
Start late
I'm
these days.
yes, I'm sorry for that. A lot of people have been saying that. So where are you in the politics? Peter Obi and Atiku's dinner date. What says you?
The only thing I know is that is something that will know that will fight APC in 2027. So I'm not really care whatever agreement they are doing there. I know there is an agreement going on, and let it be a strong one. Let it be a strong one. I don't care who becomes the flag bearer, but whatever agreement they are doing, let them do it with all sincerity, so that 2027 will be a fight that we are going to finish. I believe that if a lot of Northerners come together against the current administration, whatever rigging he's going to do, maybe it will only be in the southwest. So that is it.
Yeah, but it be interesting though, because some of the leading voices in the obedience space, they are saying that if he goes with Atiku, I know that Aisha Yesufu, she's saying she's going to campaign against him if he goes with Atiku, because that then because it's meant to be the according to the narrative that they are presenting, is meant to be an agent of change, and at an Atiku presidency is not representative of anything that looks like change. So if he goes with Atiku, there's a good chance that he would lose a lot of followership.
It doesn't matter. His major campaign personnel from the north followed him to that event. That's Unisa Tanko and Ibrahim and Maram and all of. I saw them in that video. So he's going to use. I don't know. Aisha for now should keep calm. And everybody in Nigeria understand the task we have at hand now is how to remove APC, not really all that rhetoric that matters. So anything that removes APC from power and chase them out of Nigeria is a task at hand. Nothing will not be better than this administration. I know that. Nothing. Anything can serve better than the wickedness we are seeing in the current administration today.
So you're happy to have an Atiku vice president to Peter Obi. You're happy to have a Peter Obi rather vice president to Atiku. You're happy to have that ticket.
Whatever that will fight APC is what I'm in for. And even if Obi becomes and the Northerners are okay with it, then if Atiku becomes and the Northerners are okay with it, and a lot. So I know that the only thing that will happen is that Tinubu will only rig Southwest. You cannot go to, he cannot be everywhere, no matter the type of rigging he's doing. This is a presidential election, not state election. So he will only have control of some.
Why are you so insistent that Tinubu will rig? I mean, he has a very strong followership. He's a very popular politician. So why would he need to rig?
Tinubu will always rig an election. I know that. So forget about that. We know his strategy. Whether you want to say he's popular, Tinubu is not popular. He's only popular in your own voice. in Nigeria today is not popular.
Yeah, but he won
So,
an election barely 2 years ago, so he must be popular.
no wala. Let him be popular. He might be popular to the southwest. And you know the reason why the few support that came to here. I don't even want to discuss the past election. That has gone. We only focus on what is going to happen next. And that's what many people are fighting for today. So I don't care. They have taken Nigeria for granted. You know, a few days ago, I took back my refinery. You see it. Just the next day, they said the thing no longer produce again. They have stopped it and all that. To tell you that the lamba is too much, the wickedness is too much, deceit is too much. You understand? So where are we going to start from? Where are we going to start from? And you never say anything about it. You just keep calm as if nothing's happened. You know, you were everywhere that day trying to say this.
Say anything about what? What happened?
The refinery that has stopped working now in Port Harcourt.
Which refinery? Who told you it stopped working? When did it stop working?
You didn't see the news. You only saw the one that they went there and loaded only 4 trucks and tell you that the refinery has started working. You never saw the one.
Yes, they would need to be working for them to be able to load 4 trucks now.
Only 4 trucks. Okay. Yeah. I saw the. What I'm telling you is that the refinery, as of yesterday, has stopped producing for some time. I don't know how.
I didn't see that in the news cycle.
You will not see it now. Well, how will you see it? It's everywhere, but you will not see it. So you only see the ones that you know you can easily use to praise Tinubu. You don't see the one that you will not use to praise him. It's just few days that I came and I say I took back my congratulations. It happened. It was in the news. The refinery has stopped. Maybe because of back and forth, many things Nigeria have been saying now, and a lot of findings, and they couldn't deceive Nigeria on this one. It's not the days of the time, no internet, no Twitter, nothing. These days, people do findings, and they were able to find out that that is a flood, just like the Nigerian air during the time of Buhari. That is the same thing Tinubu did, the Port Harcourt refinery. And they found him out. So they couldn't contend this one. They have taken Nigeria for a ride for a very long time. And his supporters are not making things better for the citizens. Later, they continue to trade on his strategies of deceiving Nigerians. Give him the wing to fly on this seat. And they are celebrating him on that. So, the APC, starting from the day of Buhari, is a government of a crook. And at that same point, I now believe Labour and the people that say that these people are cooking statistics to satisfy their whatever they are doing there and say they are governing. If they can cook this Port Harcourt refinery, what is statistics that they cannot? Because they are just putting out data that are not existing among Nigerians. They just put out data. The man he appointed there, they will just say this one has a growth of 2.something% that never existed in any corner of this country. Things are still prices are still going up every day by day. But you come out to say there is a growth in this. There is a growth in this. Yeah. Did you know how today as a country, more than what he has borrowed more than under just 2 years. He's getting more than almost what Buhari got. Thanks for borrowing.
How much has they borrowed?
Go and check it. Our borrowing now stands at 134 something trillion. Are you not seeing that one?
How much is that in dollars?
You go and check it.
You want to check it? You said it, so you don't know, guy.
I saw it and I see it. I read it. So if you have never read it, just the way you say you never read
No,
the
now
one I told
you're
you now.
saying his borrowing is more than Buhari is in 2 years. Buhari was there for 8 years, and from day one he was borrowing and borrowing. Buhari, he had borrowed more than all of the administrations preceding him. So how you can say that this guy? Anyway.
I know you will not like it.
You know, but
I know you will not like it.
No,
you know, I'm not.
It's a matter of being truthful now. Do you know how much
Buhari you
borrowed?
say?
No, hold on. Buhari borrowed 2 times as much as I can bring the paperwork for you if you want to see. He borrowed 2 times as much as all of the preceding not Goodluck Jonathan, or not Obasanjo, not Adwa. All of the preceding administrations, he borrowed more than them combined. And you are telling us that within 2 years, Tinubu has borrowed more than Buhari. How is that even possible?
I did not say he borrowed more than Buhari. I said he has borrowed.
Now.
Buhari, I think, is about. Buhari left it at 70-something trillion. So when you check today, it's about 134 trillion altogether, both Buhari and everything, our debt profile. And a few months, is this few days ago, for $2.2 billion just to complete this year. But the budget that never impacted anything in the life of Nigeria. 2024 just gone like that. No growth.
What do you mean it never impacted? The economy has grown now. All the data to tell us that the economy has grown.
The data
you even bother with facts, or you just make up narratives? And do you ever concern yourself with facts?
You know, we used to say that let's believe them, let's do this. But I don't see.
It's not let's believe them now. It's things.
Okay. What I'm saying is that
the CNG is impacting people. The students' loan is impacting people. The credit card is impacting people. The Lagos Calabar super highway is impact. These are things. These are growth. Hold on. You said he has done nothing. So you can't say that when everybody knows the list of what has been done. So it's counterintuitive when you just make up lies and you want to double down on negative. When people
whether you want to call it lies or whatever you want to call it, as far as I'm here in Nigeria, I'm saying what I know. You understand? You can only read out news. Whatever you read that are not affecting the life of the people is nothing. At least during the time of Goodluck Jonathan, when there was an economic growth and we became the giant of Africa and all that, it's there. People can see it. People can witness it. Apart from insecurity then.
Well, what did people say and witness?
How would you know?
I'm asking you, what did people say and witness?
The growth is there.
What is the abiding legacy?
The business
the abiding legacy of Goodluck? What did Goodluck do that stands still today?
What he did that stands still today? But when APC has taken it back to even worse than the Abacha regime and all that.
So Goodluck Jonathan has no abiding legacy?
There is nothing like abiding legacy. What we have is a destructive government starting from 2015 till today. So even if Goodluck did anything, APC was not able to sustain anything. That's the point. Because even the how many years of PDP, you know what? Even starting from the time of the military to PDP ended their regime and all that. You know how much of dollar was devalued. You compare it to the time of APC. The value is just unnecessary, unintelligent people. They just devalue naira, as in without control. And you say these people knows what they're doing, and you always come here to say they do this. What are they doing? So I don't want to even argue that. If you want to compare, you cannot even count APC as part of governance. We are just begging them to at least sustain a little bit. Let's have a little bit sustainability. That's what we are begging them. We know that everything is out of control, but let's just have a little bit sustainability. So what the figures they are giving is not affect. The prices of things are still going up every day by day. You can ask people on ground, and they come out to give you data that are not existing among Nigerians.
Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, right. Oh no, sorry, I was interjecting you, but carry on.
So it might suit you. You might like it. You may think he's doing anything. That's to you.
It's not that I think, it's that I know. I was just saying that Tinubu has impacted on that country more than any president since the beginning of that country. Every single thing that is the tax reform bill is the most fundamental thing that has happened in that country since its birth. The removal of arbitrage from the foreign exchange is the most fundamental thing. These are the foundation works of building a nation, which was never, it was just a free for all. So, so the time of free lunch is over, and this is what we're saying. So you can do all of these things, but the thinking mind, even though they see the pain and they feel that adjustments can be made here and there, but fundamentally, every thinking mind is in lockstep with what this guy is doing.
Wama.
Well, the issue is that you might say whatever you want to say there. Look at our oil sector, so the way they are selling oil since the inception of APC. The guy that I went there to, that investigative journalist.
All bunkering started under APC. All bunkering started under Buhari.
No. Let me finish.
Yeah.
The news is out there. The investigative journalist was marveled. He said it. Even the kind of government official that escort these people to cut away with our oils, just the few that I heard from this guy. He said that the thing is somehow alarming. You understand? So the evil, if they can lie on everything, they lie on everything. They lie on everything. Who is APC that they cannot lie on data? They lie on the recent Port Harcourt Refinery. They lied and cooked everything and gave Nigerians. Until yesterday or day before yesterday, it was confirmed. They first say it is 70% production. At the end of the day, the thing has stopped producing. They lie on everything. And that is my problem with them. So what do you want me to believe? Is it the data, the growth? They just say things that are not realistic. The Minister of the Education tell you that Tinubu visiting France will create employment. For what? Other African countries are running away. You are visiting them. Look at them, both Wiki, all of them, they are in France. Is it today or the day before? Just wasting resources. Unattractive type of government. Other African countries, I know the evils of this France and all these things. They are running away, doing away with them, closing ties with them, against them. And your own is always, maybe to go and seek for more loans and all that. You cannot come and gather your people and build your nation. If you're not there tomorrow, the next day you are there. What have you do for your own indigenous investors? Have you given your indigenous investors confidence before going out there to put out lumber? It was in the eye of the war that you tell them there is growing insecurity, growing food scarcity and all that. Then when somebody say the person is the marketing Nigeria because it's not coming from the presidency. He made it publicly. Is it in Brazil or whatever? I saw it in his own speech. He's battling insecurity, food this and all that. Then when another person come and tell you Nigeria is not safe now, you should stay where you are, you start to criticize him because he's not speaking in support of Tinubu. So the hypocrisy is so much, even among his supporters. You don't even want to tell him the truth. That anybody that says anything the way it is an enemy of the government.
Oh, all right.
And that is how you want us.
I've just, whilst we were talking, I've just went to check the news. There's no way that it's been reported that Port Harcourt has been shut down, but there it is. You continue to live in that wherever it is that you do live.
You will not see it now.
Whilst we were talking, I went to check the news.
Ekene, let's put the fact right? Let's put the fact right. Port Harcourt Refinery has not been shut down. That's a fact. What NNPC said was basically that they are not selling to marketers. They are only selling to their own filling stations, right? So I understand, that's Nigeria for you. Everybody wants to be right? So which is normal. But there is no fact that says that Port Harcourt Refinery is shut down.
It's even the worrying thing, Larry, is that quite a sizable amount of minorities, they want the government to fail. I don't know. I've never seen it before. As if it advantages them somehow for the government to fail. They want the government. You can see them. Anything that sounds like success, it cuts through them like knife through butter.
Nobody wants the government to fail. But the government wants the country to fail.
We all know that you want the government to fail.
Whatever you are putting, I saw it on the news yesterday, and if you say you didn't see it, I read it. I read it in
what you saw
newspaper and Gazette. Yes, I saw it on the news. If you don't see it, I read it yesterday.
So let's always put wait. I didn't argue with you, but I like it when we put the fact right. What you see on the news was some people from Punch went there. They said they were not loading, right? Not loading does not mean that the refinery shut down, right? So if they told you that they are not selling to marketers, which means that what they have, it's for their own filling stations, right? So not loading does not mean that refinery has shut down. So if you are putting facts, it's always good when you quickly read headlines that suit your narrative and you quickly want to help in pushing it. Try as much as possible sometimes to read the details, right? When you read the details, you understand so that you don't just quickly rush and start pushing things. That would definitely help you.
Okay, I didn't read it.
Ekene, please, Bikonu. Let me just also add this one to it. As he interjected, Larry, good evening, sir. As he interjected, Oga Woman, thank you, sir. That I have to interject also. My friend, Larry, you're my brother here, You know that they say that that it usually take some minutes to load a truck, not the hour. But they say yesterday to load one was taking about 12 hours or 6 hours to load one truck. And then hold on, and one of the officials of that refinery did confirm that it was for the old stock that they loaded those 4 trucks from. And which means I'm very, very angry with Tinubu because I thought that he would be,
okay,
he will be actually, hold on, that he will do different things, not like the Ethiopia line, Ethiopia Airline, all those kind of things.
wait, let me put another fact. See, this is the problem I have.
We are not here to debate this. Okay, let me, let him continue. Let him continue. I'll wait until you get my turn to my turn. Thank you.
Tony, you said something now that is wrong. So let me put it the way it is.
Okay.
Right. Because it's always good that we always put things right. Because facts
yes, sir.
is a major thing. Now, you said someone said they were loading things from the old side. And NNPC
No, from the old stock. What they have.
The interview was granted on Arise News. The guy said
can I give him, let him talk now. Me the target now. So Egbomi, or Aburomi, Sorolo.
Okay. So this is what happened, right? Some people were saying, oh, they were loading things. And they said they've actually matched the two together. So there's difference between where you kind of like process this thing and when you kind of like get people to load. So that shouldn't be, you see this issue of, oh, they loaded here, they didn't load there. For me, I don't really think it's the issue. The major thing is just that is the refinery functioning? And if it's functioning, is it really bringing out fuel? Yeah, it's bringing out fuel. So why are we more fixated on, oh, they didn't load here? At the point, somebody said, no, it's diesel. It's this. So all those things.
No. Hold on. Diesel is okay. If they can just produce diesel or to produce kerosene, it's okay. We are happy. Look, we are fine with that. Hold on. Hold on. Let me use broken English. They said that the one where they don't keep for tank before, underground tank, the one where they get before for reserve, now they go take those 4 trucks from. So nobody say they did not produce it.
When they said that, what did NNPC debunk this? Yes.
I'm even with the headline here.
The officials, hold on. The officials of the NNPC. It was an Hausa man.
Wait, that is not the official of the NNPC.
All the officials are Hausa.
No, wait. Let's put some things right. It was actually somebody from the host community, right? It was somebody from the host community.
You want to say that there's a speculation or conspiracy theory? Are you trying to divert it to that?
All right. I'm not sure that we get anywhere with this.
Continue, flow as you like.
Yeah. Go on, Ekene. Bring it to Ekene, and then we move it around a bit. Bring it back to you.
Okay, I'm just with the headline here. So if you're not seeing it, you can check Parallel Fact or Gazette or Punch. I'm with the headline here as of yesterday. So these three newspapers I mentioned to you, you can check 3 of them. Port Harcourt Refinery shut down temporarily. Only crude distillation unit functional, unable to produce PMS. So that is it. So if you are not seeing it, I'm reading it now. But the point is that this set is too much, and APC should take it easy on Nigerians. These are people that are governing. They should come out with facts whenever they are doing things, and not all these defending tactics and all that, trying to spin and use English to cover the brains to deceive Nigerians. So one man, that's for that. This tax bill that is hitting the north and all that, I don't really understand their issue, because that tax bill I've not been able to read it through. But is there anything that even Zurum is against it? Almost all the northern elite, many of them is against it, saying that he wants to take Nigerians' money to Lagos and all that. And that is their interpretation, according to one of them that came up on the Arise News to talk about it. So what's really happening? I really need to understand more why the North are, even the people that I think will not speak, are standing against it. I hope it will not affect Tinubu political ambition in 2027. The way the things are going now.
Is that your hope? Is that your hope, or you wish it would? You wish it would, not you hope it wouldn't?
No, I just asked a question, so I need an answer.
No. You see, the tax bill is quite a convoluted space. So what the guy that the Taiwo Oyedele or Ayodele, what he has done is that he has reconfigured the whole taxing system, gotten rid of moribund tax. But really, where the problem is, where the issue for the North is that the VAT tax, which used to be shared in a particular formula, is now being recalibrated to be shared in another formula, and the new formula would require them to work to earn. So it's essentially free food being taken away from them, which is really the thing. They should have to work and contribute. Is what that tax is going to make them do.
Okay, honestly, every state has to work to earn, and for somebody like me, I want a productive government in every state, and if that's what it is, then every state has to, because with what but if you look into their explanation somehow, sometime we just have to, because the man was speaking, Dangote has a refinery in Lagos. Many of the other have their headquarters in Lagos, and all the taxis are coming to Lagos now. They are telling them to go and do this and do that. So
that argument is actually, it's a counterintuitive argument. Because what this tax bill, previously the taxes used to be paid in where the company is headquartered, because of course that's where the money comes out of, and then the attribution, the credit for that tax then goes to where that company is headquartered. So a lot of these companies, they are headquartered in Lagos, some of them in Abuja, but mainly in Lagos. So that gave Lagos a lot of credit in terms of VAT contributions. But this now new tax bill is now reconfiguring it so that the VAT is counted wherever it is that the consumption takes place. So even though Dangote Cement may be headquartered in Lagos, they have their distribution network. So if they are saying they distributed 1 million cement bags to Kano, then the credit for whatever VAT goes on 1 million bags of cement, it goes to Kano, because that's where the consumption took place. If they distribute 10,000 to Ekiti, then credit for 10,000. So rather than the credit for the VAT going to where the headquarters is, the credit now goes to where the consumption is. So that seems to me all the more a fairer deal. But maybe they don't understand it. But more to it, the VAT system is now going to require them to do a bit of work rather than just getting free money. And I think that's really what they are riding against.
I think that is what they are riding against. That's for me the part of restructuring that can take place in Nigeria and make most of the state governors to wake up. If it is like that, it's not only the north, even the southeast that has small states are the one that's supposed to be complaining. But I don't see the noise coming from that area. It's mainly from the north, and I don't know why it's like that. So, and for Zurum to stand tall against this.
Can you now give credit to Tinubu now for one thing now? Because Ekene, no, hold on one minute, please. I'm very sorry, because
I wanted to move the conversation from Ekene,
excuse me, sir, please, please, sir. We are trying to make this conversation very meaningful. So Ekene, that each time you speak here, you just vamoose, you just go, they stay again. That's why I say make a the opportunity to talk to you. You see that your support for Obi, to go and be with another Northerner is just totally foul. You know what I mean? So now that Tinubu is trying to do all this tax something, maybe they will not bring anything at the end of the day because there's corruption in the country. But you know that Tinubu is restructuring the country systematically. You know what I'm saying? And that is why everybody from the south, because now it's time for you to go and answer your papa name now between south, north, and south. Because the people of the north, they said they don't want to listen to the explanation be given by the people in charge of the tax system. They are not interested. They said that so long is so who begged them? They took the federal capital away. They said they want everything. They have the NDA, they have the Air Force Academy, they have the Kuru, they have this, everything is in the north. They have the best road infrastructure in the country. So anytime we want to do anything at all, they will say, no, it's against the north. What the hell? Are you talking about that you want to behave like Atiku? that will be teaming up.
All right. No. Let him just address that. And
No,
then
we are not fighting. Ekene is my brother. One man, please, I'm very sorry.
Now, let me coordinate the session. He said what you said. Bring it home, Ekene, and then we go on to Tony. Tony, just settle down there.
That is it, Tony. We are waiting for the manifestation. It's something that I will want it to happen. So I want to see his reaction now. The Northerners are standing against it. I want to see his courage. I want to see the end of it, so that we have a productive governance in every state. So even if Lagos State is going to get it all, then they should think on how to be bringing other things to their own state, so that maybe they take some from. If they make their state attractive and all that, I don't think Lagos will have it all. People will have to move to other states. If they secure their state, if they educate their people, if they provide other stuff, if now I think the Southeast and the South have to team up together and fight for seaport and all that, so that at least you take something away from the Lagos also, so that you fight for it. If you fight for it, I think they can get it. That is it. There is no need for all this opera from the north. Let me stop here, one man.
All right, brilliant. Okay, thank you, Ken. So we come to you then, Tony. We get 10 minutes from Tony. From Tony, we go on to Femi to Larry. Tony, you're up next. Sorry, I had to stop you because I wanted to move the conversation from Ekene. Tony, you're up next.
Sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And before Ekene goes off the line, so all this one you say south, southeast, and south. No, it won't be all together. Southwest, South Nigeria, including Southwest will be there, South will be there, Southeast will be there. You know what I mean? So that is the way, because like the way they are collaborating in the north, you cannot say that, you hope that all the governor will not start to do something. No, we are saying that the northerners should buckle up. They should tighten up their belt and try to stop the Sharia law, make all those things, make all those adjustments. And then, let their children, let their women, their guests go to school. And that's what we're talking about. They have got infrastructure. They have rail links, across the north. We don't have that in the south. As you are just coming to the south, from Kwara State, into Oshu, through Ondo, Edo, Wari, everywhere to Poto, to Onitsha, to Port Harcourt, on a Poto. You know what I'm saying? So it's high time we start to maintain our bridges. Let's forget about our differences in the south. Let's work together, at least for once, so that we can see. Because if we and the southeast can work together, but at least, most importantly, they say that when two trees fall down for bush, you have to, and then if it's blocking the way, you have to cut the one on top first before you can go to the down one. So you cannot just start to cut the down one. The one on top will not let you even evacuate the debris of the other one, so you cannot drive past. So now we have problem. We know that we are not cooperating. Our people and your people, we are not working together. But it's high time we start to work together. Then after working together, at the end of the day, if they say okay, that we and we are not fit do together, we know how to separate ourselves, and then peacefully, because we are educated people, we are civilized. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been hearing a lot of propaganda going on that the Oba of Benin, the Oba of Ife, the Oba of this, they will go and give land to Fulani people, and so that they can be invading the southeast. What the hell is going? So what the hell is that? We don't need all those kind of trouble. We want to work together. So after cutting that tree, the northern Nigeria is the tree on top that is falling on our way now. If we're able to settle them, cut that tree off, then the bottom tree will not be that hard for us to evacuate. Okay. So, Ekene, are you there? Just tell me if you're able to talk to your people of your state and your people of your tribe. Tell that Tony Africa said that I'm a pro-Southerner. You see, Unamdi Kanu will tell you, say, if they carry a Kenya village man go be president, he said that nothing will work in that country. And that's the line we should all follow. We should try to understand that all his prophecies actually came to pass. He told us that we should be attentive, that people are coming from the Sahel, from everywhere. They will come and invade our forests. They will prevent us from going to farm, and it's actually happening. Last week, in Edo State, people are dying in the bush. You know what I'm saying? Because people that came from Sahel, I don't want to call them now because make I don't say that not now. People are dying. Una the can who told us, you know, what was going to happen. He told us that Tinubu is going to be president. You know what I'm saying? And then Tinubu became president. A lot of prophecies. He told us that that Buhari was dead. Not, you know, he was dead. And then Sulu Gabari was the de facto president. If you don't know now, make you not know. Because we can see Tinubu right now going to France to be speaking. You can see him. Whether anybody they shake, like they shake, or him they shake, you can see him. When you see Nigeria president interacting with Indian president, you saw him. Whether he's doing well or not, but at least you know that okay, this is Nigeria president. He's speaking. You know what I'm saying? Without looking paper, without looking at prepared speech. You know what I'm saying? This is what we are talking about. Just like the way me and they talk here. He was speaking, I mean, eloquently, and then, I mean, so coherence. No, you know, no missing whether you're making mistake about say we are begging or no begging, or that we are borrowing money. But at the end of the day, you can see him physically. Did anybody saw Buhari since 2017? No. You saw small boy that is about 20-something years old, 30-something years old, Malam. You know what I'm saying? Then how can you now think that that last week, I see have some minutes. Last week I was very happy listening to Baba. Baba was able to teach me something that I never knew about how Heberman Kole left the stage and then handed over to Atiku, how he betrayed our people. You know what I'm saying? And you put now when you are shouting, you don't even think about Chief Nahuru. The suffer is suffered. That pro-narco is fought now. All those true federalism that he fought for, physical federalism, whatever you want to call it. And then when he died, then even Jonathan was afraid to give a national burial because they said no. It was Fashola, then Tinubu, then Udwaga, then Peter Obi that went to bury that guy. You know what I'm saying? And that guy was
all right, Tony.
No, I still have 2 minutes. I still have 2 minutes.
I don't know what you're talking about. Is what is it?
No. I'm talking sense here because I'm talking about that 2020 the support that Tinubu need. I look, I'm not for the 2027 election, but I want the Igbo people and Yoruba people to work together. Hold on, one man. I want Igbo people.
For you. One man, let me finish the time now.
And Yoruba people to work together now so that they can be able to support Tinubu. Let's forget about the economic hardship right now, because the most important thing, our priority is to see that that country is separated. If these people don't want to accept true federalism, they don't want to accept state police, they don't want to accept anything that they keep saying they don't want this, they don't want that. How long do you want us to keep doing all this trying by error? You know what I'm saying? What should we be afraid of these people? Why should we try to be politically correct all the time? For what? If they don't understand, let Tinubu do the needful, do whatever he want to do with them, and then separate the country. And the only Tinubu that can do that, and if he can do that, he will put his name in the sand of time. Okay, thank you very much, woman. South Nigeria unite. You know, forget about the differences, work together. Okay, Ekene, talk to your people. Larry, talk to your people. I will talk to my people. Woman, talk to your people. You need to work together. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but I don't want the division of the country.
You must divide it because that Nigeria where they miss, you get South Nigeria, okay? Like South Sudan, North Sudan. I know you like Nigeria. Where are you coming from?
If Nigeria should divide, exactly. I wouldn't want it along this north-south. If we are going
no. We can't. Look, you can go and marry a very fine girl and bring to the south. It's okay. Then I can also go and marry there.
No, if Nigeria is going to divide, then I wouldn't want it along a north-south divide. I want it along an ethnic divide. So if we're going to get rid of the northerners, we might as well get rid of the southeasterners too. So
that's what I'll tell you. Just hold on. That but to get started, look. I'm very serious here. I look. I've taken some notice that each time I speak here, we get almost 100 likes. I don't check them because woman, sometimes you say no, don't digress. Sometimes with all things being equal, okay, we should stop being politically correct here. Let us say things as they are, so that woman went to more will be a very great, platform for us. So if we separate Nigeria, it's very good for you. We start Southeast and us. We cannot kill each other.
No,
you don't see one
but you'll find that the average Southwesterner, they probably have a lot more tolerance of the North than they have of the Southeast.
No, it's just of recent woman. This Tinubu presidency.
Are you a Southwesterner?
Yes, I mean Western Nigeria. Hold on, woman. Do you know that
from
right from
Edo?
time? No, hold on. Yeah. Oh, just
The
you know,
average Southwest
you
Westerner.
you.
Hold on now. The average Southwesterner, they have more historical ties with the North, and they have a better understanding of the North than they do of the Southeast.
Yeah, I know, but not like that. You know, but that is from your own way, the way you are seeing it, because of your, because of Tinubu's presidency, because you think that you are looking at
to do with
Lekki.
Tinubu's presidency.
No.
Tinubu's presidency started 2 years ago. The history of the Yorubas and the North is about 300 years long. What do you mean?
No, those one. No. Let me tell you one thing, woman. The southeastern people, they have look. If you go to Apapa, you know, so you don't, you don't stay there. And you never stay in Lagos. Where you just went to school. Apapa, the tallest building in Apapa is Obanigbo man. Atosami. Most of it is there. If you go to Park Lane, Park Lane, you see Igbo people. They have been there for a long time. Did you hear that? They were even winning election in our place in Western Nigeria, including Edo and all those data.
What I'm telling you, I'm alone in this. People can chime in. The history and the relationship between the Southwesterners and the North is more enduring than it is with the Southeast.
No, so you forget about Afonja now. Do you forget about Afonja? Let us not go there at all. Do you forget about Auchi?
What about Afonja?
Yeah, hold on. There's no relationship. We don't have any relationship with this vote because you go to Auchi and
don't know anything. You just
I know many things. I know about your kingdom.
You don't. If you know the relation, there's a lot of alafia, which is a Yoruba word. It's a coinage from the North. A lot of if you do the DNA of the North, you'll find a lot of Yoruba blood in it. If you do the DNA of the South, the relationship between the Southwest and the North is
Adigbo is not saying also Adigbo not saying Abi today and then a Jakba and all those kind of gong. Adigbo not but historically we have nothing to do with those people. Thank you.
Historically, we have nothing to do with the North.
Yeah, because the North they came as invaders. They came as invaders. They invaded Auchi.
There's been trade between the Yorubas and the North predating Usman Dasmodil.
Correct. That was correct. We have been trading
Usman Dasmodil.
Yeah, with the Northerners here, the Hausas, with the Hausa people.
So what am I saying is incorrect.
When Usman Dasmodil came,
there's no history of a long-term relationship with the Southeast.
No, I know, but
a lot of it aligns more with the North than the Southeast.
No, only politically that we are having some problem. Culturally, we are the same with these people. They get a bar, they chop a paradian, they chop a pussy. But Northerners don't eat all those things.
Culturally, we are more similar to the Hausas than the Yorubas. Even physiologically, we are more similar to the Hausas.
No. We get today. Their tribal mark is different. My tribal mark is one.
I said physiologically. What do I mean?
Physically, no. But
don't worry. Carry on.
Yeah, the way that they wear their cap is different. If you go to Benin or Ibadan, we get our own way of wearing our caps. They are not the same thing. Only just of recently, about 200, 100 something years ago, when they tried to invade, they were able to the Ibadan army and the Benin army. They fought them at Ibadan. The Ibadan army came to Benin, so they tried to help they fought them and then they let them hook up at Auchi and Kwara. So we are not to do only you maybe you have personal problem with these people, but I want to
have
a
personal problems with anybody. So don't even say
have a change of heart. No, I mean have a change of heart.
Don't attribute to me what I'm not claiming for myself. I don't have personal problems with anybody. What I'm telling you, and it's not even me telling you, is the long swathe of history, which is well documented, is that the relationship between the Southwest and the North, the Hausas, especially the Nupes, and all of them, is centuries old. And
I understand. With the Gala people, I understand you, woman. I understand you.
Okay, talk.
Sorry. Just, you see, I understand what you're talking about. Like all those Gala, all those.
You don't understand.
Okay, let me listen. Okay, I'm listening now. Sorry, Mabino.
Right. I'm telling you that the relationship between the Yorubas and the North, the Nupes, the Hausas, is centuries old. Trade, intermarriage, cultural mesh, all of these things, centuries and centuries old. The relationship with the Southwest and the Southeast is latterly. It doesn't even come close to anything like the relationship between the Southwest and the North. There's a deep cultural meshing. The cultures of both the North, in terms of conservatism, in terms of community, in terms of all of the ways that society structures, you'll find more similarities between the Southwest and the North than you would with the Southeast. So what I'm saying is that the division that you're looking for in Nigeria, which is a North-South, might not be what the Southwest would want. The Southwest might not want Nigeria to divide at all. And if they do want Nigeria to divide, then it divides along ethnic lines, not along the North-South divide. So that's the point that I'm making.
Yeah, okay, I get you. But anyway, I will tell you that I will say I wish you good luck for that, because an average Afenifere man and a OPC man, people that are guarding our forest right now in Edo State, we have OPC, this would do People's Congress. You know that they don't talk too much. The Southwestern and Western Nigeria people, they don't talk too much, but they are doing something behind the scene. They are doing their best to protect our forests. You know what I'm saying? So you don't know, so there are a lot of people who are active, but they don't come out. That is only that because IPOP. But don't forget that Unadi can also say that they have driven into our history, and they found out that Edos and Yorubas are the same people. That so long Edo also have some people within their side, they said that Edo should be their linking something, their link, so that we can unite together. So before he was captured, he begged for us to work together. But at the end of the day, one man, that more people in our place, they have the same kind of food, culture, lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? Lifestyle with Igbo people. I think we don't have problem with them. Only that when they make any loud mouth, we only try to caution them.
We don't have a similar lifestyle with the Igbo people. In fact, we have an opposite lifestyle to the Igbo people. Opposite.
Yeah, only that they don't have their king. They don't bend down to, like me and you now. If we want to greet our uncle or our or anybody that's senior in our community, we have to lie down or to put our hands down. They don't do that because they don't have this kinship. Don't forget that they said that they came from Israel. So, but at the end of the day, we need to integrate them. We need to show them how proper Africans behave.
No, we don't have to integrate them. They're a very clever people and a rich culture.
They have been living with us now for a long time now.
What they can do is to make their own decisions.
No, they have been living with us. They have been living with us. Yeah.
You don't have to tell them what to do. They have the capacity to make their own decisions, which is what they are doing now. So they can make their own decisions.
Yeah, so I want us to come together, one man, because at least these are the people that we can be able to manage to live together, no matter what, now, because they don't. If you go to any village in Oyo, in Edo, in Delta, you see the beginning of that village, you see an Iboma, either it's a Palm One Tapa, and then they will stay there for so many years. If you go to some villages in Edo State, also you see them, and then they are doing their things, they are doing a lot of things, So only that the problem is that when they stay for one place, they don't want to say, okay, lay claim. That's the only problem that we have with them. But they try to shift that something and the attention to develop their southeastern zone, which we want, because already an Igbo man will never bring any good things to the Igbo man, and a Benin man or your man can never bring anything good to the place until we separate that country, because there are some powers that are pulling the strings behind the scene, which you don't know, which I know, because I've been educated by BC Ogubadejo, how that federal capital came into play, what sparked that action when Chief Nahuru made that self-rule motion, how there was a big scuffle, in a Lagos council where Amadu Bello swore never to legislate in the South again. Then relinquishing his title to be the prime minister to Tafawa Balewa. There are a lot of stuff, woman, not be smart, and then hence Abuja. Murtala Muhammad came in and removed Yakubu Gowon, who was a very good man, who was a nationalist, who was trying to build industries, video heroes and everything. So that's it, woman. Murtala Muhammad Babangida, so they tried to achieve that Amadu Bello's agenda of that he swore. They say swore, it's fought, he spit on the ground and said, I never told legislature, and hence Abuja. And then BC Ogubadejo did told me as a child that that Abuja is going to cause us big problem later, because instead of that to take that capital to Kaduna or Kanu or any existing northern state, so long they are hungry for that capital city, then they decide to go to that virgin forest. Starting that is what we are suffering today now. That's where they took all our money into. They have the NDA, they have everything. They have. That's why they said they have the power. Woman, thank you very much for really letting me speak. Now I actually cook my beans.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant.
Thank you, sir.
So that's Tony, of course, unmistakably. So we're going from Tony to Femi. Femi, you're up next. 10 minutes. The conversation, your contribution, Femi. Is Femi there? I think Femi might not be available. Larry. Oh, there you are. Yes, Femi, let's hear from you.
Yeah. I would like to speak about what is his name? Mr. Can I say something about?
Can you speak up a little bit so we can hear you clearer?
Okay. Yes, I would like to speak about what Mr. Akini said something about the last election, that the ring election. I think we have to move away from this line of thinking that there was ring or no ring in election. In Southeast, Obi have 90-something% of the vote. Tinubu should be the one to be making accusation that they ring the election. I have some friends here, they are Igbo people. This is the same thing. These are the same people that believe that this Buhari was dead. There is nothing like Buhari was dead. If Buhari was dead, by the time he left the office, the wife of the president would have said that this is not my husband. There is nothing like that. We should stop. No, we should not allow people to just brainwash us with what they cook on the internet, and we should just digest it. I don't know how people think. In my own view, before I accept something, I think it twice. That is me as a person. Nothing like, it's just like telling you that the refinery that they spent $2 billion is not working. The refinery has packed up, and you guys just believe it. We should be thinking twice before we agree on something. If you don't like someone, that does not mean you should just be wishing that person to be failure in everything. We have to change the way we think. I think we have to stop this. And I should congratulate you from the Biafra. They call it United States of Biafra. They launched it because I live in Sweden.
You should tell your president to stop lying to Nigerians and stop deceiving Nigerians.
It's not about lying to Nigeria. We have to stop this. You guys have to see. You guys have to stop saying that they ring the election. There was nothing like they ring the election. If they ring the election, you cannot have 500,000 votes in Lagos. We should stop. We should stop all this ring. It's just like you guys just want people to feel pity for you
lying
guys.
to Nigerians. That is the point. The presidency should stop lying to Nigerians. If you don't know that he's lying to Nigerians, if you want us to talk about his lies, we can start from the day he assumed office till today.
But what of the election? Do you believe
the day he became president of this country is lie and deceit? He has never implemented anyone. We're just waiting for this task.
He said that he will remove subsidy. He has done that. Look, government autonomy. I think that is a big achievement. You guys should praise him for. No government autonomy. We can hate him, we can dislike him, but that achievement, we cannot take it away from him.
It's not about hate or lie. It's about lies. Lies. The lie is too much. If you don't know it, the lie is too much. You understand? The lie is too much. The data is lying. The Port Harcourt Refinery is lying. The billion naira investment in local manufacturers is lying. Everything. In fact, I beg, make I no talk.
No, I'm not trying to defend. I'm not a spokesperson to Tinubu or
No,
anybody in it.
don't let him. Anyway, carry on. This is just the
Yes.
frustration. It's the strategy that they have. It's lying. It's lying. Everything that is said is played out in real time. We saw the refineries. We saw trucks being loaded there. The cameras were there. All the media houses were there. But it's a lie. We see the CNG taking adaptation. Bramberry came here a couple of sessions ago. He told us that this is so popular in Edo State that everybody has converted, but it's a lie. We heard the students' loan, 2 cycles, several testimony, even from the tertiary institution. It's a lie. The credit card scheme, all the civil servants are on board. They are taking advantages of it. The testimony is there. It's a lie. The Lagos-Calabar Superhighway, there are YouTubers building their platform off the back of doing daily updates. That thing is progressing at a dizzying speed. It's a lie. The national debt that has been slashed when we were paying 97% of our revenue to service debt, slashed, the country building its reserve. It's a lie. So that's just the strategy. This is what they're going. They'll do this. So don't worry. If you want to take it on,
what you said is also a lie. What you said is also a lie. The slashing of the credit and all those stuff. You understand? Rescheduling credit and all those and borrow more money is not a form of rebuilding credit. You understand? You have borrowed more on what Buhari has borrowed. So all that's in a lie.
You bring data to back that up. That they have borrowed.
Bring your own data. Bring your own data.
I've presented the data.
You just spoke on what you do. Bring your own data. Make I bring my own. I just showed you a news headline of yesterday that the Port Harcourt Refinery has got. They just announced it that it stopped working. I don't know whether for some time or whatever. You say you did not see it. I still check my other phone. I still saw the headline there. I told you the newspaper you are going to check. You never checked it. You understand? You said it's a lie. You understand? I even watched the interview on Arise News. So maybe because you don't like Arise News, you don't go there to check your news. So that's a lie to you. You understand? So the credit scheme and all that, I don't see it. The interest rate is killing producers today in the country. They continue to increase it, and a lot of investors have fled more investors have fled the country. More investors has fled the country more than the last
that has come in. More investors have fled than has come in.
You will tell me the ones that have mentioned their name. Name the companies that have come. Name the billions of naira from Brazil and all that. Where are they? Where are the money? Where are the companies? Where did they open the company?
Let's unless you want to yield your spot to him.
Continue. Let him continue now.
Hello. Yeah. We should about anything like investment.
Take it till 2027. By the way, it's a lie. He has done nothing.
Investment take a little bit of time. You have to be patient with this man. What I'm just saying is that I supported him in 2023 election, and I'm still standing with him because he said something, and I'm seeing it. He's doing it about the naira, like depreciating the naira. There's nothing like depreciating the naira. This is the value of naira. Naira has not been 400 for a very long time. You guys Nigeria has been subsidizing naira with $1.5 billion every month. It is not helping the economy. Like and when the Minister of Finance said that we have saved over $20 billion because we allow the naira to trade freely. People say, no, if you guys have this money, why are you guys borrowing money? And people should try to understand is that this money is not in the comfort of the federal government, but this money would have been borrowed to defend the naira. But they did not borrow the money because federal government was not borrowing to defend our. They don't have to borrow to defend our naira anymore. We should appreciate Tinubu in about the security area. I talk. I'm
Where is
against
the
it
20
because
billion?
I believe
The
this
I want
time
to understand you. I want to understand what you
can
said
I
there,
call?
please. I want to understand what you said there. You said they saved 20 billion. It's not with the federal government. That's why they borrowed 2 billion. Is that what you said, or I want to
What
understand
I
you more?
mean is, try to understand me. What I mean is that they said that the Minister of Finance said that they have saved $20 billion because of this reform. That if it was before that they are subsidizing naira and subsidizing the naira with dollar with $1.5 billion, they would have borrowed with almost $20 billion to be able to subsidize the naira for you guys to be able to get dollar for 400 naira per $1. The country cannot afford it anymore.
You mean I want to understand you. I'm not. You mean that what they're saying is that they would have borrowed 20 billion. So
They would have
instead of
borrowed money
okay,
to
they
be
did not
defending
borrow
the naira.
20 billion.
Naira has
Okay.
never. This is the question I want to ask you. Do you think naira has been 400 naira for like 5, 10, 6 years ago?
How? I didn't get your question well. I didn't. You said
No,
Naira has been 400.
what is explaining
Like
to you? Just
my question is that do you think I think Buhari, before Buhari left the government, naira was trading for 600 naira per $1, right? I mean 500 naira per $1. At that time, do you think the rate that the dollar is trading to naira is the actual rate that the dollar is, like 400 naira to $1? Naira has never been naira has
I don't.
this is the
Let me
normal
answer you.
rate that is.
Let me
Hello,
answer you.
Ekene.
Yeah, I want to answer you. The issue is that Buhari is out of equation when you come to the economy of this country, and it's an APC government. You understand? So when you are talking about comparing the naira what it used to be, maybe you can start from good luck, Jonathan, and I will tell you there is.
Look, guy, if you don't get it, then you will never get and I don't think you will get it because you intend not to get it for reasons of your political alignment. What Femi is explaining to you, which is what Cardoso explained, Shegun Showum even explained it as early as a few hours ago. The government has saved $20 billion. So why are they borrowing $2 billion when they've already saved $20 billion? The $20 billion that they have saved is the $20 billion that they would have borrowed to defend the naira had it not been floated. So that's not monies that they have in the bank. That's money that they have not borrowed as a consequence of government policy. So what Femi is explaining to you is that the value of the naira, either under Buhari, Goodluck, Jonathan, Yar'Adua, Obasanjo, whoever, was never the economic value of that currency. It was a subsidized value that the country was insulating to keep it at that space. And the country can no longer insulate that currency because a lot of arbitrage is happening in that space. The country was essentially hemorrhaging monies into the hands of a criminal few. So the free floating of the naira now establishes one is actual market value, and then two, it saves the government tens of billions of dollars that they would have otherwise have to have borrowed to defend the naira. So if you don't understand that, I hope you do understand that, and you're just playing.
Well, I understand this from your.
If you don't understand that, it cannot be.
I understand it from your. I understand it from your explanation, but the federal government never gave this kind of explanation. Maybe you are the one giving it for them. But in terms of the message they gave out there, they have saved 20 billion. You understand? So and they never expand this way. You are expanding it for me to understand it in your own perspective. So I don't know. You should be the one explaining more than the federal government.
Can one man tell us where that money is being banked or be saved? Is it in the foreign For,
But
no, hold on. Is it on our foreign reserve? I'm
I
asking
don't
one
know where
matter.
it is, but
No, hold on. No, let one man answer that. Let one man answer that now. Is it at the foreign reserve? Our foreign reserve? Is
no,
it where that 20
no,
billion?
he's giving more explanation than the federal government. So
No.
I want to believe what I don't
Let,
want to stress one man too much. I want to believe what he
no,
said
hold
more
on,
than the federal.
hold on. You know, you are look, you are just you are mounting everything up so that you don't say you are disturbing him. One man went to Mo, my Oga Kwata, our Oga Kwata. Where is that money be saved? Is it in the foreign reserve, in our foreign reserve, or in a where then, or that with the IMF or with a Deutsche Bank, or where is it at, sir? The 20 billion that they have gotten so far. And I want to tell you guys, hold on, Kone, let me talk it. Let me say, I'm speaking from Europe. Hold on. So you can always improve your naira if you do production in the country. If all the company like Cadbury, Bonvita, making all those companies are gone, Dunlop Tire is gone, Goodyear Tire that was set up in Benin by Awolowo is gone. Those rubber plantation in Benin, they are useless now. We are now even importing oil palm. That is what is making dollar to rise against this thing. The government of Nigeria should start to go by trade by barter. Let people come and take some oil and bring something in return, and let people that are living abroad let the government show some kind of human face so that they can tell us, okay, Nigerians abroad, bring some equipment home, industrial equipment, like commercial buses. Let us bring them home to support our people back home. You can't just be saying that you are adjusting the economy and people are just languishing in abject poverty. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. So the government should
You
show
just
some
have
kind
to
of
see.
human
You
face.
just have to see all of Tony. You just have to see all of them in Brazil. Both week, a lot of them in Brazil today, wasting
Don't mind them.
taxpayers' money.
Don't mind them. All
All
those
right,
money they are using. Hold on. All those money they are using to travel here and
no, guy.
All of them that are in France. Is it France? All of them that are in France.
Can I hold on? It's Femi's turn. So let me play this clip and then Femi takes it up.
I want to do an assessment, less than 2 minutes, of this present government, especially your brother, my brother, is an Egbaman, Minister for Finance. What's his name now? Wale Edu says, hold on, Wale Edu says they've been able to save $20 billion from the twin reforms that has plunged Nigeria into chaos, that they've saved $20 billion US. And then they just got approval for 2.2 billion.
Okay, let me explain.
So my worry or my concern or my confusion is that if you have saved $20 billion, simple arithmetic, take 5 from the one you saved. Why do you have to go and borrow?
What is your background?
Banking, insurance, and risk management.
Lucky you, my background is actuarial science.
Fantastic.
There is a mob conversation that those who don't understand figures run with. And the media can sometimes be running like them. But since you have the background, I take very strong that you are not seeing that what he is saying is that 20 billion he says they've saved would have been monies they would have gone to borrow just to burn. So it's not like they literally have that money like that. They have just prevented themselves from that hole. Because if they had not floated, according to them, I don't agree with flotation. I'm only talking to them on their policy. I don't want to give you the alternative policy. The next time you invite me, invite me as a convener of the alternative. So what I want to say is that if they say they have saved 20 billion, they do not mean, it can never mean that literally they have 20 billion sitting down somewhere. No. It's just that over the years, what we were doing was borrowing to fund these kinds of activities. And the mere fact that they are not borrowing it now, all it just has done is to aggregate how much debt and how much hole and how much waste could have been done, assuming they continue that.
And by the way, that was a PDP chieftain, so it was paid to have to. Even the dumbest brain could understand. It's just basic.
So
stuff.
you are using this show when we criticize against the APC to justify your not giving clear explanation of your savings. See, one man, forget all these things you are doing.
Sorry, which part of the explanation is not clear? I think everybody understood.
I understand what he means, but he's trying to give what you people cannot explain, and it's in form of criticism.
No.
You understand?
You're
So
not,
you picking it up. You let me finish. Let me respond a little bit. You
Right.
picking it up to use it to defend your government policy.
One man and
My God.
you guys are not just friends. Somebody Mr. Femi actually has the time.
Yeah, let Femi. So sorry. It's just I get frustrated
When
sometimes.
you go back to him, you took it away from him again. It's not fair now.
All right, sorry. Back to you, Femi. Apologies, Femi. Femi Otibeluni, on mute. Femi. All right. Have we got Femi still? I can see you on the screen, but you're muted. I didn't mute you. You have to unmute yourself, Femi.
Okay, yes, I think.
Yes,
I really, Mr. Wam, I really appreciate you for playing that short video, and it really explains everything. In my own view, and I'm a supporter of Tinubu. I'm not shy from it because where I live here, there's a lot of Igbo people, and everyone are not happy with me. Like when some of them see me, they call me Tinubu. Like in working place, they call me Tinubu. I used to tell them that I'm not Tinubu. But when I ask them, can you tell me what your candidate, I'm talking about Obi, what he did? I used to look at antecedents. It is what you have done before, is what I will be able to tell you that this guy can do more. There's nothing I can quantify or to about Obi. I'm not against Obi. I don't have anything against him from the beginning. I don't know him much. I used to read about him when I was still in, because I sell newspaper before. I used to read many things about him. He has collected award. During that time, I said newspaper because that is what I do before, and I know little thing about him then, but not more like Tinubu. I have not since when I was young, very young. I have been seeing this man. I have been calling this man a future president of this country. I don't know why. When in 2011, I spoke with my dad that I'm seeing this man to be our president in the future. My dad will say that I don't think it's possible because I don't know, by that time he will be over 70, that the age factor will work against him. I used to tell people that this man is our president. When I tell someone that the Igbo people should support Soludo now, that Soludo can be a good candidate in Igbo land in the future. But because Soludo is not in support of Obi, you guys does not want him. That is what I used to tell my people that we live in this neighborhood. They are Igbo people also. And they don't want him. I don't know what he did to them. And I will like Ekene, if Ekene can have an idea about it. I don't know anything about it much. They don't want him. Peter Obi market in that country. That last election, that is the best outing. Let him come out in 2027. He cannot have that figure. I can bet you with you. He cannot have 6 million votes throughout the country. By then, Tinubu was a candidate with that power, in support of APC. I'm talking it authoritatively. He was not supported fully with the presidency power. 2027, this man will be a president. He will conduct the election by himself. INEC is conducting, but he's the one conducting it. Everybody knows that the president appoints the next INEC chairman, and that INEC chairman will be a Yoruba man. I'm not. Some people can say that this guy is a fraud. No, I'm not fraud. I just like to be realistic with my opinion about, because everything I'm saying is opinion, is my way of seeing things. And if I tell you something, I've been saying it since 2007. When I tell you this man will rule us for 8 years, take it to the bank. He's ruling us for 8 years. Busy, and for you to agree this night, when Mr. Wama said that if Obi is the vice president to Atiku, and you accepted it, I think if I want to support Obi before, with that answer, it makes me to feel somehow that, do you hate Tinubu to that extent for you to allow a northerner to continue government when the government is the turn of the southerner. We have to think this. We should not be biased because we don't like someone or just be sentimental in our way of seeing things. Tinubu is not the best, and I can tell you, and why Trump is not the best person in USA, but he's the president today. Trump is a criminal, but today he will be the president by January 16 in America. We have to, and when you say Tinubu is a criminal, bro, I can tell you, every leader in that country, they are criminal. Every leader in that country, they are criminal. You should investigate them. If you investigate them properly, you will see they have ties with crime. In their previous time, is it 20 years ago, 10 years ago? If you look it back, I don't know much about them. But telling me Tinubu is a drug dealer, is this, is that, everybody, they used to say something in Yoruba that if it is what people caught, when they caught you, that is I don't know how to. They used to make the adage in Yoruba like let me try to figure this out. If you want my that, like, it is one.
Yes,
that is it. We should just be, and I want the country to be realistic. I want the country to be good, but with this man, with the reform we are saying.
Let me tell you what is going on, Femi, so that there is nothing that would change Ekene's mind, because Ekene is vested and invested in is a senior member of his local Labour Party. He joined that party just because of his admiration for Peter Obi. And he believes that Obi won that election, and he believes that it's the Southeasterners' turn, and he believes that 2027 presents another opportunity for them to really push through. He also believes that Obi should be president in 2027, but if Obi is not president and is vice president to Atiku, he believes that because that position still vests a lot of power and authority with the man that he wants to rule, and coming from the region that he wants to have authority. So, and any and everything that he can do to bring that, and I'm saying Ekene, but I'm really speaking to that obedience space. Any and everything that they can do to bring that to actualization is what they will do. If Tinubu discovers the cure to cancer today, the number one thing that's been evading the whole world for centuries, if Tinubu discovers the cure to cancer today, these guys will pour acid all over that cure. So that's that's how it's going to go. So don't worry about trying to convince him of anything. He says he wants Nigeria to get better. It doesn't give a FUCK about Nigeria. All he wants is an Obi president.
I think we just
come on, is how you just
have to be realistic to ourselves. But woman, Adekene, if you say you want to blind your eyes because of your enemy, you cannot see your eyes to see the friend. That's why you must support Tinubu as he is do this systematic restructuring right now.
No, Tony, see, let me coming to that tax reform. I think I've spoken extensively about it, but
not just that. The local government, the police.
I cannot be supporting. Let me tell you how realistic you want, and no matter how one man want to put it.
No,
my problem is that I cannot support someone that will come every day to use Lambert to govern Nigeria. That is the most annoying part of it.
No, but no, hold on. That is just half of the story. But on the other way around, what is good right now?
It's not half of the story.
Hold on. Let me speak now. What he's doing on the other hand, you can say, okay, I'm not happy with him. I was his supporter also. I'm highly disappointed, like most of our guys here. But at the end of the day, when we take a second thought, we say, okay, this guy is not doing anything, economically, it's very bad for us. I personally have lost almost 120,000 euro right now for my investment. What I invested here, I lose everything. But at the end of the day, I'm seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. But try to systematically restructure the country. That's the way we should be looking at it. Let's say, okay, it's a blunder.
Do you know that?
Economically.
Do you know that state police has passed a second reading? By the time that comes into law, they will say it's Lamba.
No, Lamba. But we
got the Supreme Court to give the local government autonomy. It's Lamba.
Yes.
The biggest tax reform in the history of Africa taking place is Lamba.
Yes. Yes. Whether the corruption will chop it up, all those taxes, whatever. But at the end of the day, this man is trying to reset the country for us. Like my agenda is to separate that country by one way or the other. He's doing it.
Yeah,
but we are paying. Hold on. But we are paying for it so dearly. I've just told you now, Ekene, I've lost almost 150,000, and then it's still counting. But at the end of the day, when I look at the other side of it, I say, okay, so I'm not paying for that my aspiration. Nnamdi Kanu's aspiration also. Nnamdi Kanu told you guys that if you carry Obi is too desperate. It's in a state of desperado. That means if you want to be, once upon a time, Obi was a president. But what will he bring? Will he bring that? Will that one bring food to the table? No. Because even those northerners, those powers that be, they will not even let him function as a man. Okay. So also when I just talk, Nnamdi Kanu tell you, say, when Jonathan was the president, when Jonathan was the president, hold on,
don't go long and extensive. Now,
I will not go so long. I will not go so long. Please, thank you very much, Muja. So, when Jonathan was the president, we have been seeing Google things about the shopping, many programs that he was doing. Akiumi, Okojiwala. But the other way, woman. You know what Jonathan did? He was trying to separate.
We know what Jonathan did. Let Femi carry on. We've taken advantage of him for
Yes, I would like to speak about this Fisayo Soyombo. This guy should be. It's good to be good. That is what I just say about him. Like, if this guy was not known, I think this guy would have been a late person, because the army would have covered it up, because this guy was investigating the bunkering in the south. When I read about it, I remember what Simba spoke about, that he met a guy. The guy was a journalist, and he met him in whether it's Delta or Bayelsa, and he said to him that I am a journalist during the day, I am doing bunkering during the night. That is what comes to my mind. In the beginning, I thought Fisayo was someone that is also is doing bunkering, but when I look into it, I see that this guy is different entirely. This guy is different. This guy was there,
Mr. Femi,
for him to investigate what is going on in that region.
Mr. Femi, probably you've not really been following Fisayo for a while, right? Fisayo, it's not today now. Fisayo has done several. Is it prisons? Is it the one he did with customs? So Fisayo has always been there. He's always been there. He's done several.
It's good to have a good name. Like the way Nigeria fought for him when he was still in the detention. It's good just to have a good name. That is what I just say about him, and I really appreciate him for doing that. I wish everybody should come together. We have to close rank and support this government. 2027, we can go in our different way and vote for another candidate. I'm not against that, but we should not think about Northerners coming 2027. That should not come to our thought. If Obi is there 2027, I don't have issue with it. But for you to agree that Atiku should be there and you guys will have it in mind that Atiku will just use 4 years, it's not possible. Atiku will use 8 years. And there is not, it is not certain that after Atiku 8 years, Atiku will live there and we say, Obio, continue the government. There is no certainty about that. By then, Atiku can just say that, no, I don't think they can, I don't think you will be the one that will succeed me. You guys should just, we should capture this time. 2027, let the Satana to continue. If it is Tinubu, let it continue. Tinubu, there is nothing that Tinubu is doing today that Obi said that he will not do. Obi said that he will remove subsidy. Tinubu remove subsidy. Apart from the flowing of the naira, apart from that, I don't think they have the same, almost the same manifesto during the election.
Femi, let me tell you this. Even if things continue like this and the way it is going, even if it is Atiku, whoever that comes from the north, let him take over. I know they follow you do that. It must be Southerner. You understand? I'm even of the opinion that Obi will not even contest.
Yes. What would Atiku offer that places him in that space?
It is choice now. I beg this.
No, all right. Come on, sometimes when I hear this thing, yes, yeah, no, yes, I think Larry wants Femi to carry on. Femi, carry on.
Okay, yeah, like I understand you, Kenny, about that. You don't like the face of the president. That is just it. That is what I see about it, like telling us that you just want someone to just be that should take over from him. That someone will take over from you one day. That one is sure. Let me tell you something. I have not said it. I told a friend of mine, I think a month ago, and I told him that I don't think Tinubu family, nobody will vote for him. That's what I told him. And he said to me that Tinubu does not need the vote of his family for him to be the next president of Nigeria. To continue 2027, Jerry. For him to continue in 2027. I said to him that the last election, do you think they ringed the election? He said they ringed the election. I said I don't think they ringed the election. Like in my own, this is how I look at the election. I know they ring election during your past. This man that is saying everything 2003, 2007, 2003. My father contest for a chairman local government election in my local government. I know what happened then. That is when people say that 2023 election is the worst, bro. I used to ask them, do you know what happened 2003, 2007? 2007 Ondo State election was announced in Abuja, and people just forget things easily. People should appreciate what is happening today. I know it's not perfect, but people should not forget what happened 10 years ago. Our election was worse during Iwu. Is it Professor Iwu? Abi Dibo? He was the one chairman of INEC then. It was worst. We should try to claim that 2023 is the worstest election in the history of Nigeria. We have to appreciate where we are. We are not there, but we are on our way to that final bus stop that the country will be great. America, what can make a city president of Trump to claim that they ring him out in 2020 election? We should appreciate what is happening in our country. The country is not perfect. What I'm just trying, every time I have been positive in our country. When I was still a kid, when I was young, I used to tell my parents that the country is hard. The country is hard. And my parents will tell me that, why am I complaining? That my complaint does not change anything. That you have to put effort. It is what you want, it's what you achieve. People in that country, I remember, and I can still tell you, I've been into transport, I've been into into building. 10 years ago, the way people are building house today, they were not building house like that. That is why I used to tell people there is no money 2003, 2004, 2005 in a family of 7. They are sharing egg of 2. I don't think there's a family that is sharing 2 egg for 7 children. Now, I don't think there is. I know the country is not perfect, but people just be claiming that now the country is worse. The country has been worse for a very long time. Don't think that the country has been good. The country has never been good. We should try to be realistic to what is happening. Nigeria has never been good. Since when I have been born, Nigeria has never been good. People will be claiming that Tinubu is the worst president ever in Nigeria. Every president in the history of Nigeria, people have been complaining that the country is hard. We have to be trying to be remembering things. I'm just talking about my personal life, the way I experienced it when I was still young. The way people complain then is the same thing they are complaining today. What changed? That is why I used to tell people that the next president of Nigeria, I don't pray it should be worse than this. That has been the trend now. Ekene, am I lying? That has been the trend in Nigeria. Ekene, you cannot fault me on that. That is the simple truth.
All right, start to bring it home, Femi, and then we're going to Larry.
Yeah, we do. We should this is what I can say, and I want every one of us to do it. We should wish the country luck and the best. We should be prayerful. We should try to we should be positive about our country. We should be positive about our country. That is just it. We don't have any other country. Some people will claim
we're still gonna pray. My God.
All right, William. Thank you, Femi. And by the way, we're looking for 10 new subscribers in the course of this session. So if you're not already subscribed, please do that. We need 10 new subscribers to take us over a particular threshold. Actually, 5 will take us over the threshold, but we set a minimum of 10 new subscribers per stream. So if you're not already subscribed, then if you have no reason not to subscribe, then you have every reason to subscribe. If you want to super chat towards the stream as well, as Arogidigba and Bosun has done, you can do that. We have the anticipation of 5 super chats per stream as well. But really, don't be too fussed about the super chats, but be fussed about the subscription and the like. So make sure you are subscribed and you've clicked on the like button. Subscribe and click on like as you listen to the dulcet tones of Larry. Larry, floor is yours.
Yeah, good evening, woman, and good evening to our audience. Okay, where do you want me to start from? Because it's been a whole lot.
Yes, we were talking about this Fisayo who was caught in an oil bunkering sting, but apparently is now claiming he was doing some investigative journalism. We're talking about the dinner date between Atiku and Peter Obi, which they released a clip to try and intimidate the Tinubu administration. We're talking about Governor Bago, who declares state of emergency on education in Niger North, which is a senatorial district. And we're inviting thoughts that if that state of emergency should actually be north-wide. So that or whatever it is that interests you.
Okay. Yeah, before I say anything on that, let me say a little bit on the France trip, because I think Ekene was kind of like, oh, it's waste of money and all those things. You see, sometimes when we want to listen to things that goes on with our narrative, I think sometimes we should try as much as possible to be a little bit objective so that we'll be able to learn more. So, what exactly has this French trip done? It has helped in expanding our banking system. Number one, Zenith Bank today launched the Zenith Bank France, right? It was launched today, open today. I think today or yesterday, but I saw the pictures today. UBA just signed an agreement to open a branch in France. And I'm very sure that some other banks in Nigeria would definitely be looking into that side too. And also, the fact that they went with governor means that they are giving the governors an avenue for them to be able to also market their states. Because you can't expect federal government to be able to do everything for the country. Every state is also has that independence to also be able to market their states. And I've seen some governors trying as much as possible to market their state and, see what they can actually bring into their states. So sometimes when we say things, probably because, it suits our narrative, I'm not even judging you because I know that it's your choice, right? You have a choice to choose whatever narrative you want to choose. But the bottom line is this: sometimes when we put some of those things out, let's stick with the facts. That's what I'm really concerned about. So that's just it for
Lally,
yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, said something. Giving an explanation. That banking, kudos, those are personal investments, but it's also additional to the state or to the nation. But I would have preferred where the banking is having those things are done in countries that are more beneficial, because this France thing, I don't see any benefit.
No.
And
Let me
finish.
No.
Let me
You are
finish.
no. I think you are misinterpreting something. You think France is not beneficial? If you talk about Europe, wait. If you talk about economies in Europe today, where do you think France lie?
I don't see them in any economy. I prefer China. You understand? So I prefer where we are having that.
You can prefer China, right? That's your preference. You understand what I'm saying? But why would
it's not only my preference. It's something that I know. Benefit because where you check our volume of transaction.
Now that is what you said. You prefer China, but as a business guy that is in the financial sector, I would rather want to be close to either England or France than going to China as a financial guy, right? So for you as a businessman buying and selling, normal commerce, right? You might prefer China. You understand what I'm saying? So there are a whole lot of things that you need to look, right? So that's why how you think might be different from
Larry, France is the second in Europe after Germany.
Exactly.
Very powerful aircraft technology, whatever. If they can start to assemble all those aircraft wings or whatever, France is Peugeot automobile Nigeria. They can, upgrade our industry there. You know what I'm saying? The Germans also, they can come and upgrade the Volkswagen. So France is a very big economy in Europe. Second, they are the one funding all these poorer countries from the Eastern European countries. Thank you.
You know those banks. We saw Tony Lumelu, and then we saw the Minister of Economic Affairs of France sat at a table, and then behind the Minister of Economic Affairs of France stood Emmanuel Macron, and then behind Tony Lumelu stood Tinubu. That opening of Zenith Bank branch in France, that's probably one of the most seismic moves that has happened in Nigeria for the last 30, 40 decades.
So basically, you're having two banks.
Sorry, not 30, 40 decades or 3 decades. Sorry, carry on.
Banks, right? You're having Zenith. They just launched the Zenith today. Everybody was there. Dangote, Abdusamad, everybody was there. They were there with Jim Movia. They just launched that. And UBA is also coming on board. So when we talk about, when we talk about finance, fintech, we have, how many unicorns do we have? So basically, this is where we have core competence. And if we are really selling those spaces where we have core competence to some of those countries, that is exactly what drives an economy, right? So I understand you have your preference. I don't even judge your preference. It's your right. But sometimes, it helps, and it also helps you to also learn more by being objective so that you don't even lock your mind. Because the more you lock your mind, it's kind of like, take some things away from you from not really seeing things from an objective perspective. You see things more from a subjective perspective.
The reason why I said I think that will benefit the political class more because maybe easy way to siphon money and all that. But when you talk about China, you see the business activities that will involve many Nigerians with that opening of branches. So I don't see, apart from what Tony is saying, France being top,
Yeah,
whatever he's
so
trying to.
I've just told you. So okay, let's see. I've just told you one aspect, right?
I want.
You one
So when
aspect.
I see the gathering of those thieves and what they are trying to do, that is what my mind tells me.
Yeah, I
So
understand.
when
I
they,
understand your
when
perspective.
they do things, when they do things, they put it. They're supposed to put it in a perspective that this is for the people. So that's why I prefer. That's why I prefer China because China will be more beneficial.
No,
Even
but
Japan,
we have things with
those stuff.
China. We have things
All
with China.
France, and I know that. How many people? I don't even see any common people having any association with France, apart from all these political thieves.
Can I ask you a question, please?
I can organize, I can understand the here that why they're not talking about the Volkswagen, sorry, the Peugeot automobile in Nigeria or some industries instead of the bank,
Sorry, let Ola come in. He's just coming now. Yeah, Ola.
Okay, thank you. Ekene, when you say having the branch of or subsidiary of Zenith Bank in China benefits you, how? Can you just shed more light and let me understand? I'm asking this question because this is a private business, right? Not as if it's a federal government business. So how does Zenith Bank in China benefit you as a person? How?
All right, give a short response to that, Ekene, so we can get back to Larry. So yeah, he's waited a long time. Yeah.
Well, it benefits me as a person because it makes supply easy. It makes our association and the business activity. It will make it more easy because with that we can have e-transaction, this monogram and all that will be more effective, and we have more population of average Nigerians doing business with Chinese than in France. So you can even have ATM transaction with, you understand? But with this France stuff, I don't see any common Nigerian having anything to do with France apart from political thieves. That's why I think they organized that maybe to open a branch for them for easy laundering of money. You understand? So, but when you do it with Chinese, very productive country and all that, then you see a lot of Nigerians benefit from it. You see common Nigerians benefit from it. Transaction made easy. Not all this corner transaction before you can transfer money to China now. I know what it takes. You understand? Your money will be more safer because you have a branch in China and you have a branch in Nigeria. So any failed transaction can be easily traced. So with transaction in China today, any failed one cannot be easily traced. I know people that have lost money because of that. So that's what branches.
All right, back to Larry.
Okay, so let me just tell you something. When a president goes to places like that, that is why in most cases, right, it's not just going with government officials alone. It goes there with the business guys. Why do you think, if it's not really something that will be beneficial, do you think we can have the likes of Dangote in that space? Abdul Samad is in that space. Tony Elumelu is in that space. Jimovia is in that space. I'm not even sure. I don't know if this IVM guy is actually there. So they brought those people there because it's also going to help them. Because if they want to do business with those countries, and you're having at the point where you're having the president of the country backing you, right? It makes it easier. So as business guys, I'm very sure that if they also think that it's not really beneficial, you won't be seeing those people there. So now,
Lally 30 seconds. I'm not saying that
Okay.
it's a bad investment. But I am putting the investment in a way because when you are doing, let me finish. When you want to do something for your people, don't do it only for the political class or the elite. Even our commercial banks here, they are thieves. No commercial banks is helping business here in Nigeria. So when they want to do things, they do it in an upper way that it will be them. So what they're doing, what you see them do in France is them. For the rich,
Okay.
that's what
So
I'm saying.
okay,
For the political class. That France, if you check France is where Tinubu has a lot of investment, a lot of Dangotes, a lot of billionaires. That is where they have their estate and their money and all those stuff. You talk about Abacha, many of them. So when you want to talk about a system that will benefit people, Nigerians here and there, the common people. You talk about Chinese, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Not that it can benefit them, it will bring a lot of money, and the money still end in their pocket. There's still the easy way to support. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Yeah.
Wait, now we're just talking about the one that started materializing. How about the agreement that this guy on TV, this guy on the screen, is signing on agriculture? So we are just talking about the ones that started materializing. So there are a whole lot, right? How about, okay, if is it IVM or Innocent or what's his name, right? If he have that opportunity, sign an agreement to kind of like help his business. So for me, I'm just trying to let you understand, right, that there are a whole lot of things that goes with those things, right? So if you're a business guy and if you want to do business with a country, right? Take for instance now, this same China that you talked about. We don't have good relationship with China. Look at India. We're having very good relationship with India. Those are spaces that we also want to explore. So for me, I just said that so that you kind of like understand why some of all those things are actually happening and why every business guy wants to be part of this. If you're a key business guy, you want to have a business. If I want to have a business with the Chinese, right? And I have an instance where I need to follow my president and there's a president of China on that same meeting. Do you think that's not the first thing I want to do? Because at that point, I know that I'm getting that backing, to be able to do business freely in that country. So that's just by the side. So now let me talk a little bit on the tax system, right? The tax bill. So, Woman, what has actually been happening lately has been a lot of blackmail, particularly in the north. So the blackmail is really, 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 as in every other person, and I think Ndume is not really doing the best for himself. It's been more of blackmailing people. I think today the deputy senate president, his team has to come debunk something, right? Because I think Ndume was kind of like pushing something that probably was the guy that introduced the bill and everything, and they had to like come and counter what he said. So, but for me, I think Tinubu has actually done the right thing, if you ask me, right, with this tax bill. I know it's going to be a lot of controversy. It's going to be a whole lot, but I don't really see him backing down, because if he backs down, that's really going to really, 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 really be bad on his government. And I think it has really gotten to that point where everybody needs to sit up. You can keep pushing whatsoever narrative you want to push. Oh, this is, and it's. I think it's now the point where things are beginning to open up. I've never seen the North come out like this openly to say, yeah, this policy is obviously against them, or this policy will make them suffer. This policy will make them not even be able to pay salaries. This policy will be able to do that. And I think they are beginning to open their weakness. And it's now beginning to become obvious, to be more like, yeah, you can't even survive without the South. And I think they need to also start looking inward. One of them was, I was listening to a narrative today. Somebody said, oh, they will come and buy corn. They will take it to Lagos to turn it to cornflakes and sell it to them. And I asked myself, why can't you do cornflakes in the North? Why can't you do cornflakes in the North? This is a North that you have, when you talk about billionaires in Nigeria, most billionaires come from the North. So why are you crying? Why can't you revolutionize the North? Why can't you bring industries into the North? You have the raw materials, you have everything. Why are you crying? Because you have the big guys on the north. Why not sit down with them and work something out with them
To be honest with you, Larry, the North should actually be the industrial hub of the country. They have more stable electricity in parts of the North than we ever experienced in the South. All the materials for production actually, you're talking about cornflakes. I think an abundance, correct me if I'm wrong, of the corn is actually coming from the North. I know certainly a lot of the grains they come from they have all these grain pyramids and all of that. The rice comes from the north. The materials come and then the manufacturing happens in the south. So why don't you do the whole thing there, and then you be a net exporter to the south of finished products? You know, so I mean,
so when you see
at
them,
some point they have to work to earn a living in the north.
When you see them crying, they cry more from the point of weakness. And I tell myself, when you talk about number one today in Nigeria, is Dangote from the north. Number two today in Nigeria is Abdul Samad from the north. And there are a whole lot of billionaires like that in the north. And now what is basically happening is just that, because obviously the billionaires would definitely pay more. Because I don't see any reason why you tell me that a tax system that is going to, that's going to take people that earn 1 million naira per annum out of, not paying tax. I don't know why you tell me that is not even good for majority of Nigerians. I don't know why you tell me that if you have a small business that doesn't have a turnover of 50 million, right, it's not going to pay tax. I don't know why you would tell me that is not beneficial to people, right? I don't know how you would tell me that when they are taking tax on the basic things, right, like food, transportation, education, it's not really beneficial for Nigerians. I don't know how you want to really tell me that. So I don't know how you tell me that we want to centralize collection, we want to bring technology into how we really collect our taxes so that we have less tax evasion. How you tell me that is not even good for the country? I don't know how you tell me that. I don't know how you tell me, another thing, they're talking about derivation. They are talking about how they really want to share the money, or probably it's going to be against them. Now, have they really forgotten that this change is only going to affect the state? It's not even going to affect what is going to the local governments. And if you look at the north, they are more, in terms of how advantage this is to them, it's more skewed to their side, because they have more local government, which means they will be getting more. Averagely, Lagos has probably around 20 local governments. Kano has like 40, which is double of Lagos, which means that what is going to the local government, Kano will be getting double. So it's just so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate that we are more interested in, in pushing our political narratives than us really facing the reality. And I think, it's now down on the elites in the north and some youth in the north. This issue of, our emir, go and talk to our emir. And it's, for me, I'm even ashamed of Ndume, for Ndume to come out and tell us that the PIB bill took 20 years for it to pass. Is he really telling us that we should wait for 20 years again for us to have a good tax administration in the country? They did everything.
No, I think it's trying to draw the parallel that this is being forced through because it disadvantages the North.
No. I don't see anything like forcing through, right? I think what they need to do, if you ask me what the North needs to do, they have all those governors, all of them, all the political elites. If they feel that this is actually against them, why not? They have a lot of professionals in the North, tax consultants. Let them take their time, go through it, itemize things that they think they need to negotiate with. It's not about, just we don't even want to hear. That narrative of we don't even want to hear anything. Everything is bad. And when you see some of those things coming from people that you think are learned, people that you think are that are really well educated, then it tells you, right? And even those people that are really well educated, what they do is basically blackmail them, right? Because, some people are now beginning to like, okay, fine, let me take my time. Because big people are now beginning. I've seen a couple of people that are more like, yeah, they need to go and take their time to read so that they will be talking from an informed position. So for me, I think it's high time, and I hope Tinubu is able to push this. And it's another thing that I want to say. During election, you see all these people coming out, Afenifere, men, and all those things, talking about, oh, we want restructuring, we want economic restructuring, and now everybody is silent. Everybody is silent. Everybody is silent. And I like what what Sheikh Usani actually told them in the North. This is the time for you to look inward. This is the time for you to stand on your own. This is the time for you to be able to, do things. Look at things that you have competitive advantage on and capitalize on those things. The North is not poor. We've always been pushing that narrative. Oh, the North is poor. The North is poor. The North is poor. If you talk about billionaires in Nigeria today, the North has, probably if the North has like 10, every other places have like 2, 3. Because there are a lot of billionaires in the North that can
Although Larry, I won't use that to measure the weight of the North, though. So,
no. What I mean in that context is they have people that can help them grow the economy of the North.
And those people over time, I stand to be corrected. They've contributed to the backwardness of the country because the Fed, they are still feeding on the backwardness of that country. Because if we are saying they are rich, they should have started doing something, at least, even to the benefit of their own businesses. But they are not doing it. So most of these people we are talking about, they are just, they patronize government business. So to me, the weight of the North is in the people that they are misusing. They have land, they have a lot of things they are not doing. So when we are saying the North is not poor, I totally agree with you 100%. But it's not about the number of billionaires they have. The number of billionaires they have, as a matter of fact, can even in some way be the cost to that particular region, because they are the one to still want to continue using the poor people and still make money at the detriment of the poor people. So any day, the northern part of the country is well educated and they are able to stand for themselves, we may be surprised that all these billionaires we are talking about, they will even not be able to compete. So to me, I still agree with all those restructuring, but I don't just want us to use the billionaire in the North to measure the weight. That's just my point.
So for me, right?
Larry, let me ask this in terms of this tax bill, because let me tell you, the problem we have in this country is the oil. So everybody believes that the oil money must be shared, and it's still a very big problem. And that is where the government, I think, they are putting their interest on, especially those governors. But those states that have oil, like Rivers, all these south that produce the oil that we consume in this nation, what is their position in this tax bill? Because they are supposed to be I want to understand their position in this tax bill.
No, I think
Are they leaving oil, or is still the oil for the whole nation?
No. I think it's I think for that, I think it's going to give a little bit advantage, right, to probably South end, because I think I was hearing something regarding personal income tax, and I think this former governor of Bayelsa was saying something like some of the oil companies, right? I think they fly, oil companies, some of them fly their staff to Warri, to Port Harcourt almost every day, and probably some of the personal income tax are actually being paid to Lagos. So I think that is even being addressed in this bill, which is more like, some of those states will have some of the personal income tax. But for me, why I said the North, because sometimes when you think the government is incapacitated, and when you have people that you can call, the North has this kind of like court followership. And the emirs in the North, there's still a lot of respect that even all those billionaires actually have. There are instances when you know that you are down. All you need to do is to call those people. How can you really help? Because
if you really want to help the North, I'm telling you, if you can put some of all those people together, tell them all the government needs to do is to kind of like work and ensure them that their investment will be safe. They will invest on the North. Okay, if Dangote, for instance, Dangote, Dangote is bringing things from the North, is doing spaghetti and some of other things. Nothing stops Dangote from even building something in the North. But the problem is a lot of them are always afraid that if there's a problem, in the North, if there's a problem, the next thing is they want to put fire, they burn everything down. That's why most of what
Lali, the problem of Nigerians and the North is education. For you to get these people to understand and they found their potentials, they need education, which the elite are not giving them. So they now see the need and the importance of what education is. So it will take them years when they're supposed to educate their people. Forget an average Southerner knows his left and right when it comes to productivity and how to live. That is why, even though you know that this bill will even affect the Southeast more, but you don't see them complain. You understand? There must be a way out for them. So I'm ashamed of their elite for keeping their people uneducated for a very long time. Because if they are educated, the land in that North, they're supposed to know how to make use of it, how to process it, and how to export it. It's as simple as ABCD, something that in the Southwest before, they have been producing cocoa and all those stuff. Where there you have something like palm oil production. So they not only export unfinished goods. Unfinished goods, they just cultivate it and most of them go into waste. So they should now go and educate their people on how to go into that productivity and make use of the resources there. So it will be a very long issue for them all. So I'm feeling it for them. I feel their pain. I know why they are complaining.
Can I come in?
Done.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I just got in here, so it's very interesting conversation. I just got in because of you're talking about the tax bill, which I've read vividly, not all the way. If you ask me about my own opinion, I'm in favor of the tax bill. I live in a state where they pay probably the most tax in the world, California. But having said that, Nigeria is on a different space. So the little that I read, I think if I'm wrong, you let me know, Larry. You seem to be more informed in that area. I've not read that much. The corporate tax is supposed to be going down 27.5 in next year, then 25% 2026. So in that regard, it's kind of favor the corporate. I think they say people making less than 6 million in any kind of business, they won't pay any corporate tax. If I'm wrong.
50 million. If you have a
Right, 50 million, right, 50 million, I'm sorry. Then if you're making about 1 million or whatever, I think it's gonna be like I think it's kind of like the tax we have here, kind of broad, so but not much. But when you in terms of the ordinary people, so it's everybody's like 5%. Is that a 5% in the payroll tax?
Yeah, so in Nigeria, I think it's around 27%.
No, you're talking about corporate tax.
I think the low income earners also they are exempt up to a threshold. I think if you are earning less than 800,000, I think is that a month, then you're tax exempt.
No.
Okay.
That's 800,000 to 800,000 plus 200,000 for transport, which is like 1 million per annum, right? So those people will be exempted. Because presently, if you're on that, you'll be paying like 27%. So then it's going to be 0% at that point.
So how are they going to know that I'm making?
Well,
if I make 800,000, how are they going to know that I made it?
No. So you know that majorly. Okay, forget about you. You are if you are not paying. Let's say you are just coming, but people that are currently being capped, that are currently captured, right? Take for instance now the civil servants. Those ones are captured. If you are working for some of these multinationals, you are one way or the other captured, right? Which means that you are currently paying. So if you are currently paying, then you won't be paying. You get what I mean, Ekene?
I get what you mean, but
So how would they, are you paying
more
currently? Wait,
more businessmen,
wait now.
more
Are you
business.
are you
Okay,
if you have staff, do your staff pay tax? That's what I'll first ask you now.
how can they pay tax? They don't pay tax.
So don't worry then if you don't have staff that pay tax. So don't worry. So probably when you start paying tax, then you can worry about that.
So what I'm trying to say, the tax base kind of favor the corporation, because it's going to go down, beginning 225, beginning 2025, it's going to be going down. I think it's going to favor the corporation and the nation and the federal government. When it comes to the vet, that's where it favors some state like Lagos, Ogun State, or your state, River State. That's probably
How
the.
so?
Yeah.
How so?
I'm
Go
talking
ahead.
about the vet because they're going to be getting
No,
about 60%.
No. No.
it takes away from them. It doesn't
So
favor them.
so so
How is that taken away from that? I thought they're supposed to be getting about 60% of the
no.
VAT.
That's not how it works, right?
Under the old system,
So
yes, but
under
not
the
under
old
the
system,
new system.
it pays them. But under the new system, it's gonna pay those other spaces that are kind of like not really getting much. Now, when we talk about, we all know something that when we talk about VAT is consumption based,
All right.
right? Now, take for instance, now let's look at probably the two key people that pay the highest tax in Nigeria, MTN and Dangote. Because presently MTN is the highest taxpayer in Nigeria, right? So with the whole system, if MTN wants to pay tax, they pay tax based on where their headquarters is, which is Lagos. But with this new system, MTN can actually give us data regarding how much is being consumed in each state, and which means that they will be able to divide whatever VAT they're going to pay based on how much credit that has been consumed in that state, how much data that is being consumed in that state. Then VAT will be paid on based on consumption. Now let's look at Dangote, for instance. Now, Dangote Cement. Dangote Cement, if Dangote Cement has distributors in probably Kano, right? And a lot of guys are kind of like using Dangote cement. And Dangote pushes probably 1 million tons of cement to his wholesaler in Kano. Then that VAT in that space, because it's going to be consumed in Kano, will be paid to Kano, not paid to Lagos. So all those things that we all know, all those things, I think the major thing that is going to happen is it's going to make more states to open their economy more. Because you can't if you lock your economy, that means you're going to be making less. Like some things that are kind of like, that they take VAT from. Take, for instance, now, all those luxury drinks, right? All those luxury drinks, champagne and all those things. There is a whole, as in the VAT on it is a little bit higher, right? But if you lock your state and you kind of like, yeah, we don't want it, then you shouldn't be expecting VAT from it. But if you want VAT from it, that means you need to open your state.
Okay, but as of the present, we
And
are
Larry,
right
I
now,
think that is sign is that alcoholic.
What do you say?
I think that is where the major concern is that
But
because
if you
it's
don't
more
believe,
consuming the time.
but it's not compulsory that you might decide not to. If you don't believe in it, is it compulsory that you take from the money from it? If you don't believe in alcohol, why would I take money from? It's around now. Why would I take money from it? Abi? It's more like we said, it's more like we said that fine. Pork is
so Larry, like okay, let's talk about the oil. We know oil, like we get about 80% of our revenue. Let's say most of the oil, are from the south, but most of the headquarters, are in Lagos. So is Lagos not benefiting from, from the tax bill in that regard?
No.
What is the
Under
tax
the
going
old
to benefit?
system, under
No.
the old system, yes. Under the new system, no.
Under the old, yes. So under the old system, yes. Right. Take for instance now. Let's look at this now. Let me say MRS. Right. MRS sells fuel. Right. And MRS in the old system, basically, probably MRS has their headquarters in Lagos. They pay their tax there. Now, me as MRS was going to pay their VAT based on how much do they even push to each of the states. So take for instance now, if let's say probably if Anambra, for instance, consume MRS in Anambra, if Anambra, for instance, let's say it's consumed like 10 million liters of fuel, rather than MRS paying at the corporate headquarters, MRS will definitely pay based on how much is being consumed in Anambra. And that's why when we talk about things being consumption driven, it's based on what you consume. If you don't consume, you don't get more. And it's not even like they are taking that 60%, right? They are just sharing that 60%. It's not like that. There's still another 20%.
You know, sorry, Larry. You know what just struck me? What the Northerners are saying are consumptions of items that are haram to their space. So they don't get credit for that. They don't get VAT for that, because of course, the Nigerian bureaus will not tell you that they've sent 10 million bottles of Guinness to Kano. So, and if they're not drinking Guinness, then they don't get the VAT for Guinness. Do you see?
But doesn't the federal government going to generate more revenue from this tax bill?
No, federal government is even reducing their own stake from 15% to 10%.
But they will generate more income from the harmonization.
Yeah, so
from blocking the hemorrhages.
So from the harmonization, it's not just federal government that's going to generate more. Everybody's going to generate more. Because if you block...
Yeah, but cumulatively, there'll be more money coming in. And then in the sharing of it, there'll be more going to the state. So when they start to see the money, I think they will pipe down.
You know what, man? You know why I support this bill? I mean, the reason why I'm supporting this bill, it looks like unofficial, restructuring. The reason why I say that, some of the states, that are kind of inept in that regard, they need to look inward. Like my state, we have about 80% of the gas reserve, and most of them has done nothing. All you do borrow money and indebtedness. Maybe it's about time they start looking inwards. And all these northerners complaining. It's about time they start looking inwards and stop, enslaving their people, and, using all the whole money, having all the whole millionaires. That's this is the only outlook I have. This is why I support this bill. Not for anything, whether who is going to benefit on it or who is not going to benefit. But the state needs to carry their own, need to look inward and do what they can do for their people. That's my main reason I'm supporting this bill. I mean, of course, I have no vote in it, but unofficially, like we are, debating here, I support the bill 100%.
It will make a lot of people sit up,
Yeah.
It will make them sit up, and that's just what it is.
Yeah. Probably they will also start prioritizing things that they need to prioritize. They shouldn't stop.
And before you become a governor, you must have capacity.
Yes. And because all this one they will be doing, we are doing mass wedding, we are doing all those things. Probably they will leave all those things and focus on what will help their state. Because it's when you have a lot of money, that's when you can say you want to do wedding for like 1,000 people at the same time. Right? You're doing mass wedding, you are sponsoring their wedding, you are doing this. These are things that they also know.
But what about seaport and international airline and all those stuff? Who is getting it?
Yeah, so
what VAT is there? That's just normal taxation now. That's not VAT. You don't pay VAT. Do you pay VAT at the seaport?
Now there's a lot of resources coming. I think there is a VAT.
No. Import, I'm not sure. So import duties and every other ones are not going to be part of that VAT, right? It's still
that goes into the central pool anyway.
Goes into the central pool that's still going to be shared. So, but for me, I think it's just the states. For me, I think if they hire professionals, I think they are going to get more, right? Because look at this whole thing. local government, if you talk about local government today, the North is taking a whole lot from that. And nobody is even touching the 35% that is going to local governments. Which means that, okay, if not say they are going to be shortchanged, states in the South are obviously going to be shortchanged. Because all the states in the South has, how many numbers of local government do we have in the South? Ogun State, for instance, probably 20.
I think the totality of the Southeast don't even have enough. They have less local governments than Kano.
Exactly.
Kano has 44.
So how many local government do we have in the South? And at the end of the day, that one is even going to be shared, across all the local governments. Even look at all this issue of local government that we are saying, this local government autonomy. It even favors the North more. Because if we are talking about 774, how many do we have in the South? How many do we have in the North? So as far as
we have 300, we have 300 and about 14 for the South, and then where the rest 4 something is for the North. I saw it today on this thing.
So which means that they are even going to get more from that. So, but for me, I think what they need to do is to start thinking and looking inwards and see because they have a whole lot of things that they can actually, a whole lot of things. Fine.
So let me ask you one more, Larry.
The council set up a toll gates at their roads because their roads is of world standard. The council toll gates their roads. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Yes. A lot of ways to generate.
Don't you think, Larry?
I wanted to move on from Larry, but let Prestige put a position to Larry. Larry respond. We go on to Ola, then Prestige and Remy.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to try and cap it no more than 4 hours, 10 minutes. So yeah.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to ask a question. One more or Larry, maybe you can tell me because I've not been following the debate about this tax bill. So my question is that, due to the rancors going on in the North, does Tinubu has the vote, or still, canvassing? What's the situation right now?
All right.
Can I respond to
you? Yeah. Okay, Remy, you have a stab at it. Remy.
What you should know in politics is that the people that pull the lever, these guys still have it in their hand. I mean, they are still supporting him. And what you should also understand is that come 2027, most of the APC stalwart, which they have the majority party in the North, some of them will be canvassing for 2031 votes. I mean, they want to be president or senator or the rest. So this is where they are going to put their weight. Forget the politics that is playing out now. They know what they are doing. So at the end of the day, you will still get that support, and he's still having that support. Because recently, he also called all their leaders, asking them what do they really want. And if you are following the trajectory very well, he's talking about finding a way to take most of these children to go back to school and taking into conversation their cultural and religious angle into it. So you still have the vote. This one you are talking about, the tax bill, is only a vocal majority, maybe because of one reason or the other, talking about they don't want it or something like this. Actually, this bill favors the North more than the South. It's a bad news for most Southwest states like Lagos and Ogun State. It's totally bad news for them. But it's a good news for most states in the North. Apart from the 60% derivation, they are still going to share another 20% for less for poor states.
Yeah, on equality.
On equality. So they will even get more at the end of the day. So I don't know. But the problem with Nigeria is this. When you want to change the status quo, when you want things to be formalized, I think when you want things to be formalized, most people, elite, that they get their money illegally, they won't like it. Because the system will be more formalized and people can, let's take it. They said everybody will have a TIN number, tax identification number. Okay, I'm sorry, might not be good news for you too. Because when they see the volume, if you are a multimillionaire and they see the volume of trade, they will tax you. So when everybody have a TIN number, it's a good news for them. It's a good news for everybody.
Okay, you need to pay. You need to pay your tax now. If you make a lot of money.
Everybody with this platform, now you reach past.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Do you know how much I pay in California? I pay your tax, can I beg?
Okay. So with this,
Brazil, why they tackle me like that?
Eh?
You don't get money.
You
Now,
have
people
to
don't
share
get
the
money.
pain.
Let me
The
quickly finish
pain.
so that another person will talk. So with this, they said if you don't have, they will give it to you by force. So that everybody, once you have a TIN number, then the tax authority will send you a letter. You said that you go to the tax authority office to declare your prospect income for the year, so that they can know how much tax you are going to pay, whether you are tax exempted.
You
So
mean
it also makes
NIN number?
No,
tax
TIN.
identification number.
TIN.
No. I think what they are going to be doing is they are going to be attaching TIN numbers to everybody's NIN. Everybody that is of the legal age.
Yeah, but they say they give us chance first. Go and get your TIN number, maybe through the bank or whatever. And if you don't want it, then they give it to everybody through their what you just said.
Let me on the flip side, right? Do you know that this now? I was trying to book appointment American embassy at the American embassy for someone. Now, if you don't have NIN, you can't even book appointments.
So the advantage of all of these things that your country, Nigeria, is now being formalized. And when you formalize a country, then you have the right data to now talk about your policies and strategies for your country or development plan. But now we don't have. With this thing this guy is doing, I think all Nigerians should be happy with it. You want your country to be a better country. And if you don't have the right data,
well, they don't want to pay tax like Ekene. He wants a better Nigeria. He doesn't want to pay tax.
Exactly. The one enjoying now. You know Nigerians are really enjoying.
No, now one man I never get money to pay tax. Now they say
never get money to pay tax.
Even when they 1 million, so I never get that kind of money.
You never get that kind of money. And persuade
Remy, my brother, Remy. You know, say those when you just talk just now, the Ogasa, they are very, very important points you raised now. But the problem is that the elephant in the room is the social security system. You know, sorry. No, hold on. Because in Germany here, even the unemployed, they still have to declare their tax return every year. So every German child, every German family has an auditor. So that one will now, if you don't earn enough, then the government, there's a room to get some assistance, those kind of stuff, Medicare and everything. So that's why we are talking about the fundamentals. Let us set up.
But the honest part is
hold on. You made the point, Tony. You made
health services, health services.
No, don't run us through all the services.
Anyway, it's okay. Maybe we just one.
Yeah. Thank you. You don't have to tell us all of the services. We know them already. Respond briefly.
Let me please put this to you.
Can you hear me? Hold on. Remy doesn't have the floor. Respond to Tony briefly, Remy. Bring it home, Larry. We go on to Ola, Prestige, and then you, Remy. So respond to Tony briefly, and then
Tony,
back to Larry.
Respond to you. Nigeria is on that part already. With your NIN number, it's a form of social security number for Nigeria. As at last count, we already have about 97 million people with NIN number. Although that does not cover the whole of the more than 200 million people. So we're on that right path. What I'm just trying to say is that if this bill is being passed at the end of the day, it's a good news for Nigeria. It's also a good news that we are now going to force most of these governors to get in there and work hard. Because the way they work now is just sit down and collect federal. And remember, you guys, they are collecting FAC, federal allocation every month. They are collecting VAT every month. Each of them is collecting over 500 million naira as security vote every month as a governor. So they are collecting a huge amount of money every month. But most Nigerians, you are not really holding them accountable. Everybody is just restricted on the federal government. And the way these things are going, I can see that the central government is relinquishing some of their power little by little to the subnational, to the states. So I will rest now so that Larry can continue.
But many Nigerians don't know what is going on. No? So how?
All right. So sorry. Let Larry carry on so that we can get to the other side. Larry, bring it on.
Yeah. Ekene is okay. Ekene, it's not like many Nigerians don't know what is going on. The problem we have in Nigeria is we have a lot of
toxic media. Toxic. That is always looking for all the bad news to push rather than them doing the normal journalism. So that's exactly what's happening in that context. And another thing that is going to be happening with this tax system is the issue of tax returns, right? So most cases in Nigeria, people don't even know that, they have returns. But with this one, what they just do every year is to put it as part of the budget, right? The returns that is going to be going to people. So obviously, I pray and I hope that Tinubu does not chicken out. He should face it heads down and ensure that we have this. And if this is going to be the beginning of reconfiguration of that country, obviously, let us reconfigure that country and let's think about how to move that country forward. Thank you, Woman.
All right, brilliant. So that's Larry, of course, who is now taking over from Kulata as a tax man. I've never known anybody in life to get excited by taxation. What an exciting life you live. So from a joke, of course, Larry. From Larry, we go on to Ola. We're doing 10 minutes monologue just to document every voice. So 10 minutes monologue from Ola, brother. Good to see you, Ola. The floor is yours.
Hi. What are the major topics?
We were talking about the taxation, of course. We were talking about there was a grand dinner date. Guess who's coming to dinner? Atiku and Peter Obi. They had a bit of a dinner date today, and then they put the clips out, obviously to intimidate the central space. But that's realignment. Actually, let me play you it. It's 1 minute.
Okay.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, morning. Good morning, sir. Why are you sitting down there?
He choose to say, I'm trying to believe.
What is that? This is
So guess who's coming to dinner? Peter Obi is coming to dinner. So that's Peter Obi in Adamawa State having dinner with Atiku Abubakar. So the reconfiguration for 2027 already afoot. How Atiku, Peter Obi, others plan to displace Tinubu. So a lot of excitement around that, a lot of anticipation in that space. And then the Niger State Governor Bago declares a state of emergency in a particular senatorial district for reasons of education. And then we're also talking about the narrative of this guy, Fisayo Shoyombo, who was caught by the army in an oil bunkering sting, but he says he's an investigative journalist. So we're talking about those. But we will. I don't want us to talk about this yet because I'm going to bring this up tomorrow, which is this is going to be the theme for tomorrow's session, the 40 Biafran states. So we leave that till tomorrow. So either those or whatever it is that tickles your interest.
Okay, on that article and Obi, I will not even waste my time. So what will happen in 2027 will depends on how Tinubu is able to ride through, because like I said, for now, he's still not doing what I expected him to do, because like we said, someone mentioned it the other time that all this idea of restructuring, regional integration, everything just disappeared after these people got to power. So Atiku and Obi, whatever they are planning for 2027, I don't see any difference. Everybody is just coming to grab, but I won't give that one so much attention. So at the end of the day, this taxation is what is majorly is very, very interesting. And I know we've talked so much about it, and I want to believe personally that it's going to help
the state to develop if we try to, because if I understand what it means now is that if you do not consume Guinness in Kano, you are not going to receive VAT. Is that correct? Is that my understanding?
VAT on Guinness.
Yeah.
Yes, that seems to be how it works. Yes, if you don't consume Gouda in Kano, no, it's a consumption-led VAT now. So the VAT goes to the quantity of consumption in the localities. Yes.
Yeah, because to me, I see beyond that taxation, and I see big opportunities for businesses to even come around the tax industry now. I call it the tax industry. But then, hopefully, what's the position of this our National Assemblymen? Are they really giving this bill support? Because whether that bill will come to see the light of the day will depend on them. So what's the body language?
It looks as though it may well be. It is past the second reading. So now it's now for public interaction, and then after that they get the condensed version, which they then formalize, and then they'll take it to Tinubu for assent. So it's two more steps. The public whatever it is, that's just really for public participation, so that doesn't impact much. But it's gone through two readings. Now it's the public facing phase, and then it comes back to a subcommittee to condense it and then present it to Tinubu for assent.
Okay, then we are in for interesting time in Nigeria, because this is overdue, to be honest. And the idea that some people will hide from taxation, except if you don't have the right framework, which I believe Tinubu and his crew, they are well experienced when it comes to know how to track people. So because normally what we advise people now is that if you do not pay tax now, start paying your tax, because I don't want a situation whereby you will have accumulation of taxes and that will become a burden to you. To me, it's a welcome idea, and like if they can do that, if they can regionalize or make it state by state consumption in terms of that taxation, maybe it will help us to develop and redistribute, because if you have concentration of activities in Lagos, I don't see reason why Kano should be getting more than Lagos. And I don't, because so even the matter of local government, that they say local government will get more. No, I don't want a situation where local government will get more, because the local government, they should be doing something. What are those local government doing? Like someone rightly said the other time, like you use this money to do mass wedding, you pay people, you use that thing for mass, you use that thing to put them inside the ground, all those stuff. So to me, it is time that we did the right thing. So it's a welcome development for me if that one came true. So, but then that is one good side of it, right? Now comes to what exactly are we going to be doing with all this taxation? Because that's my own feelings now. Because it is interesting that the National Assembly they are giving this support, and I hope they are not giving me support just because they think more shares will be coming to them. Because when we tax people too, and how are they extending these taxations to even the political office holders? I'm not sure. So if they are not doing it, I think we should be considering it right away, because those people that even consume, that earn the highest airline in that country, they are our political class people. So I think they should have a special framework for them to tax framework for to be incorporated if they can to do that. So it will be, I don't have much to say around that place. I think it's a welcome development, because Larry has said most of those things that I would have even some that I would not have even thought about. So I'm okay. We can. I see declare state of emergency on education in Niger North. Interesting. You know, when I read things like this, it still comes back to let us restructure. Let every state, federal government should answer from all this matter of education. The matter of education should go to the north and to each state or each region. And the federal government should stop funding all those sorts type of education so that there won't be an avenue for people to just have access to allocation from the central that some political leader will sit down on. Because I've always been of the opinion that any day that the northern part of the country, not only the northern part of the country to some extent, the southern part of the country, any day Nigerians are properly educated, it's a game over for the political elite. And I think that's one of the reasons they are not doing enough in that aspect of education for us to move forward. Good to declare state of emergency, but how you are going to fund this emergency should be the matter for the region or for the state. Don't let it be the matter for the federal government. Otherwise, some people will have reason to be causing some crisis, and they will keep crying back to the federal government that, oh, we need money to do. Say, when people talk of Yar'Adua, I keep saying one of the major errors that we made in the history of that country is to grant amnesty and to use that amnesty now to use the money there to just say to some people, you don't do that. Because I want to have this conspiracy theory that it was as a result of that some media just formed some group and they were causing chaos, banditry up and down, and they are now pleading for amnesty. So this idea that, okay, when you cause crisis in your region, that the federal government should not give you money. No, the federal government should rather hands off your resources. Give these resources to the state. Let them develop their resources. Let them bring their own investors. Only have agreements of how you are just going to get contribution to the center just to run your region. That's how it's supposed to be. Enough of just going to the federal government and be collecting money. So yes, I agree with the state of emergency, but at the expense of the region and the state. So I submit. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Ola, of course. The excellent Ola, one of your favorite voices on the platform. So from Ola, of course, to Man of Prestige. I was going to line up Man of Prestige with a clip, but I'm not sure I've got the right one. But yeah, flow is yours, Prestige. Just carry on, free flow. You're not next to the space. Let's hear from you, Prestige.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Greeting everybody again. Yeah, we already talked about the tax bill, but let me just summarize on that, before I go to the next topic. Like I said, I support the tax bill, the little that I've read a little bit, definitely, and I mean, from what I understand, it's going to benefit the federal government is going to generate more revenue, that's what I think, that's just my personal opinion. But having said that, the reason why I support the tax bill, the state need to look inward, be able to try to generate, not depend on the federal government. I mean, the northerners, like the way they're carrying right now, they need to look inward and trying to find a way to generate any kind of vet that we need to benefit them, to benefit their this thing. It's a welcome development because, it's just like a restructuring of Nigeria, informal restructuring of Nigeria. So that's why I wholly support it, because I've spoken on this already. So, what's the next topic you talk about? Did you say you wanted to talk about this Biafra stuff? Is that what you said?
No, that's lined up for tomorrow. It's a big topic, so I'll make the session of for tomorrow.
Okay. So,
but we're talking about the dinner date between Atiku and Peter Obi, which they've been threatening to form an alignment, and it looks as it's progressing.
I don't think I have to read much into that. I mean, they just had a dinner. I mean, they have not said anything what they did or what's gonna come out of that. So like Ola said, nothing is gonna happen from this, unless we still have the same condition we have right now going to 2027. But if there's an improvement, even I thought there's not an improvement, I believe this APC has captured the whole state. I can't see how this government is going to do it. Just my own opinion. It's not that it's what I want. Even I thought they are failing. Unless whatever they're going to do, maybe this tax bill will help something like that. So that's the way I see it. It's not going to change anything. I don't know what come out of their meeting. I mean, they have met before. So what come out? Nothing. So I don't really see anything coming out from that space right now. So I don't have much to say. I was going to talk about Tinubu trip to France. I don't know if you all have talked about that.
Yeah, no, we've spoken about so a lot of the outtakes from it. We spoke about the banks being opened by Nigerians, Zenith Bank, UBA, and the suggestion is that it's an entry into the financial system of one of the biggest markets in Europe, globally even. And then there's a counter argument that other Africans are distancing from France, but Tinubu is rushing in there. But then, of course, that's an so. What's your take on that space? Go for it. Yeah.
I think my opinion is on the second part of what you just said. Like other part of the West African countries are running away. You know, most of the French countries, Cameroon, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, they are running away from that. And to be honest, France is a broke country. Okay, they depends on they depends on their colony before. What can France offer to to us? I don't know. I mean, they're not like USA, China, Japan, or wherever. You know, even England. You know, so I don't know what they can offer to us. Are they not try to? Is it not part of try to say what they can get from us? Like is it not form of mortgaging our resources? That's the way I look at it. I mean, look at the kind of dignity they gave to Tinubu. I mean, this is what they give to people in the West, like people like USA. I mean, what are they after? It have to be something. And look at the music they play. I know the other lady, what's her name? Asa, she played, but look at the music they play. Is that kind of coincidence? Chop your money from
Is that
Sphere.
is it, well, yeah, that, I'm not sure we can make.
Is that
I'm not sure.
coincidence?
I'm not sure we can make too much of that. But but the pomp and pageantry, which is what you're referencing, is of a state visit by a first world presidency. So that was the sort of
Wait
level
a
of
minute, one man. Are you serious? Do you think do you think the West look at it as a first world country, or it's
no no
what they
no
can
no
get
no
from
no no
Africa?
no,
To be honest,
it's even where I'm going. That the reception that Tinubu got was the pomp and pageantry that they would give to a first world country where they rolled out all the red carpet. So the question is why. So you might want to look at France is losing even has lost a significant amount of its influence in Africa. So that's a factor. Now, the most preeminent, most important country in that sub-region, even arguably within that continent, but certainly in that West African sub-region, is Nigeria. That's two. And then there are new resources coming into relevance, which Nigeria has an abundance of: gas, lithium, etc., etc. So now there's also a scramble to get into Nigeria at the moment. The Chinese have moved very quickly. The Russians are cornering the borders of Nigeria. France has lost access. Nigeria has uranium as well, by the way, which France has lost access to in the Niger Republic. So there's a lot of that. So Nigeria knows they have those resources. They know that France has lost influence in that space, but Nigeria also has a wish list. And if you listen to Tinubu's speech in France, he spoke to where the needs are. So it's a matter of symbiosis, isn't it? You scratch my back, I scratch you. Of course, they want your resources, but then what you get in return is really where the deal is.
okay, you have stated all this thing, which I think is France's motive. But my question to you, tell me any country France has alliance to that has been better. Are they not worse than USA in terms of their imperialist, motive? That is my concern when it comes to France. Look at the whole country, they have colonized. Where are they? I mean, they are one of the poorest in the world, even in Africa. So, I mean, is it the people we should be doing business with? I mean, I'm very much concerned.
Sorry, Prestige. I'm sorry to interject. If you allow me, just for
Yeah,
1 minute.
go ahead. I don't have an issue. Go ahead.
Actually, you don't understand French. If you look at them before, they have a big stake in Nigeria economy a long time ago. They have a big trading company like CFAO. They have the SCOA. They have the Pojo Automobile. They have a lot of big stake in Nigeria.
But they're not a big trading partner with us. I mean,
no,
they're not even among the fifth or sixth.
In Europe, after Germany, they came second, or probably third after England. So they have a big stake in Nigeria.
Who is Citroën? Citroën motor.
And I think from your analysis, I can see you don't know Europe very well. When you talk about Europe superpower, France came second after Germany won. So France has
But
a
Remy, how did they came second?
look.
Is
No,
it not
no,
from
no, 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 no.
imperialism? You know,
Let
you know.
me be frank with you here. You might be seeing it from one angle that okay, they take away these resources of Mali, Burkina Faso. What about Cote d'Ivoire? Have you ever been to Abidjan? Have you seen the wonders in that country? So if you are talking about maybe they corner some of their resources, if you are going to blame them, then you are going to blame the leaders of that country too. Those are not the three countries that French colonized. Cote d'Ivoire is the biggest. They invest more in Cote d'Ivoire than the rest of them. And realignment is coming to Africa. You can see that Tinubu already met a German vice chancellor, and they also have a big stake in Nigeria. So the French are also coming. So you can't blame them. You cannot be in isolation because of what happened in Burkina Faso. That is the reason you cannot trade with them. And I want to also tell you something. China basically, they just base their own on train technology and construction. What about the financial services? What about aircraft services? The French are well known about that one. So there are so many industries you have to look at in totality, not just only one. Because what they did in Burkina Faso, that doesn't mean they will come to Nigeria and do it. They have been in Nigeria for a long time, and they're still in Nigeria till today. So they have a big stake in Nigeria, not just an ordinary partner. So you cannot just
and also France is Nigeria's third largest export destination, even as it stands now. Yeah, third largest.
For
so,
the first time,
I mean, it's part of the agreement. Are they supposed to come and invest in our education or what?
Yeah.
How's that going to work?
Agriculture.
Yeah, man of president, you are right. Man of president, you are right. They should have started from industrialization or probably upgrading our pilot automobile. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So
I quite understand what you are trying to say, but our people will not understand because only financial sector to begin from financial sector is not okay. They should have come back to Nigeria, revitalize our pilot automobile. And all those CFA, which Remy just mentioned about CFA, and then people that will be working will be patronizing those banks. That's what we are saying, man of president. So I'm with you for that. They should have started by with industrialization, not financial sector. Thank you.
Did somebody want to speak? I'm just kind of skeptical when it comes to France. So
I understand.
Yeah, go ahead.
Man of president, I understand your skepticism, but in terms of this, I think they are partnering with us on education. They are partnering with us on agriculture. Like this, I think this Bago kind of like signed something, Niger with them on agriculture. So I think that's why Tinubu was able to outline the things that we really need. Because it's more of this is what we need. We know we have what you want, and this is what we need. So for me, I think it's we can look at things from the perspective of Niger and all those. And don't forget, some of all these countries that Niger, Mali, and all those things, fans won't just come. The leaders of those spaces in most cases are the ones that invite France into their political space because of power, right? That's why in most cases, France has a lot of influence in terms of who becomes president in those spaces, right? And this France that we're talking about, France has always even stand behind them. Look at when we're fighting with Cameroon around Bakassi, right? Was it not France that stood behind Cameroon? So for me, I think it's more of our negotiators, right? Who are our negotiators? Are they really negotiating right for us? Are they negotiating based on things that would definitely benefit the country? Because don't forget, we can't take away the fact that we need what they want, right? We're talking about, expanding our expanding, here, with earpiece and and some of them like that. If you're talking about, is it
So
airport?
hold on, Larry. What does France have that we need? We know we have what they need. So what does France have that we need?
Okay, in terms
that
of
will benefit
like
us.
this F petroleum, total. Hold on, total petroleum. They should have started by negotiating with them. Really, man of president, let them come and invest in Nigeria's oil industry or sector rather. You know what I'm saying? Like F and the total explorer. You know what I'm saying? Like the Italians with any. These are the area that any president should be. I mean, talking about.
Go ahead,
Man of
Remy.
man of
I mean,
question.
Larry,
The
I'm sorry.
pipeline we are doing to Europe, where do you think it's going to?
Huh?
Do you know we are doing pipeline? We are doing pipeline to transport gas to Europe. Where
Oh,
in
the
Europe?
gas line.
Where do you think we are taking it to? In
Is
Europe?
it France?
Is France
Is it
not
the one that is it the one that they are building from Niger to? Is that to part of North
Yeah,
Africa?
it's part of it now. Where do you think we are taking it to?
We
So it's
are
not-
trying to cut. They are trying to cut away Russia and get their oil and
So where
gas.
do you think? Where do you
It's a
think?
good news for your country. You don't
Where do you think?
No, it's not a good news for the South state. Oh. We don't want that one. Oh. We want to keep our gas. Oh. We don't want to, export our this to the Europe. In the near future.
No,
In the near
and do
future.
what
That's
with
what I
it.
mean.
You
Because
keep the gas and do
so,
what with it.
no, because we are not united. Can you name any minister that is coming out of Edo State or Bayelsa State or Delta State right now?
Tony, please.
You
have
guys,
to look at
you
it
guys,
this way.
you are bragging about it, so that not in your house. Yes,
Tony,
talk to
please,
me.
let me ask you a simple question. Let's assume
Yes.
that you have your own region as a country. Let's say South region as a country. And then you want to sell gas or crude oil to your neighboring countries, even like Nigeria, Niger, all the way to Europe. How do you sell to them? So
Thank you very much. It's enough. I'm going to refine the products there, get all the value there, all the byproducts, and then I will sell refined product to Africa countries. I will even help Rwanda to link a rail line, or Cameroon to link a rail line to Ghana, to anywhere that is close to our place. I don't want to give my decision to this.
Okay, it's enough.
The so-called, hold on. That to a federal republic that doesn't practice federalism. What the hell? Then we are go and look at the roads in those states. In that, if you go to Sapele, you will share tears. Go to Warri, you share tears. Go to all these places.
How many?
Then you are building. Hold on. Then you are building a centenary city in Abuja under Jonathan. Not
All right,
thinking
so
about
forget the centenary city. Yeah, you know that you know that Nigeria has the 9th largest gas reserves in the world. You know, we have close to 6,000 is it cubic meters or whatever they measure, around 6 trillion. But we're the 9th in terms of the pyramid, highest gas depth reserves in the world. So what
yes, and then, but at the end of the day, hold on, water everywhere. Hold on, my Remy, water everywhere, not for somebody to drink. Go to Edo State, go to Delta, go to Port Harcourt, you cannot buy a gas.
Okay, let me quickly chip one thing for you that you guys South you should know. It is not only your South that have oil in Nigeria. There is plenty oil in Ondo and Lagos and Ogun too, and also enough gas. The Southeast, Imo, has the highest deposit for gas, not from your South. So sometimes when you talk, try to also do your own research. So it's not about everything belongs to you. And when you are talking about you have this thing, all those refineries that you see that were being built, some of them were built during Gowon era and Babangida era, during Gowon era. That was not your money. It was the cocoa money and the money from the palm oil and also from the groundnut from the.
Where is the cocoa oil coming from?
Yes. So what I'm just trying to tell you is very simple. At the end of the day, even if you stand alone as a country, you still have to have a lot of bilateral agreement with your neighbor and several countries of the world. It's not just okay, I'm not a country, I'll just sell my gas to any country I like. It does not work that way. No. They will buy something from you. You also have to buy something from them. And at that particular moment, do you have the money? Do you have the expertise? You have so many things you have to put in consideration. It takes years for a country to get steady. It's not easy at the end of the day. You just see it as okay, once you declare our country, then everything will be El Dorado. I beg my brother. At the end of the day, you will discover that major things that happen in your domain is also part of the inefficiency of your leaders there. because they are siphoning the money with the oil cartels or whatever you can call them. So when you are blaming all these people, try and point out your own leader, including yourself too, because everybody is a leader in one sense or the other. So when you poke a finger at them, what about your own people?
All right, thank you, Remy. Back to Prestige.
Yeah. In my final conclusion, I hope that come to fruition. I mean, Tinubu has been going to different countries, looking for investment, but none has materialized. But hopefully, this will be one of them that will materialize. But that notwithstanding, we need to create the enable environment for the investor to come to us, not for us to be lobbying, looking for investors. If the land is not fruitable for the investor to come, so that has to be the bottom line. We have to create the enable environment for we to have foreign investors. So that's my conclusion there. But I'm still skeptical until it actually happen. When it comes to a Nigerian space, I have to wait, not just talk, until something is actualized. That's when I believe, say, okay, this is it. So that's my final conclusion in that space.
All right. Is there anything else you want to speak on before we go on to Remy?
The other nonsense about that so-called whatever
You've not
autopilot.
spoken to us about a new country that has just been birthed with the new country. Do you want to speak to us about the new country with the prime minister?
Well, one man, how I feel. I've spoken it to many platforms. That's not my narrative. My Biafra, yes. I mean, because now I'm beginning to understand what Biafra means. It's just like you say, Yaroduduwa, yeah. So that's in that nutshell. I'm a proponent of one Nigeria. I will say the 100%. If the referendum come today, I will vote against it. But if the majority carry the vote, I have to go with them. That's the way I look at it. I think the problem I have with this nonsense is the methodology. I mean, you are defeating the purpose. It's kind of counterproductive. I mean, you have this nonsense seat at home. I mean, depriving your region. Do you know how much that region has lost? I think I read it the other day. It's about 333 trillion naira they have lost in the last 2 years for this nonsense seat at home. Not just even counting of countless of life lost. I'm not saying it's probably more than that. They are not the one perpetuating all the whole crime or the whole thing happening over that region. But at least if that particular one is stopped, I don't even know if Simon Ekpa, say Simon Ekpa, is gone or they kill him or he's in prison, that's going to stop it. So this is why when I come to any platform, I'm not going to quarrel with anybody because the way people think these days, not just here, even in America, how people think, for whatever cause. So, I mean, if that's what you want, go for it. But the methodology is my main problem. How you want to achieve that? That does not even make any sense. So, one man, tell me, how you going to stay in Finland, and you say you declare Biafra nation? How many percentage of you were there? And you have this AI generated stuff claiming that Flavor was there, P Square was there. I mean,
Did you see the AI generated stuff that they
yes,
did
it is. There's no
the one
Flavor
with
there.
Trump? Did you see the
There's no
Trump
P
one?
Square there. All are AI generated, and people believe it. I'm looking at space. I say, how come some people be gullible? I say, okay, I'm not even gonna waste my time because even that happened in America. People, the way people reason, you just have to respect people way of reasoning. I've come to that conclusion. If you say, the light is there's no light, is dark. Whatever you say, it's just on you. The life, I mean, the world is in a different space right now, not just Nigeria. Okay, the way people think right now. So it kind of we are talking about educated people. People fly from USA to go to that nonsense. I mean, what are you declaring? It's not even validated. Who recognize you?
Prestige. Just on that educated people, you said. I did 2 streams on the Biafran space just in the build up to that convention, and I went on Twitter and I had a look at what was going on there, and I was seeing clips after clips after clips about people going like there was a wave, a sea of people just going into Finland, and then they were all putting out all these clips. We move, and then when I started to look at these people, they struck me as not the typical example of who you imagine the Simon Ekpa followership to be. They sounded like accountants, doctors, lawyers. They are all international, and they've been international for a very long time. They bracketed around about 45 to 60 thereabouts, So people that have been through the cycle so many times. So it struck me then that the followership of this guy, it has a strong, educated middle class base, and that is really that takes us away from being just
one man. Remember, I told you the other time that if a referendum come today, that was like about 6 months ago when I told you, I said they're not even going to gather 10% or 20%. That's what I said. But if you ask me, and I mean, I don't know, I'm not saying it's going to be that, but what I'm seeing, the way people are right now, believe me, this man has captured them. I mean, has captured the people mind. But I said, okay, I'm not going to quarrel with them. Like when I go to Dr. Damage, people like a Kennedy, my son, I don't mean to bring his name. I just use it as an example. The way
Okawaman,
people
you dey
think.
try well. You try well. Make I just ask my brother, man of president. You cannot escape this. Can you tell us the root causes of all this problem? Is it that that place is so peaceful, and then it's so like California, like Hamburg, and then that this will just all of a sudden just jump out and be running mad? Are people not coming to our forest?
I don't
You are
understand that.
not there. You are lucky you are not there yesterday. I want all the Igbos and anybody from South.
No.
Yes.
I'm a
Yeah,
very
man of
progressive
president.
person, okay? I don't
No.
live there.
No. Can you tell me why? Why did this people come? So did they just all of a sudden start to run mad? Are people coming not to RAP and by our people that stealing our yams, bringing their cows to come and eat our yams? What the hell are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? So my brother, don't let me talk to you like all those super guys. You know, say me and one man went to where the hardcore hip hop, hip hop
I don't even know what you're talking about, Tony.
You know. I said that, okay, make I talk to you in a very simple language.
Okay.
Why did the people all of a sudden jump out and be protesting and then do whatever, sit at home? What are the root causes? And then is there any government,
Okay.
is there any government security to take care of that environment and that the people disobey them? Or people are coming to the farm to kill our people, to prevent us from going to the bush? And then bringing their cows to eat our yams that we planted, cocoa yam, and also, all this olubu leaf. So, it's very good for you to come here and try to politically correct because, you want to speak to the people that, my brother, right deep down in your heart, you know that exactly that what Nnamdi Kanu did was right, and what Samekpa is doing is also right. Because if he doesn't take action, who will protect our people? The children, the future generation, they want people to come from the Sahel to come and take over all our bushes. They will be using a livestock ministry, Ruga. Answer that question. Why?
Okay. I think you need to understand the genesis of this Biafran stuff. Okay. I mean, I don't live there, I'm a very progressive, person. So I'm not going to stay here because I live in the West. I'm doing okay, I don't feel how they feel. There's a lot of people feel like that, like being marginalized. I'm not saying they're the only one marginalized. I mean, I don't feel marginalized because I'm not there. I didn't grow up there. So I don't have that kind of mindset they have, like the way they feel. But I feel for them. This is the way they feel. Like you said, you support what Simon Ekpa is doing. I don't. You support one candidate. I didn't like his method.
Before jumping there, before saying there,
sorry,
I
Tony.
asked you the root causes.
I'm going to be shutting down
Okay.
soon.
Yes, sir. Okay, I will let you land. I'll let you land, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Tony,
Thank you,
but
No, I love you, woman. Thank you very much. I respect. I listen to the guy. Let him land.
Okay. I'm telling you, look, this is your opinion. This is why the world is so vast right now. People reason differently. I'm not going to come here and quarrel with you or quarrel any part of my brothers.
Let's put it up to rest. Alice Clear. One man said we should stop because at the end of the day, just stay clear. Stay clear because you're not living there. You are living in California. Okay, just take that place
I
as
have
your
an
home.
opinion. You can't tell me to
Your
stop
opinion
it,
doesn't
Tony.
matter
I have
because
an opinion.
because you are not you don't live there. You said that you already you have to go and play it back. You said that you are not living there. You just
Tony, I don't
you feel
live
sorry for the
there.
people.
Then I
But
respect
I'm living there.
their wish.
My spirit is there. my spirit is there. Even one
I
man's
don't. That's
spirit is there.
okay, Tony. That's okay,
So
Tony.
just
I'm
stay
not
clear
quarreling
and it's
with
good.
you.
So let us do our thing, our own way. Just stay clear. It's okay. Thank you, sir.
No, you can do your thing if you want to support what is going on over there. Support it, but that's you, and I respect your opinion in that. But what I'm saying, this is how I feel. You can't change how I feel, and nobody's gonna change it. That is how I feel. Are they doing I mean, if you want Biafra or you want separation, I know they said they've been shortchanged and everything from the genesis of Biafra. I understand where
It's
they are
okay.
coming
It's
from,
okay. It's
but
okay.
I
It's
thought you
okay,
should
sir.
have
It's
go
not
through it in a
necessary.
different method.
But it's okay. You don't need to answer me because you said that you are not living there. You don't give a damn, but you feel sorry for us. It's okay. But it's okay. Just put the matter to rest, and it's cool.
Tony,
Eh?
don't come here to gaslight me, okay?
Yesterday,
That's
it was
what
saying
you're
you call
doing.
yesterday. No, it was saying you call yesterday. Was it the first day? I warn all the Igbo people. If you come to this platform and try to politically correct, you are a goner. I shall will get rid of you, but you are not. You were not there. But it's okay.
I
Thank
don't
you.
owe anybody to be political correct. What I'm
Thank
saying
you
here
very
is
much. It's
what
okay,
I'm believing
sir.
with my.
You don't do now. You don't do now. They will. Bikonu. Okay. They will.
You're a
Thank you.
very funny. You're a very
Kachifo,
funny character,
Kachifo, Kachifo,
but that's
Kachifo,
all good.
Kachifo. Yeah, my brother Kachifo.
Okay, that's all good. But anyway, final note, one man, like I was saying, I mean, how are you going to stay in a different country and like an autopilot and declare a Biafra? And you think that's going to be, that has been actualized? How's that possible? I mean, this guy has promised, this is my main issue with him. He has promised about 3 times the actualization of Biafra. On 2 occasions, nothing happened. And you saying December 2nd is going to happen. How can you so much believe it? And you go to Finland, I don't know how many people was there, and you declare yourself a republic of, United Republic of Biafra. How's that possible? Who voted for you to do that? I mean, how can that be possible? That's what baffles me and people believing it. I mean, I can understand, they are spreading the news, synthesizing of, the Biafra in a war stage. It's okay. But for people to actually believe that Biafra had been formed, is that not an illusion? This is my issue with that. But if that's how you want to do reason, if that's the way you want to think, it's going to benefit, it's going to make you feel good, power to you. But that's not for me. I'm lost of word about what just transpired in Finland, yesterday or the other day. I mean, they are deceiving people, putting up a fake news. And what's his name? P Square was there, Flavor. None of them was there. Is it not a fake news? Are you not deceiving your gullible people? And they believe it. So, like one man, like you said, the people who are believing it's not like we're talking about people in the village, who their literate level is very low. No, we're talking about educated people, but that's just the world we live right now. It's not only in Nigeria, even in America, the way people think. People are in the world is general is on a different space. So anybody that come, I respect their wish, but I'm express the way I feel, and this is the way I feel. If we can live together, kumbaya, that's fine. Yeah, one man. That's all I have to say on that. Okay.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Prestige. That's man of prestige, of course. Who doesn't know man of prestige? The mighty man himself. The final word goes to Remy, but before we get to Remy, let me highlight what's coming up tomorrow. Doopsy show, of course. Doopsy goes to that space. I don't know if you know what black tax is, prestige, but now Doopsy takes on that topic. It says black tax. Africans in diaspora are fed up with paying for their success by sending money back home. So we've all been. I don't even want to use the word victims, but we've all had experiences of that, where you get that phone call, somebody at death's door, a school fee not being paid, all of that, tugging at the heartstrings to squeeze at your wallet. So Doopsy calls time on that space, and she takes it on tomorrow. Black tax. Africans in diaspora are fed up are fed up with paying for their success by sending money back home. So she takes on that topic, and she will need your input there. So I'm sending the link to that session in the comment section. Click on the link, bookmark it, give it a like, have yourself ready to take on the mighty Doopsy tomorrow. Final word to Remy. Remy, you're up next.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a great opportunity to be here again. And I think I'll start with a meeting between Obi and Atiku or whatever. I think, to me, I think Atiku should just go and rest. If he's not going to rest, if it's the game is just for Obi to be his vice president at the end of the day, then it's an exercise of fertility for Obi to travel the way from Anambra or Lagos to Maiduguri or where this guy is located. Because at the end of the day, it won't work. You have tried more than 6 or 7 times trying to become the president of this country, and people are turning you down. It's high time you just let it go at 80. Come on, this is Nigeria, not even not. So the way I see it, that is one. Another obstacle both of them are going to meet is that which political party are they going to present? Because I don't see PDP giving Atiku their platform again, and I don't think Labour will probably give Obi the platform again. Well, I learned that Show-Me is trying to float another, another political party at the end of the day. Maybe that's what they're hiring. I don't know. But I know that when Show-Me says something like that, I think it's a Atiku man. So probably, and I don't see Atiku really being a very selfish and greedy politician stepping down for Obi. So if I were Obi, I would just try my luck again by myself. But if he's stepping down to be a vice presidential candidate with whatever you got in the last election, I think he will lose a lot of support in this way. That's my opinion. It might not be true, but this is just my opinion. And if he's going to become a vice president, I don't think they will really vote for that, because the northern people, they are not also stupid too. They know that 4 years, another 4 years for them, I mean, totality 8 years, they will be in power in 2031. But if they say, okay, we give it to Atiku, who knows what will happen to Atiku at 80? So nobody wants a situation of Yar'Adua and Jonathan anymore. Anything can happen to an 80-year-old man. That is a lot of years to stay in this world. So whatever, I think if I will be, I will just put Atiku aside, go on my own way, and try to build on the success I have before, if Nigeria will consider him as a president. That and that, I wish them best of luck, but I don't see anything coming out of it. On the tax bill, I think we have already...
Sorry, Remy, before you go into the tax bill, we're still after those 10 people to subscribe. If you're not already subscribed and you have no reasons not to be subscribed, then you have every reason to be subscribed. So if you're not already subscribed, we're looking for 10 new subscribers in the course of this stream. Set us on the way by offering us a subscription. If the subscription button is showing as red on your screen, then you've not yet.
Okay. About the tax bill, I'm quite happy that people that are earning below 1 million, they will pay 0 tax. And if you have a company and you are not generating up to 15 million naira as your income, you're also not going to pay tax. That is good. And they're also reducing corporate tax from about 27 to about 25% and continue to go downward. I think that's a good step for the country. But the most important thing is that Nigeria will be able to be formalized. I mean, things will be done more formally. And this will help the government to really plan their policy for the country. I think that would be a good thing. And I think I will also say that Nigerians should start to read the bill by yourself, get a hand on it, or try to read more. And if you read more, you'll be able to form a very good opinion. And I don't see why every time people just come on the platform just to have a negative opinion or just to criticize the government, not objectively. Because at the end of the day, it's your president, whether you like it or not. It's going to be there for the next 2.5 years. And if he's lucky, if he wins again, it's going to rule you for another 4 years. And if you are telling us that you have never seen what the government have done, that means you are a liar. Everybody can see. You cannot tell me the students are not getting, student loan. You cannot tell us that you cannot see the Lagos Calabar, the fast pace of the road, all over the YouTube, and so many other things this government has been doing. You cannot say that. For the last 3 or 4 months, our external reserve jumped to about $40 billion from about 27 billion. You cannot say you do not see that. And you cannot say you can also say you do not see improvement in security in Nigeria. You don't see that. So sometimes if you want to be coming here because of your political lineage or something, you don't want to say the obvious truth. It's not good. So people just label you the same rhetoric every now and then. If you see something that is good, say it's good. And if you want to criticize more objectively and offer solution. Not every time you just criticize, no solution. If they ask you, what are you going to do if you end up with, you don't have nothing to say? I think that's bad. And then the last one I'm going to talk about, just briefly, everybody have a right to say that, okay, they don't want to be in this country anymore. They want to go their own way. Fine. But one thing, if you want to go away, go peacefully. If you want to go away, don't demarcate the whole country, Nigeria. Because you want to go to your own way. That does mean the other people that want to stay in that country, they are terrible people. It's not good. You go in your own way peacefully. So it's okay with us. So at the end of the day, but the way you guys do it, and then you demarcate the whole country, it's not good news. Because when you demarcate your country, you are demarcating yourself. For example, you are a businessman and you already demarcate your country and you want to do business with another country. Don't you think you already demarcate yourself? If I want to do business with Nigeria and I've seen that they are demarcating Nigeria, I won't do business with you. So sometimes when you demarcate the country, always have it at the back of your mind that you are also demarcating yourself, which is not good for the country and also not good for you. So I will rest here so that any other person want to make an input can go ahead. Thank you, woman. One man is not there.
Oh, I am here. Thank you, Remy. So should we have a quick word from Dewale? I think I see Thomas in the comment section. So if Thomas is coming in, then I can hand over to him. Otherwise, just a few words from Dewale, then we might shut it down. If Thomas is not coming in, Dewale, Obalola, look at Dewale. Just come here and park your car and just take it easy. What's going on?
I've been listening. I'm doing okay. I'm just, just chilling here. I've been listening to everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we all can. I have to comment the audio quality now. It's just so brilliant. All that we have missed from the delights of your contribution, now we get to enjoy it. So what are you looking at in the politics today?
It's nothing much. It's just the same old, same old. I did watch the video of your brother visiting the forefathers or the ancestors, or should I call them ancestors, in Adamawa. I'm trying to wrap my head around the significance of that visit. What signal is that sending to the opposition or to the APC?
It is exactly for the purposes of signaling. That's why he's done it.
I mean, if you are visiting in the capacity of just a friend, I will understand. But when you are now decided to make it public by inviting media and publicizing it, and it's just sort of saying, look, we are open, we are ready, and we'll do whatever it takes.
It's signaling, isn't it? So they're putting it out there. So because they've been romanticizing with each other for a while now. So they are I don't want to use the right phraseology, but they are consummating that sort of romanticizing now with a dinner date. And of course they put out this 1 minute clip signaling to the central space that look, the North and the Southeast are forming this alignment. But that is there's so many questions. Which party will be the conduit for this? It won't be the PDP because the PDP are moving on from Atiku, and it won't be the Labour Party. So are they going to form a new entity? Are they going to look for a special purpose like SDP? But there are two big names. But are they two big names of the past? So a lot of things that are a lot more questions than answers in that space, Dewale.
Definitely, woman. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, great. I said definitely. Even though Obi trying to build a reputation and build name for himself, I do not see them making any inroad much bigger impact in terms of forming an alliance? Because by now, if they are going to be doing that, why making it so public? Why not do your things, underground? But well, he has been his vice presidential candidate before. I think I saw what's his name, the former Otiku's vice presidential candidate as well. Is it Obi? His name is also Obi or something Obi.
Is it Okowa?
No, no. Before Peter
Oh
Obi,
yes, I know who you mean. Yeah, I
I
think it's
forgot his name.
something Obi,
Yeah,
isn't it? Yeah.
yeah. I saw him there too. So I'm thinking maybe you're just trying to, bring all the coalition together and trying to see maybe this time around is trying to find a way to relinquish that, his quest for presidency to no, nothing Gigi, nothing Gigi. It was Ben Obi. Yes, it was Ben Obi, nothing Gigi. It was Ben Obi. I saw him, welcoming. I think Peter Obi at his Atiku's house. But I think the significance of that or the optic itself really will not make any much impact for now. If there's anything they needed to do, they needed to start doing it at least discreetly or underground without even anybody having any idea what's been going on. But I see what actually played out in 2023 playing out in 2025. Is what is going to happen. There will be going to be a division. The center will not hold. One person will not be able to, give the other person it.
You know, if good evening to you. So with that voice, then I'm going to be hand over to you. Bosun Super Chatter, Arogidigba Super Chatter. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Sorry.
Yeah, thank
Carry
you
on.
so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, what I want to ask you is, why do you say not now? There's no time for them anymore. They have to
No,
do
I
something.
mean, I mean, I mean, being public about it. Not that they shouldn't do anything now, but being public about it. Um, I don't see any importance of that for now. Why making it so public? What
But otherwise,
intimidation?
when it's not public, people will not know. People will not know their intention. People that have the intention to run their coalition will be know.
No, they both have their private movement that goes with them. So
Sorry, there's a lot of heavy noise coming from background from somebody.
yeah, it's from me. Sorry, somebody was doing something here, but it's at that stop now. I believe.
Yeah,
Um,
go on. Yeah.
yeah, they have their movement. They have their machinery that work for them. If there's anything they wanted to achieve or wanted to do, those super PACs are the one that will be doing the groundwork for them. In terms of carrying their followers along, I don't think that was going to be a hard stuff to do. It's not that easy to convince the lack of Ekene to, sign out of Labour Party and follow him back to his old house. I'm very sure that it's possible for him to go back to APGA. He will go back as well. As for Atiku, he's been told several times, he's been, you know, they've been given advice, even or solicited from his own party member that he should leave the state while the ovation is still loudest now. So,
Adewale, do you think Atiku is just using his power, veto power, to to undermine the chances of PDP coming back to power? Because I think he's the one holding them down. They could have won the last election.
I think the best option for PDP is for Atiku not to even come in at all because chances is that if he comes this time around, except if he has that money, and I don't know where that money is coming from now. Maybe Delta State. I don't know if Oboweri or what is his name is going to follow suit with his predecessor. I don't know. Is it Oshun that does not even have money at all? I don't know where that money is going to be coming from. And if Atiku is coming in, he better be coming in with a bag loaded with dollars, because these younger people they are going to disgrace him. Remember, Wike is still in PDP, hasn't gone yet. So it's going to be a fight to finish. So Atiku would rather, if he's coming in, make sure he comes in with a bagload of dollars to influence the delegate like they did the last time, and then the rest of the members, especially in the southwest, that turned their back against him. I hope he won't play. I can assure you, it's going to play out anyway. That is what is going to play out. But never say never. Opposition sometimes they say there's no permanent enemy, but permanent interest.
Adewale, do you think Atiku is buoyant enough? It
No,
does not
no,
anymore.
no. But
God.
if there's a foreign influence, if there's a foreign backing, if which
No. It will be very difficult to back him because the age factor is also there. The foreign backer will also look at the perception
that
of
man
Nigeria.
is not looking for two. Is not looking for two terms. That man just want that.
Do you think Nigeria is so stupid that do you think if Atiku is there, he will only spend 4 years? No, he will die there. Okay.
That man. Oh, look, somebody who has been pursuing this for decades, It's not. It's not looking to solve Nigerian problem. He
No.
has had
You don't.
opportunity to.
If you stay a desperado like that, looking for that power for nearly more than 30 years, he has been contested. If he grab it, be rest assured that that guy will do third or fourth term if it's possible. He will die
No,
there. Okay. So
not in Nigeria of today. Maybe
what I'm
Nigeria of
trying to but
1996.
be rest assured that if he gets it, he's not going to spend 4 years. Go and
Yeah,
put it down.
but if you look at Atiku, one mistake we should not make is to guessing or thinking that because of his old age that he will not be able to carry out the job function of a presidency. Don't say that. But
No.
this is Nigeria. Anything can happen.
I have seen a video where people are literally carrying him. Okay.
Yeah, but that comes with
And apart from that,
is it not the same? Is it not the same Atiku that was welcoming Obi that was looking
yeah, that were looking very
sharp?
happy.
Yeah, so we can't actually make that mistake by guessing that because of his age that no. Look, it's about packaging, it's about presentation. The same people that will present him to Nigeria, they will make him look as if, didn't we see Bala Blue and Bala Blue
But
Black?
what I can say now is that no matter how, if they are going to present him, I don't see PDP presenting him because that infighting is very difficult to even settle. That's why they are going for another way around, maybe to form
I
another party
mean,
or to use a special purpose vehicle or whatever.
I don't want to read so much meaning into that August visiting
No,
made
me
for
too.
camera. The
And
reason
I
being is
think
that
Obi is also playing him. Okay, Obi is playing him because
no,
Obi is so desperate.
let's even analyze the obese factor here.
Yes.
What is at stake by going back to PDP? He has followers that are of belief that PDP is uh, uh, a cesspool of criminals and killers and all that. And Obi going back to him, APC will use it against him. This is the same person that disparaged the old party by saying is they are all gang
I
of
know, but
criminals.
do you think his followers care? What they care is
No,
that they don't care where he's going. They
not all
follow
of
him.
them. Not all these followers are the same. Some are following him based on the fact that he's from Southeast. Some are
Yes.
following him thinking that he's going
Majority of
to
the
solve the
supporters
Nigeria
now,
problem.
sorry, Adewale, are from the southeast. All those ones that voted for him because of change or because of peer group, or I don't want old man anymore. I don't want Atiku. I don't want Tinubu. And they see him as okay, he's still young, although he's part of the establishment. Those numbers have waned over the years. Okay.
How would you calculate that the number has went? No, if you go online, if you see what some of these people type, you look. I don't want us to
I'm
get.
telling you, it has waned, and you can see the result
But
from
what I
the.
know is that if it goes back to PDP, it's going to be having a divided followership.
No. If you go back to PGP, you can't get that ticket also. So why go back? It doesn't need to go back to that party. No, that would be a suicidal move.
The party could decide that since it'll be still from the south, They may decide that, you know what, let's just
Let me tell
go
you
and
guys.
package
You
the
guys are making mistake, Adewale. The Nigerians, the way I perceive them, anybody but Tinubu, they vote for the person. They won't care about whether Nigerians. Let me tell you, the kind of love that we have for our country is not a real love. It is based on sentiments. You understand? As it is now, or whoever hated Tinubu, we prefer. In fact, if you go and bring a rogue, a madman, they will vote for the madman. That is it. We don't, and that is why Nigeria is not moving forward. Our criticism, the way we perceive that country is, if it's not, yes.
Simba, Tinubu is not stupid, is not blind, and is not deaf.
And what I'm saying,
I can
that
assure you,
the Obi
right now,
supporters, let me tell you, Obi supporters don't care whether he serve under a criminal or not. They don't mind.
But you know, the dynamic of politics when it comes to that stage of
But Adewale, why don't you think what Simba is saying? Is it not the same Obi followers saying they don't even care if military come back?
Exactly.
They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. They don't just want Tinubu or APC. If they bring madman today, they go vote for him.
Well, let's see the scenario that will lead to the election in 2020.
But the question is that do they have the majority votes?
They don't.
Do they have?
They
No.
don't.
Hey, Simba, do you think that Tinubu will let anybody win? Jagaba of GPT?
No, forget about that. Forget about that. Forget about the word that is. We are talking. Tony,
Nobody can touch him. Nobody can touch him. Hold on, please. I've already spoken earlier on that we should support him to systematically
We are not
disorganize his
talking
country.
about support. We are talking about things that can happen. Forget about. We are not being sentimental. Or we are talking about the way our election, the people, Nigerians, the way they used to vote, the way they used to think. That's what we are talking about now.
I'm with you.
Let me tell you, Tony, hold on.
My brother.
During after the election, we even heard some people that they even prefer Atiku Abubakar, not mindful of the kind of person Atiku Abubakar is. Nigerians don't mind. Let me tell you, Nigerians, the only thing we have to change the way we reason, we have to change the way we do our things. If not, let me tell you, we cannot get it right if you continue the way we are thinking. It's like whatever, even if you see anybody in government, once it's not on your side, you don't like whatever that person is doing is irrelevant. You understand? Out of hatred, let me tell you, just like the way women, Tony, Nigerians behave like women. You understand? If things are good between you and your woman, you are the best man, and whenever anything goes wrong, she will forget everything good that you have done, and she can bring you down. She can even kill you. That's the way Nigerians behave. We are not true.
I get you. That's what the message, the parable you make earlier on, which Adewale did not understand, is that people, when they follow Obi, even though they know that guy is in a state of desperado, they will still follow him. Hold on. There's a bad wagon which that Obi is driving, and it's going to crash land into death, but they will still follow him. And that is what makes the Northerners more sophisticated than us politically, because the Northerners, they don't think about political parties. They will unite. So I'll be advocating, since we started this show today, that for the Southerners to unite, okay, we have to unite. We have to be sophisticated also, or at least try to be sophisticated.
Allow interjection, Tony.
Hold on.
They've hijacked my session from me.
Let me put a word in Adewale. I was going to test him, but Ekene tells us all the time.
Please, Daddy, comment, please. Yeah.
Thanks. Ekene tells us all the time that whatever it takes to remove APC from power, essentially saying to get rid of Tinubu. That's the goal. regardless, just like you said, regardless of what comes in, they will vote for a dog or a cat. Doesn't matter as long as they get rid of Tinubu. And the meeting with Tinubu, Obi, and Atiku, right? I'll say, what could it possibly be other than Atiku telling Tinubu, okay, I will do one term and you take over? What else could it possibly be? You telling me Atiku would meet with Obi to become the vice president? We know that's not going to happen. Anyways, thanks. Go ahead, Edwali.
Okay, thank you. So you are very right because
Tony, please let Adewale continue. Tony, please don't disrupt this section, please. Let Adewale continue, please. Yeah, Adewale.
So, just like I was saying, I mean, you guys are right. All this is just permutation, right? But we will see what will happen. But I haven't even analyzed Obi's side before you guys, especially Tony, took
Yeah,
over.
go on, please. Yeah.
You know, it's like somebody who is climbing the palm tree and he didn't use belt, but he's climbing and keep climbing, thinking that he's gonna get to the pinnacle of it. Look, you only have one shot. After one shot, if you don't get it, your credibility is go to zero. I understand what you guys are talking about. Oh, the obedience want even the devil himself. They want him instead of Tinubu. I can understand that is how politics works. But let's see how the scenario will play out towards the election in 2026. Then we'll now be able to find out who really truly own Nigeria. Somebody said they'll be rigging, huh?
But we've seen this movie before. To what Simba was talking about, it's the same thing that happened in 2015. Even if a goat ran against good luck, that goat will have won. It wasn't because people loved Buhari or they knew it was a terrible individual. It wasn't the best, but the hate they had for good luck was the reason why Buhari won.
No, Babati, I disagree
No,
with you.
the
northern vote.
What pounds at that time is that they thought they are given Jonathan the chance to rule. Because remember, Yaradua died. That was not supposed to be the turn of the South.
Yeah.
No,
died.
But stay with what I'm saying.
Listen, just give me
They
1 minute.
knew. No, you didn't even know where I'm coming from. You didn't even just what I'm saying. The average Nigerian, I mean, if you're old enough, if you had gone through, if you remember the first time of Buhari as the head of state, you knew he wasn't the best. It wasn't going to be the best president for the country. He didn't have what it takes. Okay, but Goodluck was so unpopular. They were willing to vote for anybody but Goodluck. That's why he won. It wasn't because they actually
what led to him being unpopular. What led to him
that's
because they're not completely moved away from him. The North were not supporting him.
There's so many things to it. That time, if they give Jonathan time, then Jonathan would have ruled Nigeria for 10 years. And they don't want it. He has ruled for nearly 6 years. If he win in that 2015, that means he has changed the North.
But I heard that he promised only one time.
Something is very important to them.
Simba, I heard that he only subscribed to one term in the office.
Everybody always promise one time now, isn't it?
No, according to because we all knew what it took for him to even become the acting president and then substantive president. But I heard, I don't know if it is rumor, that he only promised to do one term so that it will equal, I think, 6 to 7 years, 6 years. So, but number one, the Northern vote.
Why did he contest the second time then? If he promised one time, why did he contest the second time? If he promised one.
Yeah, but you know, once you are in office, you know, being a president in Nigeria is like you are an emperor. You are like an emperor when you're a president in Nigeria. So once you taste that power, you want to test the power and see, and you want to know your limitation. Now, the Northern vote were not for what is it called, for Jonathan. They didn't vote for him, but the Southern vote was sure for him. As a matter of fact, Yoruba people made him the president the first time that he was in the office. But you see, the scenario that played out during Jonathan is different from now. Tinubu actually did have the backing of the North. That was the reason why he became president. Now, if he did not, if he doesn't mess up with that vote till 2026, God willing, he will be elected president. Reason being is this: let the southern vote hate as much as they want, but as long as the southwest and the north, I'm talking about the northwest, and is able to do well greatly in the north south, he will become the president. The kind of quagmire that Jonathan found himself is way totally different from what Tinubu is right now. Tinubu has not actually really stepped on toes as far as Nigeria is concerned right now, because one, yes, Nigeria is facing economic hardship, but the elite are not complaining. It's only the downtrodden that are saying, "Oh, he, ha," and yet they are still doing party and buying Shoebi. However, those who do not even love him from day one, I watched Arise News because I always try to replay those their shows. I like to replay it and just to rewatch it. I saw a station that's already determined to bring the administration down by all costs. So whatever it is they're going to do, they will do it just to make sure the man remain unpopular. Two, for those the same set of people that believe Buhari turned to Jubril, they are the same people that are saying they want the devil in place of Tinubu. So we understood that especially the southeast and the south are completely against him. And God so good. They didn't even vote for him the last election, so their vote doesn't count. These voices that are coming from that quarter doesn't really count. Now, the Southwest was there.
It counts, Diwali.
It does. It does. It does.
Yeah, no. It counts in terms of because it takes away vote from the PDP, thereby helping.
No, I mean to hurt his vote. That's why I say it doesn't count. No, whatever voices are coming
help
from
him win, but it help.
I mean,
there's an impact.
They gave the opposition 80-something% of their vote last time, so it doesn't really count. Southwest will still vote for him. That is sure, Bank. I don't know about Oshun. Oshun who decided to, toe the line, but when it comes to
it's Oshun still southwest, so I don't. They don't be like
we should ask Kulata that question. But one thing I know for a fact is that every time I say when you go online, every one of us, maybe we pay this attention, hardly you will come across Northerner making the loud kind of noises that we make, especially within the southern part of the country. Online, they are not. It's as if they are not even on social media, and they are there. They are there.
Adewale, that was the point I was listening to a Northern TikToker. It's a group discussion. I was amazed about how these young Northerners talk. They know more about the tax bill. They are calling their leaders for accountability. Things are changing over there very quickly.
It is. But we always think the world revolves around us in the south. So we are the Nigerians.
And initially, they are like, when they see the outcome of that protest at that time, they were asking themselves questions. How come that they have huge number of people roaming around?
Remy, you people should not make that mistake. The few ones that you see online, they are not the mouthpiece of millions of all those children out there.
I agree. I totally agree with you. But
they don't even have any. Let me tell you, they don't have any impact on what is happening.
But you
don't have.
Right.
Need. Let me tell you, you need to be in the north to know their mentality, to know how uneducated majority of those guys are.
I totally agree with you.
The few ones that you see sporadic ones that they are not the mouthpiece of those people.
I agree with you, but before we don't have this kind of opinion. Before we never hear them talk. But from what I can see, they are malam.
When is your before? Because the social media is bringing them to space. It's bringing that awareness to you. That's why you said before. They've always been like. Let me tell you, they have always been like that.
But Siba, can I ask a direct question? Do you think the voting pattern of Northwest is the same thing as North Central?
When you say North Central, North Central is a mix. And I can give you. Let me tell you, I can divide North Central into 2 or 3. Let me give you, for example. You cannot use a state like Kwara, a state like Kogi, and a state like Benue and Plateau. You can't classify them like Niger or Bauchi. No, Bauchi is even northeast. Bauchi is not all Taraba. Nasa, hey, Bauchi, I mean, Niger, Nasarawa, and somewhere like those ones, they are totally different. They are different categories, and they are Niger is just like Northwest. Niger is like, they behave like a typical Northwestern people.
General Tomo, you should give me also 1 minute now to speak now. I'll be here since the beginning of the program. Please, 1 minute.
Nasarawa is also the same.
Becoming,
but
yeah,
states like
I can come in now. I can come in now.
So, Simba, what you are just trying to say is that their voting pattern is not similar compared to the Northwest, because you are trying to.
No, it's not. It's not similar. It's not similar. Look at the last election now.
So
look at what happened in the last election.
The next question will now be the voting pattern of Northwest with the Northeast. Is this similar?
Remy,
yes.
Can I come in now? Can I come in for 1 minute to support you? To support you, please, sir. Please, sir. Please, I just to cut the long story short.
Tony,
you are very right.
Always be patient.
Hold on. I'm not going to analyze. I'm not going to analyze. Let me just give you points.
Let me tell you this. I will allow you to talk, but always don't always be. You started with one man. We all just came in. You understand? Let us talk.
I understand. I just want to make some impression there, please. So, I want to support Remy. These people, they are having problem because a Santa president is there. You can see what is happening now with the tax bill and everything. I don't know why you guys, if you say, what the hell do you want to do with a country that they will say, okay, it's time for the North, it's time for the South, and then now, no, hold on, please, sir. Ejo. So, the Northerners now, they are using Hausa language, which we don't understand in their social network. And then you guys, the president, we don't understand what they say, come or go. So I don't know when are they try. Let's forget about them. Let's unite with the Igbos. Rather, let us unite with the Igbos. Let us try to calm them down. At least they are using most of our terms.
Unite
they
with Igbo for what?
No, I said we should try to tolerate them. We should tolerate the Igbo so that the Southerners can also unite. Like the Northerners unite.
Who is tolerating who? Who is tolerating who? Okay, you are talking about. Look at let me educate you, Tony. You are talking about Southern. We have the Southern presidents now. So who is to tolerate you? We have a Southern president
that is why the Northerners. That's why the Northerners are crying now. That's why they are crying now. When Buhari was there,
the Southerners are they supporting the same president?
They are supporting Tinubu. They are supporting Tinubu now indirectly.
Who are the Southerners that are supporting Tinubu?
Hold on. All the Southerners are supporting Tinubu indirectly now because of this.
It's not true.
Because of the structure. But let me talk now. Let me talk now. Because you guys like to analyze 1 hour. Person will come the day to go sleep. So what we are saying is that let us see how we can be able to build the bridges. Try to let the Southeasterners know that at least we are better for to be partnered with than those people that doesn't share our system.
With who? Do you bridges with who?
I don't understand what is
with Southeastern
or who? Tolerate the Southeast. The Southwest should tolerate the Southeast so that we
they should go and be begging them, Abby, so that
we can all work together. I don't see that one happening. I think there is a big division between Southwest and Southeast. Unfortunately for us, their obedience played very well in the last dispensation, using ethnic politics a lot.
Remy, I'm just coming from church. I didn't even know what you guys are discussing from earlier on. I
was asking.
Hold on. Okay. Hold on, please. Yeah. Obi meeting with Atiku, their coalition, as they forming new party. That
That's funny.
That's only about the golden fish.
Yeah, the noise is too much from Simba. Yeah, do you hear what are they forming new party or they are coming the same under PDP?
You mean Obi and Atiku?
Yeah.
We
You
are
say
not
it's
really
God's.
talking
Yes,
about
you
that.
say
We
it's
are
God's
just
father.
discussing about
Are we just guessing, or there's a memorandum from them? Are we just guessing?
what what we are trying to say here is that Atiku will be probably just guessing, probably tell you, be my vice president now, and we can all do this thing. Probably telling him that sweet word. I will only spend one time, and then after that, it will be yours. It cannot be more than that. But at the same time, you are also playing with somebody that is very good in politics. So it does not, and they are the ruling party. So, and with how many states in their control. So all of this thing,
Thomas.
yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah.
They are not just playing with somebody who is very good in politics. They are playing with somebody who is dangerous, politically dangerous.
Desperado.
No, look, go and write this thing down. If Atiku take over or a northerner is fielded in the next election, Nigeria is going to break. All things being equal. If the northerner decided to field somebody next year, Nigeria is going to break. Because it's been, if you look at the way some big politicians or those with the loud or the big voice in those parties, the way they talk, in the name of national cohesion, integration, cooperation, just to ensure that the country continue to be in existence. They've been towing that line that look, whatever we do, we should do it in the interest of Nigeria. But for a nation that is already about to be set on fire, you are denying a southwestern presidential position since 1999. And here is another southerner from South is saying, look, I think they should have a shot at this. I will tell you this. If the northerner decided to field another northerner after one of their son finishes 8 years and southern part of the country just only one, and somebody from the north wins that election, I can tell you that the southwestern will mobilize, and that, my friend, is probably going to be the end of that country. So that's why I said Tinubu is dangerous.
Adewale is not going to, it's not going to get to the end.
Let somebody can I talk, please? That's why I think the man is dangerous. And during the Yoruba Nation, he didn't lend his voice per se. He didn't endorse it, and he was not against it. So if that played out, that is probably going to be the end of it. That's what I'm thinking, because for now, nobody should deny the southerner, to be in his presidency for the second time or maybe first time. But if the northerner is now being
Adewale, I understand you. Nigerian, you will come after me. Let me say this. I disagree with you totally. Why do I say that? Buhari did 2 terms. Any party that has brain, 2023, they shouldn't be filled any northerner in the last election. But PDP, as big they are, and you remember all these things we are saying, southerner do 2 times, northerner do 2 times. It's just gentleman agreement. But Buhari did 2 times. Let me finish, Adewale, please.
Okay.
Buhari did 2 times. So what make PDP, if they are not docile and dumb, fielding another northerner, they are one of the biggest party. They shouldn't have fielded Atiku again against Tinubu. So all these things, if northerner come and Nigerians go to break, I do think if the G5 was with Atiku, the last election, Peter Obi didn't raise up his own ugly head, obedient movement. Don't you think Atiku could have won that election? Nigeria is not going to do this.
Atiku should have been the one to win the primary of PDP, going by what you just said about that gentleman agreement. The reason why it didn't work in his favor during that election was because of what I just, talked about. Because having another northerner, replacing a northerner, will have destabilized that country big time. But because they understood that, look, even though this thing is not written in white and black, we still have to come together. We still have to make sure this country remains in existence. So what do? we are going to secede that position to the south. How Southern are going to decide among them, that is their own wahala. If you look at the opposition mainly now, apart from Barao, is it Barao, Jibril Barao, whatever, there's no formidable opposition per se from the northern that has come up, except we are just guessing Atiku will come back again. Because if there will be, by now we'll have been seeing some prominent names being thrown around. But like I said, if another person other than Atiku, of course, PDP will always do whatever they're going to do. But those who will vote, of course, will know who will vote for. It will
No,
have been.
Adewale, if you are following the policies very well.
Remy, let's let. Oh, I want him to talk. He left, so you can go on. Go.
Okay, Adewale, if you are looking at the political terrain now, you will see that PDP already split into 4. Bala Muhammad hold the northern part very well because he wanted to contest for the next election.
No, Bala, yes, that's what I was talking about.
Atiku already see that handwritten on the wall, and the Wike wing, they are the one controlling the NWC and the party chairman. One way now, they are the ones spending this money. Atiku don't spend money now. He only waited till when they are doing primary. That's when. But before that time, they want to kick him out. If they cannot, and they have seen it that they don't want to give it to him, go and write it down. He's going to join another party, and if he join another party, he's going to contest again. It's not going to say I'm done with Nigerian politics. That man he will never stop.
But do you see another land taking over from Tinubu?
No, never. It won't happen. That guy that is there now, he will do everything.
That's what I'm saying.
And all those drunken things around the world is for
it's politically dangerous.
That's now. So he will do everything to make sure that he retains there. Let's use Buhari as an example. The first 4 years of Buhari, the first 1 year, 6 months, he was not in the country, or 8 months. He was totally sick. He didn't perform nothing special. He did not win again. He won. What are we talking about here? And
just let me, out the noise.
The northerner will also look at they will look at what favors them more. Is it to continue in this pattern, or we should continue with a region that want to secede or want to get away from so many things on play? The South are playing their game very well. They are playing to the extent that don't be surprised in 2031 they might be vice presidential candidate, and in the next 8 years you might see another president coming from South again.
It's
and
possible.
if you do a referendum to Nigerians today that, okay, do you want the Southeast to go away? Most Nigerians will say, okay, they can go their way. That's what they want. And they will just let them. But the problem is that, do they want the 5 states to themselves, or they want to put all rivers, Delta, everybody together with them?
No, that brought me to this. Yesterday, Remy, we were so keen in what we are discussing. We forgot some topics yesterday. Finally, Biafra country has been declared in exile. So there's a country called Biafra now, and the prime minister is in jail. Then there's somebody acting for the prime minister of Biafra. Now they have 40 states now already. So
actually, to me, it's the state of confusion. If you talk about it now, some people in the region say, no, we don't have this, we don't have that. We don't know what is really, to be frank with you, I better pass that button to another person to talk about it, because I don't know what to say again. Because I just say,
Remy, hold on. Are these people okay upstairs?
No,
do you think no, they are not okay upstairs. They are not.
So to me, you can secede. You can say you want to go away, but your people, these people are the people you are going to govern. And when you look at that region today, look at how many people are moving from that region to the rest of Nigeria every day. They have not known peace. They are losing economically, mentally. They are not living peacefully.
Remy,
so many, it's. I don't understand it.
Remy and Thomas, where did that conference took place? Where? Which country?
Finland.
Oh, so you want to tell me that somebody who lives in Nigeria take a flight, board a plane, and go to Finland to attend a conference like that.
Yeah.
They are almost there. All of them.
Majority of them there are people in diaspora.
Diaspora, yes, of course now.
So that tells you that they're not in reality with what is on ground back home.
But
actually, what I see is that I'm sorry to say this. I see we in the diaspora are the problem of that country, because when you go to Nigeria, the people are still
They don't have time for us.
They don't have that. But you in the diaspora, you are the one crying foul. They are hungry. They are suffering. But they are going their own normal business.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think the chemists that are open in Ibadan still open. And your average Yoruba man still go to buy medicine from that Igbo guy. That Igbo woman still go to Yoruba market to buy vegetable or whatever. They don't care. But when you go to the diaspora, they will be telling you they have not eaten.
But I said, Boo is still buying ugu from Mama Kennedy.
You know, they are blaming them that how can APC win Edo State with all this suffering? Are you on ground with them? They vote on personality.
It's about personality.
So and then you're blaming them. Why are you blaming them?
Opeholo is a homeboy.
On those state election, clear all the 18 local government, clear like that.
How would they have said that Adetiwa will not win the election? This is an government. This is an incumbent.
And how much does the Labour Party candidate get? They got 1,000 votes or 1,000 plus votes.
Talking about party, you're talking about Labour Party. If you take Labour Party up to Lagos, they are nobody, they are nothing. There's zero. But you know, like I said, those people they don't have it. They are not in their right mind. Those people who congregated and declared the state of Biafra. I didn't watch the conference, but I watched the clip that was.
Adewale, they have fundamental human rights. They have the right to declare whatever they want. But what I am against is the people you are supposed to govern in the future. You are not giving them peace of mind. You are paying them. You are doing all sorts of atrocity. To me, I've never seen this kind of confusion.
I heard their prime minister has been released. Is that true?
I don't know, but I don't want to talk about
it. I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so. It's been charged for terrorism now. It can't be.
Thomas, can you play the link out? It's just for 15 seconds, real quick. It's just for 15 seconds. You mind playing that video?
Yeah, in the comment section. Oh, I don't know how to. I'm still learning. Yeah. What is about the click? Tell us.
No, I can't tell you. I can't tell you. You have to play it.
You can go and watch it by yourself. At the end of the day, I like what Yoruba did. Look at that stupid Yoruba nation people agitating in your state that want to take over the state. Immediately, they ran them up. They demolished them down. They cleared them out immediately. This is nonsensical.
Yoruba Foshi.
Yeah.
By the way, Diwali, did you guys watch the Finland declaration?
I didn't. I only watched the clip that was played.
No. The part that got me that I saw was when they were naming the states of.
There's one funny name they mentioned.
It's like they were naming Calabar, all those.
Yeah, they are harnessing as many places as they could.
So I was following that thing, like when I had.
They want oil. They want that oil too. You go to me, go to not in Edo State.
I was from Ondo State, yes, sir.
I think they harness part of Ondo. I think
they harness part of Ondo. What you make by Lewa?
They went to Edo. They grabbed from Edo and.
That's what I was asking. Are these people okay upstairs? It's just like somebody that that brain touch.
What priest to be here today? They claim all of them, all of them.
They want to rule by intimidation. They want to rule by inserting fear into the people, the subject they are going to be lording themselves over. That is to tell you how twisted-minded these fellows are. Look, you may be fighting for an agitation, or you're fighting for the liberation of your people. How you go about it is what makes it different. In the nation, in the last without counting the likes of Sudan, the lastest country that emerged and got their independence didn't. There was no bloodshed. Look, it has gone beyond that. Any
So what
country now.
happened to South Sudan after independence? Oh my
Well, look, the way I look at it, how you liberate your people is by empowering them. If today the southeastern country turned into El Dorado, a paradise, people will be moving down there. People will shifting attention to the place. But here we have a region that has been abandoned by this. In fact, 80% of those who congregated in that Finland and declared that independence have been gone from Nigeria for donkey years. They have no idea what is going on back home.
Adewale, if they mistakenly even come to Nigeria, they no bond them well, go to the southeast. The same people, the same nonsense.
Do you guys, how many of those guys in Finland that were there for the so-called independence declaration, how many of them do you believe were also Peter Obi supporters during the last elections?
80%.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I don't know, but just guess.
We don't know, but it's going to be like that. It's the same thing, okay?
So that's the thing. Like, you want presidency, you want to break away, you want true federalism. Which one is it? So
the only one, it's only two. You want two things at the same time. They want to go away and they also want to rule you. How can you have the two? You have to go for one. Which one does it pay you well? Maybe go your own way.
There's no way. I'm from the Southwest. I was well trained, well brought up. There's no way I would support somebody who is asking for bloodshed, who is asking for people to buy, and then saying, "Oh, I'm doing this to liberate my people." I can never in my life. I can't even share the same platform with
they buy one police day before yesterday, cold blood. If you saw those video, Adewale, even if they say come for this country, you say which kind of stupid country is this that you are even buying? That policeman they buy now, it could be a Igbo man. No, they don't care. So far as in the uniform of Nigeria,
that's
they
it.
turn them down.
It's stupidity. It is a warp-mindedness. When you have, I always equate them with the alphabet people. Their mind is twisted. They don't know the left and right. So every way is a way for them.
Wale, can you confirm that is it true that Samuel Ekpa really said during his interview that it was not the prime minister and it was just
the
truth?
He said the interrogation in court. He said no, that it was not. It was not even any government. That it was just a member.
Yeah, he said
and people are still following me after that.
They are Mumu people now.
Do whatever it takes
to talk like this, BT.
Do whatever it takes for you not to go to jail, my brother.
Yeah, that is it. But I think you know what?
Is it Takia of the East? I'll be Takia of the East.
The risks that those people that also came here to do that thing. My God, your record in Europe. This is just a way of giving yourself out. If they now sentence this guy, you are also
we should be blaming you. It's you guys that are disturbing Nigeria. You Finlanders. I mean, what did they call you guys?
No. They are doing their right thing. They are doing investigation.
Remy Lobbe now. Remy was there now. Oh, you get
If I were you, I would have gone there.
What I'm just trying to say, Nipe, gbogbo àwọn èèyàn máa sọ yóò
investigative journalist
tó lọ síbẹ̀ yẹn tó lọ jókòó síbẹ̀ yẹn gbogbo wọn máa trace record wọn tó bá tẹ̀lé fi lè convince ọ̀gá wọn báyìí àwọn náà rúgbò ẹ̀sùn yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀ pé yíyù ló ṣì wà so ẹlòmíà regret action ẹ̀ bóyá 5 or 10 years later àbí some few years to this time lábẹ́sìn withdraw kíní wọn tán fún ẹ.
They decline independence in a landlocked area of the country. I wish them good luck.
No, àwọn ò sọ pé landlock ní tàwọn they are telling you that part of Ondo is part of them.
Okay.
Ondo is part of them. Rivers is part of them. Gbogbo ẹ̀ ní tuntun wọn.
Okay. But Yanabambe. Somebody need to speak. See, I know some people are sitting on the edge, with their hand folded, watching both sides where this thing is going to end. So if it hands on the side of Biafra, they will say, "Oh, thank God we didn't use our mouth to coverize ourselves." So Biafra, here we go. And if it hand badly, oh well, thank God we didn't say much that government would not come after us. Well, so
Actually, to be frank, with all this wahala in that country, sometimes I just feel they can come and clean it. They just then everybody just goes
it is
peacefully.
just stupidity. Look, if every single one of those people in that auditorium, in that conference, contributed at least, let's say, $100 and
More
use
than
that,
that, are they not going to stay in
no, no, no,
hotel?
no,
Are they
no,
not flight
and
tickets?
use that money, and no, 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 and use that money, plowing back into that society to the southeast to build factory, to empower people. I bet you in the next 1 year or two that nobody is going to remember any agitation. It's about financial freedom. It's about economic freedom. Right? All your hopes and administration are placed on the government, but the government is not forthcoming. You are not even questioning your own local government. I'm talking about the government closer to you, which is the state and the local government. But all your agitations is, towards the federal government. Now, federal government can't do everything for you. Okay, let's believe that government, federal government present in the southeast is not as much as what it is in the southwest, and government has neglected that side for a very very long time. Let's just agree. But in these days and era, communities are rising up to help themselves and empower themselves. Tomorrow, Sunday, I will be attending a meeting, a community development meeting in my hometown, where projects will be discussed, where how we are going to finance this will be discussed. Those are the things people are doing now because government cannot be everywhere. So when you help government to help yourself, the impact or the negative impact will not that much. And for crying out loud, if every single one of them use their money to plow back to that society to build businesses for them, I tell you, there will be no need for agitation. But because they've been out of the country and they are the ones financing and pumping those money. Do you know how much money it costs to propagate this propaganda?
But you also have to look at it from how some people are enriching their pocket as well.
Of course, those people who are the one kind out, of course they will be
Or because
putting money in their pocket.
they will be
But
wearing
it's a
designers.
huge financial backing, huge. I mean, those who are in charge of ammunition are in charge of ammunition, and they are bringing it in. They are bringing bullets. They are bringing. I mean, it's a lot
I
of
think at
money.
Adewale,
the end of
Remy, sorry. Adewale, I saw sophisticated weapons with this guy. Sophisticated ones. So how are they getting this? Is it not from this donation?
do you think if Nigerian government want to do something they have been doing in the northeast, if they do it in the southeast, in that small area of land, do you think a lot of people will die if you use fighter jets?
Yeah, but I mean, you know why they don't
That's
want
why
to
they don't want to do that.
they don't want to reopen old wounds again, and the
Yes,
whole
they
with
don't
their
want to
country.
do. That's
That's
why
why.
they try to
Ordinarily, they should have moved in and just done what
and
they
just
need to.
but at the end of the day, they will turn it to another thing, propaganda. That's why they are very cautious in their move.
But Remy, the five eastern states is still under Nigerian government. They can't fold
Oh,
down, and these guys are just buying people like this.
Okay,
They
Thomas,
can't
let me
do
ask
that.
you one question. Who do you think, which region, with all their activities, which people are bearing the brunt of all what they are doing now? Who is suffering?
If there are people, yeah.
So they just let them now. At least they said they have money. Continue to do that. That thing in the next 10 or 20 years, it will be very difficult to.
they they
You want to
interview
liberate your people, and at the
they,
same time, you are also doing a lot of blah 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 to your people. I don't get it.
Remini, they interviewed the governor of Samfara State. I think it was on Arise News or Channel. If I'm not so sure. They're asking him. The man himself confessed or confirmed that they know where those guys, those bandits, were hiding. They know their hideout. They know everything about them. They live among the community. They, they're interwoven and all that. So the interviewer asked, why haven't they go after them? And he replied, well, it's not a function of the state, but the federal government ability to weigh them off and to fish them out in the society. So what that means is this: every state, every region understood the terrain and the security impact in those areas, but decided to leave it for the government. However, those people that are backing those perpetrators at the state level, they are the politicians from those states, from those regions. They are the one financing them. And yet, the federal government couldn't do much for them because they control their own ground. It's about being local. They know what these people are doing. They can't tell me that they don't know those zero autopilot or iPod, whatever they call themselves these days. All
What I
those,
just think is, at the end of the day, if it's not going to work, everybody will go for TV.
You know, Adewale, we just like to be lie to ourselves. Let me tell you this. Any society where you see criminality growing and thriving is just a reflection of the people. That example that you just gave me, that somebody said they live among them, and they said it's because of responsibility of the government. That's not true. If people like it, they encourage it. If people, let me tell you, there's no amount of weapon or soldiers that you can have, security. If a kind of criminality is existing in the environment and the people that live there are not ready to curb it, there's nothing you can do with it. There is nothing.
Adewale, before you respond, please, Simba, listen to this. The last video I watched, they were buying police, burning police car. Those guys are like 8 of them with sophisticated AK-47. People there were not running away. I mean, the community, they were just there looking at them like they were shooting guns. Nobody run away. People were just in the front of their house looking at them. Those guys did not cover their faces, so they know them. They like it.
unknown government.
Simba, do you know what I'm saying? They are shooting guns. People are not running away.
Ravaging the north. They marry them. They give their daughters to them. They do a shower with them. They collect money. They supply them food. They give them everything that they need to thrive. So what are we talking about?
The question I want to ask is this. Let's assume they get their contract right. So anybody that remain in the rest part of Nigeria and they are from
Let me tell you, if you give the northerners, if they have their own country, they will stop all this rubbish.
Yes. So it's better everybody just have their own way.
Everybody is just treating that country like...
I don't know why all this wahala.
That is it.
If it cannot
As
live
things stand
together,
today, Southwest is the most peaceful in Nigeria today.
The question I want to
ask you, let me ask you. Let me say, Adewale, you are Yoruba. Why do you think Southwest is the most peaceful?
It has always been peaceful.
No, it's not. That is not an answer now. Why are you talking like somebody is sleeping?
The people there.
It's the people. Let me tell you, the Yoruba culture does not encourage criminality. No. If you are the one, they will expose you.
They will expose you. Your neighbor immediately will expose you.
Simba, right? They will accuse you of ethnic supremacy on the platform very soon. People cannot.
And let them do it.
One thing about Yoruba people is this: if they don't accuse you frontally, they will accuse your children. They will tell you that your father is a thief.
They know.
And all your family members are in trouble.
But Remy, do you know why that works though? At the core of it is because I've said before on the platform, what makes it work in the South is because culture supersedes religion. That is the magic trick. Because even if you're a Muslim or Christian, everybody here has a Muslim family member or Christian family or church. We all do. So culture still supersedes religion. That's the only reason why we're peaceful. The day you start doing religious fundamentalism, that thing will be over. So as long as culture is still supreme over everything else,
and Babati, they like their peace. They like peace. Yoruba people like peace. So
no. Remember in Lagos when Badibo was doing this anti-Oro thing. Even the born again was saying, even though I don't do Oro, they still give them respect. Like this is our culture. So even if you don't practice most, you will still respect the culture of the land. That is what has kept that place peaceful. That is it. Can you show up some of these people? No, it's just that we have that.
And Babati, I can say the people too there, they want peace. They want peace, so Yoruba like peace, so nobody wants to die in Yoruba land, though.
Funny enough, some people think that liking peace is a sign of weakness, which is very funny to me. They think because you don't want to just fight all the time, they think you're a coward or whatever they call the Southwest. No, it's wisdom. Even the Holy Text tells you to be as wise as a serpent. To be wise. Don't just jump the gun every time.
That was why I said earlier that if the Yoruba decided or being denied of presidency and they decided if had enough they are moving, I tell you that will be the end of that country. That will be the end of that country.
As it stands today, even if they get their Biafra land and we want to divide the country, let us do it peacefully. Everybody go their own way. And if you are a Yoruba guy living in the north or east, come back to your hometown.
But in the constitution,
you go and get their resident permit to stay there.
Remy, in the constitution, it is illegal to ask for cessation from the country. Remember, the clause at first was debated, and the Southwest wanted that included in the constitution, the one that was adopted, the one we are using it today. And the military continued with that tradition. That
I understand you. I understand you. But their senators, their rep member, and their governors can come together. If that, because at the end of the day,
who is going to come together?
Listen. Their governors are pretending that they don't know what is happening, and they knew what is happening. And then I don't know why you, as a governor of your state in that place, and a lot of atrocities are happening, and you call yourself a governor. I don't understand it. If that is what majority of your people want, all of you leaders, senators, rep, governor, come together. Go and talk to their National Assembly. We want to give away. They will give it to you. Let them have a referendum. Let them just go their own peaceful way. But the problem is that only their 5 states go away. But if you are trying to tell, okay, we want Ondo, we Ondo people, we are not part of you. And if they don't want to be part of you, then they go along with you. So I think that would be easy.
Why are you talking like this? Are you trying to?
I'm trying to say Ondo is not
Are you trying to? Are you tying to rapper in Ondo State? In Africa, because anywhere they are tying to rapper is their land. By far, you become.
I'm trying to say we
let them continue. There's always a beginning and the end for everything. Hopefully,
they were actually selling their properties during that convention. Come and buy land in the new Biafra for 40,000.
Wow, what a ridiculous set of people! And they said,
this is
somebody said
100K.
Somebody said, "Oh, the age for Igbo is real on this show." No, we speak reality. Okay, we talk senses to each other.
That is their go-to. That is their go-to. Yeah.
On this channel, we've had people that supported Odua Nation, but I tell you, majority did not support. And when some charlatans rose up and they said, "Oh, they want to wage war, they want to liberate, they want to start, behaving somehow," they were crushed like chicken.
Their
beauty was also crushed.
Those people are not evil. Those people are Yoruba
people. I see you. You are with your hero.
So it's about being commonsensical. Okay, we don't encourage any moronic idea.
The Yoruba hates Igbo, but last election they voted for Peter Obi. Can you imagine that?
That's politics, but they still haven't.
Thomas, you see that election? It's an eye opener for Yoruba too. Yoruba always say, "I'm Omoluabi." They are the one that knows everything all. And when they voted for that guy, what did that guy say recently about Yoruba people? That have them right. What did he say? Look at Peter Obi. What did he say? So you can see they were championing him, especially in Lagos. All those young guys. Now, what do they get out of it at the end of the day? Is it not insult and cursing them? And even the person you voted for also came out and spewing rubbish at the end of the day.
The reality is
this. Right. Why they kept their own vote in their region 95% for their guy. And then you are saying, "Oh, we don't
even want to.
We are this, we are that." What did you get?
I don't want to touch the political aspect of it, but the reality is this. Look, if today they were granted their wish and everybody move and they become Biafra as they claim, you see, that sickness and diseases that is following Nigeria will still follow them to that Biafra. Because that same set of people that will be loading themselves over you and nursing and earmarking all the resources of the land to take care of themselves and their family, same set of people will still be there. So it's in the culture, it's in the blood. So if you think that, because you are declared a nation or you are granted your independence, then your life is going to change overnight, I guarantee you, it won't even take a month before that regression will come and everybody will be saying we should have gone back to Nigeria. Because the same thing will continue to happen. It's in us, the black people, when it comes to leadership. We can never get it right.
But Adewale, if we are practicing a kind of regional system, which I don't totally subscribe to, but if we are practicing it, I think we'll be able to control our environment. We'll be able to take our policy. So no wahala. Everybody stay in their lane. If you want to come and do your business in Lagos or your Ibadan, these are our rules and regulations. You follow it. If you want to go and do business in
I don't see that happening anymore.
Everybody follow it.
I don't see the original thing happening anymore. We've gone past
I think it's outdated. And if we want state resources,
apart from that,
control, they don't want it also.
Apart from that, in the region, we have different states. Everybody's trying to have their own identity. Everybody's trying to do whatever the pleases. And this time around, even in the old Western region, apart from Ibadan, tell me where you have the presence of the region the most. It was concentrated in Ibadan. Even the man himself from Ikene, his hometown was not as developed as Ibadan, because the focus in that Ibadan to build and to establish, and the only thing is education was made free for everybody.
But Adewale, don't you think if we continue to practice that kind of government till today, they will have developed a lot of small city, or at least
everything. No doubt, Southwest would have been a darling of every region.
All over the federation, everybody will develop at their own pace
because there was a healthy competition.
This complaint, at least, die a little bit.
Do you know that's what is happening in the United Arab Emirates? Each emirate is developing at their own pace.
Yes.
But of them are relaxing.
But is that competitive? That's what is keeping that place. Because when one place does something, like when they build a tower now, the other one wants to do the same thing. One hosts the World Cup, the other one wants to host the World Cup. The third now wants to host it. So that competition is what keeps them going.
Exactly.
Adewale, have you ever traveled on Etihad Airways?
Etihad, yeah, that was the first one I flew to.
My first time of entering Airbus A380, that was that plane. And you know what happened to me that day? As I entered through the plane, I went upstairs. I thought that is where my seat would be. And I saw first class. I was so happy. Am I going to stay here? They showed us a boarding pass. They now told me I'm downstairs. That was the first time in my life that a plane can have upstairs and downstairs. When I go to downstairs, economic class, okay?
You
So
know,
yeah, those people, they are gone.
it works for them.
Well, about one man couldn't joke with me.
The Emirate of Sharjah
it's a very beautiful place.
is not as developed as Abu Dhabi or Dubai.
Yes.
And the religious
Abu
rule,
Dhabi is the capital city.
the religious rule in Sharjah is a little bit stricter than Abu Dhabi or Dubai. So all this thing comes to play when it comes to development. And people know if you are going to the United Arab Emirates now and you first landed in Sharjah, there's some things you cannot do that you can easily get away with in Dubai. So all these things, I mean, look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They too are, relaxing some of their rules.
They have to,
So
because they cannot rely
society
on
is
cash money and
changing.
oil alone.
Now, if we go back to regional system, corruption has eaten so deeply into our fabric that every single one will be collecting gunje left and right. In fact, they will deny their own grandparents.
But if you go to that regional government, at least you can point this Adewale, your family are so corrupt, everything is about Abuja from
No, see, it's
no
like
more something like
we
before.
are at the state level. We still could not have a grip of ourselves. Now, when we are in a region which is even more bigger in terms of scope, now everything will go scatter, scatter. But in terms of using parliamentary system of government as a regional government, that will make it more transparent. But if we be using the same format, this same presidential format, where we will still have one sole administrator at the level, at the regional or state level, it's going to be very, very difficult because that one person.
But Adewale, do you think the rest of Nigeria will accept total resource control?
For the region or for the state?
For the state.
Ah,
That is why
no,
some of these people are saying they don't want that new
no,
tax bill. They don't want
no,
it because
no.
they don't want to work. They
Those
want the
people
status quo to
they are the
remain.
most stupid people I've
Yeah, they
ever
want the
seen.
status quo to remain. Sit down, collect all this money, and then share it as you like.
They didn't
So
want to
it's easy
listen.
for everybody to become a governor that way. But let's say you control your state resources. It will be very difficult to say you want to become a governor because it's going to be a hell of a job.
I heard an argument about that tax reform about where the company is domiciled is where the VAT is going to go, and in my head I was like, no, where the services the product is being consumed is where they're going to receive 60%. Now here's the deal: in America, because we mirror our system against America, and gradually we are kind of snowballing into a capitalist system, a full-fledged capitalist system where everything is about credit. Now, here is a deal. When in America, you have states where those companies are domiciled. But when you have a state like Ocean State, Ekiti State, Plateau State, when you have companies that decided, okay, they pay less taxes in those places, they could move their headquarters to those states. But because Lagos is the center of, I mean, of commercial activities in Nigeria, so that's why a lot of them moved to Lagos. Look at Elon Musk. He moved his company from California to Texas. In fact, it's almost overtaking a whole village here in Texas. So what am I saying is that Texas gave him some good incentives, and he decided, you know what, I think it's the best option. As a matter of fact, what do you call them?
Adewale, give me 1 sec. Just quick advertisement. Yeah, please. If you are not subscribed, please subscribe, like, and share. And also, we are having Gypsy section. Please, yeah, bookmark it. Yeah, I think one man sent the link on the app before. Maybe we will resend it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, go on,
If
Adewale.
Dupsy want us to come, he should not come and bully us and harassing us.
She doesn't harass now.
I don't
Gypsy
know
is
why
back.
you
I
always
know
harass. I don't know why. You always like to harass him.
So So if the state, if the company, if MTN decided to move their company from Lagos to Calabar, it suits them because they pay less taxes in Calabar, or Calabar or the state, offer them a very
But
good
wait. Don't make because you people you are these American people. You always think that everything
no,
should be structured the way
well,
it is
no,
structured in America. No, wait,
telling
Adewale.
you already, but
Our
I'm
tax
telling you,
law is not state. It's not about state.
you don't get what I'm saying. I said this reform, what is included in the bill, that about the VAT, they're talking about where the company is domiciled and where it goes. However, where it's consumed the most is where they're going to get like 60%. And they are scared that for most of the companies are domiciled in Lagos. So Lagos will get a chunk of the money per se. But I'm saying that look, some moribund states could as well offer good incentives to this company for them to move their company to their state.
But what I'm
It
saying is that
guarantees that.
the way the tax law is structured in Nigeria, there's a certain tax that goes to federal government, there are certain tax that goes to states. You understand? I don't think company tax goes to states.
Not income tax. I'm talking about VAT in particular.
Okay. And but
VAT.
so okay, the VAT is federal now.
Yes.
Is not they don't have variation according to state. So if you say okay, the VAT in your state, okay, so you are talking about that form of tax that can make the company to come to their state. Is that what you are talking about?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That,
But
that means that means those states then have to then find a way to attract those companies to their
no.
states, and also they also have to then invest on value chain programs for let's say for this Bagu guy in the state now doing a good job with agriculture. He cannot stop at just producing those crops. He then has to say, okay, oh, Simba, Prince Daddy, and Thomas, and everybody, bring your manufacturing plant. I have the crops ready for you to process. So now has to give. Okay, I will give you. Free. You can say, okay, I have a free manufacturing zone. I will give you the land for free. I will build the roads around that place for free. I will do the wiring of the watering system, electricity. I will help you build all that for free. Just come in, move in. I have it ready for you to come in. And if you come in for the next 5 years, if you employ people from my state, and
Yeah.
I will give you tax assistance for 10 years, but
Exactly.
you will also partner with the state university to train people of what you need in your companies. So
But
those kind of
Baptiste,
things.
you should have said this thing to your governor, man. That
Uh,
man,
was to give up loading him, I worry.
you
So
should.
so
This thing should have been said to
that kind
his
of
person
state,
resign.
that kind of state, you should have at least a state university of agriculture. Could
The
imagine.
northern governors are scared that they are not going to get more funding for
So,
themselves.
but that feeding bottle federalism is over. That is done.
That's what I was saying. That we are now operating uh, uh, a system that every state will now be in charge of their own destiny. So, if you are created with no silver spoon in your mouth, you go and look for a wooden spoon now, or is there anything of diamond spoon now? The era of okay, here is it every month, let's get something from it. It's gonna be gone because even though we can't go back to regional system, but we still have to have something that will promote healthy, competitive system or culture. Because right now everybody's just going to Abuja at the end of the month to just go and get it. Okay, yeah, and perhaps tax system in Nigeria is completely is in comatose. It's nothing to write home about. And thank God everything is going to be through technology. The direct contact will be limited so that everybody will be accounted, everybody will be traced and tracked. To me, it's a great reform. I just don't understand why the northern people, um, especially their governance,
I also think the reason why they're against is that they will lose their control. They will lose it
perhaps.
because it's like a kind of a free money. And when they get that allocation, they share it among their senator, governor, and
I mean, what is the fair there? If the PDP come back, if they're able to revive the party and they become majority in the Senate, they can still go back to it and change it.
It's going to be very difficult for PDP to come back right now.
I mean, they were trailing APC during the last election.
No.
So,
Tinubu, no matter what happened, no matter what is transpiring in Nigeria today, we don't have a lot of crises like Boko Haram bombing all over.
No, we don't. We don't.
Nigeria is relatively peaceful now, except some attacks. In totality,
even look at the level of kidnapping that was going on during the Buhari stand. That has no longer.
You cannot believe all these recreational activities going on in Lagos, all this water theme park. They are so beautiful. Nigerians are enjoying themselves. It's only in the diaspora that they see Nigerians dying every day. They are suffering every day. But when they show video of people in Nigeria, you will see them going about their daily business. They have reserved their fate. Nigerians, they know the truth. They are not stupid people. They know that the country has been messed up several years. And they need a turnaround. No matter what happens, we need that turnaround in that country. For the first time, Nigeria, we have been living a subsidized lifestyle for a long time.
Remy, I watch Arise News, okay? I typically call them a sleep TV. I watch them and they're almighty Rufai saying, together with Ruben Abati, that whoever takes charge of this country will face a huge wahala. And they started listing the type of problem that they're going to encounter. We were living a reckless life before, a spoon-feeding kind of economy, lifestyle, where government is subsidizing. Government is coming in at this because we have a deficit here. Who run government that way? You cannot. Even at the macro level, at our own personal finance level, you can't run your household like that. You go bankrupt.
You know, there is a...
Okay, so the truth is there were about 4 bills. Barring anything, the Senate will pass that tax bill, and it's as good as a done deal. Because yesterday, after all the Order 12 rule book scenario that Ali Ndume and Nengi tried to do to be able to disrupt the people coming in, and it was because the likes of Taiwo, Idele, and Zacchaeus Adediji and the likes were coming in to the place to come and make clarification and explanation, and that's why they put that forward. So once, kudos to Bamdele, MOB, and other senators out there that stood their ground, and also Jibrin Barral, that stood his ground. Because you see, you cannot have an argument in the Senate, and real dramatics personnel in that argument are not made to come and enunciate their views. It is only fair to hear all sides. So I didn't support that drama by Ndume yesterday. Yes, I know what he's talking about, the rule book. But for us to be able to get clarity as regards the tax matters, you should be able to allow the likes of them Oyedele to be able to come into the hall, and they will be grilled, and they'll be able to make their presentation. And maybe like he knew that their presentation was going to sway people yesterday, that's why he was, saying all of that to try to block it, but it was overruled by Barral. And their presentation did sway a lot of people yesterday. And that's what has happened as regards this tax, law. The 4 bills there are very clear. What are some of the components of this bill? It's going to deal a lot with corporate taxing. Yes, 15% will be taxed for profits or corporations. But also, this tax rule is very sensitive enough to understand that business make losses. So all the minimum tax threshold that businesses are ought to pay when they make losses will not be paid. And which is a welcome development, because we keep talking about the fact that government doesn't provide for a lot for businesses, and when they have problems, even in their losses, you are haggling them with all sorts of taxes. And that's a welcome development. Secondly, he talked about the fact that the tax is one for the poor, and it was empirical in his fact. He said those that earn about 1 million threshold, which is one of the highest in Africa, will not pay taxes. So those that earn cumulatively 800,000 naira a year, plus an extra 200,000 they pay for rent, will not pay, that income tax threshold. But obviously, those that earn higher will be able to pay higher on the income tax threshold. But my grouse has always been, hope all what we collect in these taxes, we use it to subsidize life for the poor. Because that's the way it works in other countries. But in this country, the rich gets richer, they don't even pay taxes. I think the very first person that tried to have conversations about taxation in recent time was the former Minister of Finance, when the one that was, Kemi Adeosun, and she made a very startling revelation that says not up to, in a country where they say a lot of billionaires, not up to 100 people pay over 20 million naira income taxes in this country. And it was a big revelation when they made that revelation there. And we see a lot of private jets here and there and all of that. This was the same country that a leader once said, the fact that the country is growing was because there was a lot of private jets owned by Nigerians somewhere. But the truth has to be said, people were not paying their fair share in taxes. So that point now has been clarified. Also, it goes further to talk about the VAT, which is a contentious, and I get the argument from most parts, a certain part of this country. Because we have not seen a great production and consumption threshold from that part. This is the same part where we hear that some religious police destroy a lot of alcohol. And alcohol presents about 2% to the VAT, and you destroy that. So if you do not consume effectively, you cannot get your equitable share for not consuming the tax system. So it's only clear and clear. I even think, and kudos to Taiwo Edele on it, I might disagree with him on another thing. I even think to a large extent, this will spur a great deal of consumption. So governors in these states that are not meeting the threshold of consumption will buckle up and be able to ensure they create consumption. And how can they do it easily? Tourism potential. There are many tourism potentials in the north that has not been tapped into. I mean, I don't know why today around the Mambila Plateau area, cable cars have not been built. They can't build resort hills and mountains around the Mambila area. That will be able to bring in a lot of influx of people, and it will bring about tourism potential. Look at the Yankari Games reserves. Look at other natural resources. So it's about spurring productivity in this area. And most importantly, he talked about harmonization of creation of new tax offices and all of that, and harmonization of the hitherto existing bills. I think for further reading, a lot of Nigerians will also go and study the bill even better. But barring any last-minute changes, it's going to go through in the Senate. And this is another way for President Tinubu. And in terms of consultation, give it to Taiwo Oyedele. He made his wide consultation. People were represented on this body. He's been at this since his administration started. And let us only see. See, any tax bill obviously will be up for reviews. If people have other considerations, they should be able to itemize this consideration and put in the review when it finally pushes on.
Well, first, let me deal with the issue that occurred yesterday at the Senate. There have been
you made one assertion there that almost 60% of the billionaires or the companies doesn't pay a company income tax. That is not true. That is not true. I handled company income tax remittance when I was in Nigeria then. I remember when I used to submit manifest to the Federal Revenue and CBN there on daily basis, and I came across some prominent names. Some of the companies that never even knew that they were actually making a kill. They were actually, in that threshold. So, I mean, I'm talking about something of 16, 15 years ago anyway. But the status of billionaire is something else.
If they are doing it, if they are doing it then, what will make them stop now?
No. What I'm saying is that they pay them because the Federal Revenue do audit some companies, and sometimes it comes to a deal and arrive at a figure, and that they make that payment. But there are some companies that, of course, they maintain their integrity.
Adewale, what can you say about the religious bodies? All those pastors that are flying free jets around, they should be taxed also, because they are the ones that even have the loudest mouth.
Okay, that even make it more complicated, because if those jets are registered or their companies are registered under religion, humanitarian category, it makes it difficult for them to be tasked. But if they subject the aircrafts to commercial businesses,
okay. Let me give you, for example, they have businesses that they are running. They are not just religious houses. They have schools, they have universities, they have.
Okay, those ones.
They'll be paying tax on that. Isn't it? They'll be paying tax on that. Yeah.
this entity will be taxed as long as, because look, business
Yeah, but they are named, all these things are also named after religious houses. Redeemer
no.
University,
A
Covenant
school
University.
is for profits.
It's for profit sake. Now they collect salary,
It's
they
not
collect school fees.
for religion purpose. So they
Okay,
will pay tax.
the people that are working in those religious houses, they collect salary. Would they pay salary? Would they pay income tax?
Yes,
They
yes.
are paid. They should pay tax.
Like I
Yes.
said, those
So
schools.
so what about the general overseer? What will he pay?
Okay, the Union officer may not pay taxes because no. They are separate. They are
Silva,
separate.
Adewale, do you see why Sipa is trying to pin you? He's
No,
trying to pin you to the corner.
don't mind Simba. Those entities are separate. When you have a religion entity and then the business aspect of that religion entity, they will pay taxes on those enterprises, those businesses. But when it comes to the church itself, what they are doing for the humanitarian, they will not pay taxes on that. For the
Yeah.
workers in the church, they will pay taxes. But the clergyman himself, well, let me take that back. I'm not so sure if the workers in the church will pay taxes, but for those who work in those institutions like schools and banks and all that,
Why? Why?
belong to church,
Why?
because they are it's
So, and the worker, wait, the worker in the church that receives salary probably more than even the people. Okay, let me give for example. What was the name of this guy that Oyedepo removed? This is second in command that he removed
Abioye.
few weeks ago.
Abioye.
Abioye. Do you know how much he was collecting as salary every
There
month?
were two though. There were two. I don't know.
Aremu is the second
Yeah,
one.
Aremu, yes.
Abioye was collecting over 3 million naira monthly as salary.
Yeah.
So do you want such a person to just go free and not paying tax?
Okay. It's a little bit complicated because if you belong to the religion body, you don't pay tax. You're not expected to pay
You
tax.
don't pay company, but the people that are working
Yeah, but
and
because
receiving salary supposed to pay income tax.
well, yeah, they're supposed to. You're right on that one.
Yeah.
But the religion body itself will not pay income tax because it's not for profit making. You get what I'm saying?
But what the workers supposed to pay income tax?
You are right on that one. You're on top of the money on that one. They're supposed to because they're earning a living from it. But however, the itself not supposed to be paying income tax because it's not for profit. But any other subsidiary coming from that body, from that non business venture, especially the schools and universities and hospitals and chartered flight,
They do pure water. They have pure water company.
they
So
or
many.
selling snake oils or selling handkerchief, or you're supposed to pay taxes on that, on those ones. So you're right. The likes of Ayo Shijafo, even Adeboye owning a private jet, they lease it out because they don't use it all the time. So those times that they are not using it for the humanitarian purpose, that means they are making money for it.
Jonathan was giving them rebates then. That's why they love Jonathan.
They were even
By
using
parking
it to
their plane
London.
in
They
They
were
are using
using
it free, no rebates. They are
to
not paying
London
anything.
They are
to
not paying.
London money. Yeah, you can imagine a country like that. Everything is free. Of course, we are producing oil. We should be getting the oil at the reduced price. So the production of that product the government should have borne it, right? Oh, government has to pay. So what would you pay? Nothing. So who will borne it? The government that will have to take that burden, right? That's what we've been spoiled in Nigeria, and government deliberately spoiled because just to say, oh, and that is a sign of third world countries where everything has to be handed down, and that is why majority of them pocket the money. Look, if people are paying tax money, Simba, and they don't rely on one natural resources to foot the bill, people will be sweating blood on the streets. They will be saying, hey, it is taxpayers' money to pay your salary. But of course, we are tapping resources from Niger Delta to put some of these things. So who cares anyway? So you can pocket it, you pocket it. But if you are paying taxes to pay
the teachers, to pay police officers, to pay army. Look, they will
And
answer for you.
when they started all this subsidy of a thing in the 70s, they just did all those things to just keep the mouth of the citizens shut.
The militaries did that. The military did that deliberately, just so that they will be in the good book of everybody. Was it not on this show when Babajale Koko was pressing the era of what do you call it, Britala, Go On, and all the rest? Oh, we had a good time. We were doing okay.
No, Baba yẹn kò ń parọ́ fún wa ni, ó ń parọ́
It
fún wa
was
ni.
free. This and that. I said,
Àgbàlagbà ò kí ń parọ́ náà, Simba
that
come.
was when Simba. That was when federal government should have built infrastructure. The railway system that New York is enjoying today
Yes,
was built
and
in the 18th century. 18
I
something.
missed it from that period, Adewale.
Sorry?
We missed it from that period.
I'm telling you, when we were
I said we
focusing
missed
on,
it. We missed it from that period.
yeah, we focus on importation. We were importing all sort of things you can find in this world.
You remember during what Muritala did immediately came in was to start importing food, importing meat. You remember that there's a meat that we used to call Muritala, you know, if you remember.
Yeah. You see, all those, man, and that was what you're right. We missed it. That was when we missed it big time. That's when you plan for the 8 days. That's when you put infrastructure down. You build railway system, you build bridges, you build road that can connect both the landlocked area and those living close to the sea, so there will be movement of goods and services, so that people living in Ogun State can come to Lagos and work and go back. In fact, you can even live in Oyo State and work in Lagos. Likewise, you can work in Lagos in Oyo and go back to Osun. And if you go to Agbo can come to Shagamu. No, that is where it's supposed to be, where the cost of building those things was so much reduced. Now we have to be coughing out billions, if not trillions, to even for 1-2 coaches of train. You can imagine all these things. Anything and here we are now paying the price because government will continue to borrow because we can't meet up. Look, as a matter of fact, this tax will favor the poor. Now it says that a million naira earner would probably not pay much for at least if you earn in the bracket of 1 million, right, in a year. But the bottom line is that how many Nigerians actually paying B? And I've heard from Ekine before saying, "Oh, we pay so much taxes." To who? To the Agbero.
Does not pay dodo.
And I laughed.
Does not pay nothing. Initially, said about 30,000, maybe for local government. He does not pay personal
income. That is not tax.
He don't have.
That is
How can he
extortion.
pay? He does not have a TIN number. Does he have a tax certificate number? It's
that
not
is extortion.
Remy, you know, Ekene just give us data like Peter Obi.
Yes,
just plug data from the year.
They will say, go and bring your tax return for last year. Where could you find it? So, look, a time was coming. And it's unfortunate that they knew what this administration is. I'm not saying this administration is perfect or they're getting everything right. But at least we can point to 1 or 2 things they've done right. Look at
in a state of not even up to 24
not up to 2 years. Look at
Yes.
what Rufai was talking about. Rufai actually agreed that this is a good news. That this is actually a good thing. Because look, for a country that keep borrowing, this is, to me, when you have, honestly, Tinubu is bringing this culture of you have to be on your toes. You have to perform. Winning an election is not enough. I mean, we have responsibility that is designated to the states, to the local government. So now, if at the local government is going to the federal government to collect allocation every month.
Yeah, they were the kilo funny. You know the funniest part. With this reform, even the state governor will be the one begging the federal government to come and get their power back. Because Right. I'm telling you, they will be the one even trying to get. Okay, we don't want
Do you
any.
know? Do you know one thing? Because I have a sister who is about to become a principal in Oyo State now. The guy said he would pay them 80,000, but when he now do the modernization, he just want to put 40,000 on top of it. The state will probably go on strike as from tomorrow, because
Your
according
state.
to this, Oyo State,
Hey.
according to her, the salary, our salary is supposed to be close to about 450,000. Even in the small Ondo state, as a principal, their salary with their 73,000 minimum wage for principal there is already close to about 350,000 naira per month.
Let me tell you the criminality of this governor. You know what they will do? They will just make sure that that minimum wage, nobody earns less than that 80,000. You know, it's supposed to be across board. It's
Yes,
supposed to be
so
certain percentage. That
yes.
percentage is supposed to cut across all. They will not do that. Anybody earning above that 80,000, they will not give them more. They will just
Yeah, they are
uplift all
ready
those
to
ones.
go. So don't be surprised tomorrow. You will see your state going on strike because they are not stupid there. Okay, you cannot just put 40,000 on top on board like that. No, we cannot. It's not going to happen that way. So if they are ready to go on strike on Monday, at least because although that is not as rich as Oyo, how can their principal get close to 350,000? And then in Oyo State is collecting less than 200,000.
No. You know, Ondo is rich. Ondo is rich. Ondo is a hard producing state.
Apart from that,
Ondo rich
Ondo is
too.
rich.
Ondo is not rich.
Apart from saying Ondo is richer than, it's about the strength, the number of the civil service in those states. Some states have chewed what they can eat. Look, when you have a civil service that is ballooned, that in fact, you guys remember when Ayo Fayoshi went to one ministry like that in the Ekiti state, and it was there as early as 7:30 or 8 o'clock, and people were coming in around 10 o'clock, strolling, and they were begging him. That is exactly of reason how civil service should not be. A civil service supposed to be small but functioning. At least you will be able to account for what they've done for the day. But when you have a over ballooned civil service where people are just in the service, even traveling,
You know what? Let me tell you.
They have streamed them. What the downsides won't go seriously.
you remember Obi when he was
All the
leaving.
states have downsized their, especially Southwest or your state. They have downsized their, only Osun State might probably have a lot of people working in state service. But for your, they have
They needed
downsized
it.
them all.
They needed to, because it's just so. In fact, in some states,
problem,
in America, there was a time my state put a cap on employment of certain category of people. You can't find those jobs, and they needed them, but they're just like, we have to hold off so that we will have people to leave service first before we can employ new people, because it was just too much. So the state will consider the impact on this on their budget, and people will be promoting every year. What is the and mind you, some outgoing governor will go and dabaru everything and bring people to service at their toilet of the administration. Obi did it when he employed, like, is it 1,000 people or 100? I can't even remember the numbers.
Few weeks to the end of his
He
tenure.
absorbed them to
Thomas,
the civil service
I
of
want
the
to ask
state.
you a question. What is wrong with some of our leaders? When you are about to go as a governor, you cut away all the cars, furniture, and the rest. I don't. What is the mentality? You're already a super rich man. Why are you not going away the furniture, the cars, the car that does not belong to you?
But Remy, even if they leave it, the incoming government will still say, "I want new ones."
Yep.
But at the same time, why are they taking it away? It's for the state.
No,
These are things that you are not stopping. How many cars do you want to ride at a particular time? You already have those so beautiful cars in your house already, and still want to take all the cars that does not belong to you. I don't see the reason behind it. It looks like Omojo Lolari or the governor.
No. They just, if they call somebody Olojukokoro, I don't know the English of Olojukokoro. Is it glutton? Or what they call it? It's just they just want everything to themselves. That is it.
The
They have
laptop
enough.
the laptop that I use at work, when it was separated or you quit your job, they will send an email to you before your last day that don't forget to turn in your computer, everything being given to you from that one.
Yeah, so the same thing here also.
So, and if you don't submit it, they can track you. In fact, there was a guy that quit because he was pissed off, he was mad. So he took the computer home and some other thing, even including his badge. You know what they did?
To collect everything, including
You know,
work phones and direct.
they went to his house with the police officer and got a warrant of.
Embarrassment.
You know, what did Nick already? In fact, it was even investigated. It was during the investigation that he decided to quit, so that whatever is going, it will not affect him. You know, they can track your previous job experience here, unlike Nigeria. Oh, they borrow anything, I'm gonna find that. Yeah. So eventually, they went to his house. They ransacked his house because they got the court granted them warrant of search warrant. So they ransacked the house. They found everything that he brought from that computer. Which was no anyway. That's exactly what they call it. He said he threatened he's going to sue them. He says, try it. Try it. All those your other packages of share. But that apart, that is a system that works. But majority of those people that are cutting away those state properties, the government may not even aware of some of the things they're doing. They just say, "Hey, I'm not in the love of the could be computer That is the mentality. That is the culture. Greediness.
Do you
And
think
the new governor will come in, will still buy new ones again. Same computer.
Thomas Adwa, do you think it's because of that ethnic division? Corruption, or what exactly?
No, it's in our culture. I always
It's
maintain
the
that
culture. Yeah.
in Yoruba now, Ogun State is the most corrupted state in it.
No.
Listen,
The most corrupt
listen now.
in front
You
of
see,
my eyes.
you
I
know,
am castigated state.
in the entire Southwest,
No. Ogun
this
State has the highest number of professionals in terms
wait
of doctors, lawyers, architects,
that is the good part. That is the good part.
in
We
the
We are
don't have
talking
entire
bad
about the bad.
Southwest.
We don't have bad part. If you are talking
Yeah.
about professors of literature, professor of history, then you go to Ikiti and Ondo.
Listen, you see,
Professor of
I can tell you this. The moment you leave Lagos and Ogun State and you start going deeper to the south, you realize that people that live in those areas are super conservatives. They they don't even, but Ogun State decided deliberately to infiltrate and then dilute, mixed up, and pollute the entire Southwest.
No, are you running now?
Ekiti wasn't used to Owambe.
No.
Oyo State can't let in, they don't but
they
now
are not sitting
they will close the road completely down. They will shut it down.
Are they doing no one bend? It is still backward now. They don't do one bend.
Thomas, in my hometown, when people come home on December, everybody knows what everybody does for a living. So you understand?
Yeah.
So in 1989, a brother came home and they said, "Oh, what does he do on your money? 419 money, my brother, 419, 1989." In fact, rumor goes around so fast, and before you know it,
Because it
everybody
is
already
very
knows.
small community, yeah.
So he had to leave. He had to leave. So, but if you imagine, majority of people in Ogun State and Lagos State, it's like I want you, but like they do think nobody care. They don't care what you think. So they're not going home.
Thomas, do you think if we are Southwest is one country, what do you think the role of Oshun Adikiti will be? Petition number poverty.
Well, I'm a word here.
At least you are you
I word here every day.
Seriously.
They will write petition against you till Jesus ever comes. But that's a good. It's for check and balancing. It's good.
But one thing I really cherish about them is that these people are highly educated. You can see in a family 7 professors. I don't get it.
My
And
nephew
if
is
you
in
go,
the National
I will
Assembly.
not control Bobo higher institution in Southwest in terms of area of heart
They
and
don't have
especially
any other thing. Remy, they don't have any other thing. In fact, when they said they are bringing up university to
what
my
a
hometown, they were happy. I was like, why are these people so happy? They were so happy.
I know your
My
state.
my nephew is in the National Assembly. It's what do you call them? He works in no. He works there. He did
Legislative.
he was employed there as an economist. He finishes his doctorate in PhD in China, China university like that. So, but he was working there before he went for his PhD. Now he's back there. He works there as an economist. He's a young man. It's my nephew.
Okay, you see.
Yeah.
And now, apart from that, when you go to any of these Nigerian universities, you see a lot of them in the field of psychology, physiology, all these top, and they are very strict people. No, but fair one, take it. Abion bá ti jẹ́ lecturer ẹ̀yà lọ gba kámú lọ́kàwé dáadáa. Ó ká gangan dáadáa, you are not so guaranteed you will get all the right score. Ó wà fẹ́ kà rárá àtọ̀.
The competition is healthy. It's true. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna be having a meeting tomorrow with a couple of guys from my hometown. We were 15 in number, right? Like 6, 7 of them already have PhDs. 7, I believe. Seven of them already doctor this, doctor that. So I was so cool then. And then laughing, maybe at a point we will go back. I will have finished by now. I mean, more coffee filing. I got the good recommendations.
No, it's like you have a family and all your brothers are professors and doctors and you only have bachelor degree. It's an embarrassment to the family.
It's a healthy competition. I know somebody that will finish his secondary school together and went to learn mechanic. As a matter of fact, went to learn diesel mechanic and went to truck 18 wheelers. At a point, everybody will go lose contact. We won't have no contact, and something happened one day. Somebody said, "Oh, I saw so person." I say, "Oh, where is it?" I say, "Oh, it's now University of Ibadan." Kilo Shimbe Palalugbara. We're just like, before you know it, this guy already have his PhD.
Wow.
After he had learned diesel mechanic.
Determination,
sometimes that what do you call it? That epiphany comes, and maybe at the later age, you just realize, look, I think I'm capable enough now to be able to assimilate and to understand. Because some people don't understand at first when they're in the class, and then they will now started coming back to them at a later time, maybe. And before you know it, he got his PhD. He's now lecturing in Ado there. Is it now they call it now? It's an heavy competition. Everybody want to go to school. As a matter of fact, BSc is just a starting point for everybody.
In Southwest, it's why they
About the College of Education, they still regard you as if you've done something too. Anybody, they know that you are probably setting yourself up to be a teacher in the long run, but you are still going to continue.
But
it's just
the way it's going now, and what teachers not in bad Nigeria because they increase their salary.
There was this particular statistic that is being paraded at the point that we have the health of school children's number in the southwest is more than the southeast. How can that be? How is it possible? Where did they get their stat from? Because as
No,
the
you know
things,
that just when you talk to them, by the end of it, they will tell you they are more educated than the Southwest self. So you don't need to argue about that with them.
they are educated, how do
They will tell
you
you they are
measure
more
that?
highly educated than them. They are more. They have more better graduate. Blah, 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 blah. You just let them be, okay? Because at the end of the day, it's a necessary argument, okay? Nobody can compete with Southwest in terms of educational attainment.
On iṣẹ́ mi ju iṣẹ́ school lọ. How do you compete with those people?
But Remy, but you hear it in like when people like that comes, it's like it bothers him. It bothers him. And I've always said, focus on your strength, right? Focus on what you have. But the obsession with the Southwest is that you show to focus. No, you have things to take on your own. You might not be. You can't expect. You can't expect Idaho to be New York. It's just, but they have corn and they have their own farms.
That's Idaho and Niger potato.
See us.
That is their own thing now.
So, Babati, see us in Ogun State. See the way we continue to castigate our governor. That at least Lagos State is so close to Agbado. Why not pick it from Agbado? Go and get finances and get that train into the heart of Abeokuta if it's possible, or nearby city. Ogun State.
No, but that's my thing. Like, we are manufacturing, we have access to the borders, the gateway states for a reason.
Once
So
that man finishes his term, once that man finishes his term, every single one of you go Badani, no man, you're not in the gate.
Oh, I'm France, no, love it, no. Larry Kala, your governor, Larry Kala. But Remy, you see, we are a gateway state. Growing up in that West Africa is our market. So before anybody gets to Lagos, that is our strength. Manufacturing initiative because of the assets we have. So we focus on that.
Otagonlaso, Ota is the headquarter of
I don't know what they do in Ekiti.
Simba, you there?
Ekiti is a civil service state.
No, beyond that.
Simba, in your state, why is the guy moving the airport from that place to Ede? If you are
when I heard that, when I heard that,
literally something that is already
successfully, establish the airport and say a day. Only one of a now it's now moving into a day that the panel was set up and they now recommended a day. So in my head I was like, so those panel they've been in aviation and they understood what it takes. So they decided, okay, Ede is more suitable. So if the governor had not come from Ede, would they still situate it in Ede? I said, what kind of hypocrisy?
He small university. No. Where's the university?
There's Adeleke University in Ede.
Okay, that tells you what that should be in there. That you know.
No, it is them. It is the governor that must go to Ede. They are doing politics. They are playing politics.
But it's something that happened in Ogun now. You know that airport was supposed to be in Wasimi now.
Yes,
but they moved it to Ogun East where there's nobody. Only God knows.
You see that Shagamu roundabout where they do beautiful monument now. That Shagam. If you are going to Shagam, you see when you get to Shagam from Lagos, there's this new roundabout now, very beautiful that you just finished. Like welcome to Ogun State. Like that thing look like Abuja or something.
Oh,
no.
There's one from Lagos.
Yes, roundabout. Yeah. When you go to Abuja, there's that sign that Abuja logo.
Be white back.
Yeah, exactly. Oh God, don't why it's okay, but I don't know.
So sorry, when you build something, it's for two reasons. You bid for the event already. So if I build a train station in a city now, that means the demand is there. or I build ahead of development. But okay, if I build it, I open it up. So the question is there? Can you there to look be airport? That's
I
the
don't
question.
know. Maybe you are going to fly from Atlanta to Ede directly.
No, I don't know. Just honestly, I don't know a there.
Simba pretended not to be here again, or maybe to know attention patient. So she be able to tell us why they are doing that in their Ede.
Iwo, I don't know about Iwo that much. But how far is Ede to?
I knew was on the airport.
No.
Olúwo of Ìwó wà ní Ìwó.
Only plane to land.
How far is that Ede to the Onis Palace?
To Ife.
No, I'm not. No, these are
you
things that
guys don't know Osho. This Osho is like Ekiti. Very small. Okay. Very cold dinner.
Because if you are planning these things, these are the things that you put into consideration. Because of tourism potential, these are things that you put into consideration now. You just don't go build. Let me look at it. Osun State. Let me see. So you want to know how far? Okay, or Ife to show Iboni. They have airport. No, Oshogbo now. Abi?
I mean, more.
No. Oshogbo has an airport already now.
Okay, I'm looking at your map now. Ede South. It's in the almost in the center.
No. Hold on. Oshogbo is Ede is right by Oshogbo now. So why would you want to put another one in Ede when it's about 10 kilometers to Oshogbo?
Where is Oshogbo?
Or make sense. No. Look at the map now.
I told you guys that Osun State is very.
No. Remy, wo map me. Look at it there. It is right by Oshogbo. So why would you put? I mean, Oshogbo to it. Let me see. This is who came up with this?
I've seen it now. Oshogbo local government is just at the northeast of Ede North.
So, Diwali, Oshogbo to Ede is 17 miles. It's 17 kilometers. So why would you want to put another airport next to? Whose idea is this?
But where is that? Where is
It was on the west side.
Okay.
But it was more Ibadan. Once you get to where you're almost your turn now. So it should. Where was the original proposal again?
Once I play Dosi, I don't know where Dosi is in part of the war or something like that.
Honestly,
serious?
You see that money that they will use to build that airport. Let them use it to pay student school fees. Build houses.
My point is this. Actually, looking at this map, to be honest with you, the Oshogbo already has an airport. You can upgrade it. You don't need another airport in that state. Because you're almost into close to Ibadan now.
I'm telling you,
if is close. Let me see.
The maximum miles you can see from one town to another, maybe 10-15 miles. I did my free 20-25 miles.
Also, it's about 1 hour drive now. So, what is the? So, what can only the?
But when you look at the map of Osun, it seems that Iwo is even more bigger than Ede. So, what is that? Is funny now.
Okay,
I think that Idosin is in Iwo.
If it is you now, because you won't do the same thing.
Why is my Belosme? Kilo one there now.
Your own town.
Iwo to Ibadan is 1 hour. Iwo to Oshogbo is, let me see, is 1 hour. So Kilewan working.
They don't even need an airport there.
Oh, need the airport, you mean now? Just upgrade the one in Oshogbo.
We must do that airport. We must chop money. We must chop that money. You know, there was an airport that was
guys in Ekiti. Do you also have an airport in Ado Ekiti?
It looks that Igboati was so Yeah, and the tarmac that was not even tarred.
Even the so-called
Under
of
the
Refinery
street.
that we thought is going to do a great job. At the end of the day, just English lack of
You know, when you read the book too much, you wear
Yeah,
kaju.
you come and say you man.
You know, you wear kaju. Opololo ma so yanda. Have you ever seen a professor becoming a rich man before? No, they will speak studentship from morning till evening. It's all academic. They don't know jack. When that reality hits them, that's a different ball game. Yes, in Ekiti State, a governor decided to build airport. That airport, the last aircraft that landed in that airport is still the last one that landed. No other airplane have landed there since they opened it. I'm sure they begged Nigeria Air Force to even let them land that aircraft there. I don't know. It's good for sightseeing or for show off or maybe for photo op stuff, but in terms
So
of
because about my opinion, no, you would the way body design or no also go to if it will make sense. It's supposed to be a curve. It's supposed to be a straight line. So they need to work on that and reduce the time because that is your. I don't know who is planning this. Come on, sort of jam on. Like, but look at Ede to Oshogbo now. So it makes sense in me. Am I tripping here? You can give them airstrip.
you even need to look at the map. When you're coming from Ekiti, you're still going to go through all these places before you get to York, Ibadan, and Lagos. The distance between those cities are probably maybe 10 miles, 15 miles. Hardly you will see 25 miles. And what makes those roads even take that long is because of the unique way that it was constructed. You know, the zigzag when you have a curved.
Yeah, one called yeah, because ordinarily it's supposed to be a shorter ride than that if they were building properly. So well, I don't know what Adeleke is. I don't know. Maybe he can
The
explain
landing is in it,
explain I
is
don't
up. Yeah.
make it. Yeah, I don't know.
Autistic has entered one chance with that man. They said he pays salary, so that's an achievement. You know,
Maybe OBJ was like
I saw it. They were both dance.
no, it's like getting Bubele now. The way she one on right, it was uncomfortable around him now. You can't see.
Every little opportunity. Uh, Oṣeun tuntun láyé. I was like, why are you not even singing a gospel? Maybe we know that you are now a gospel singer. That man is a clown, man. It's just a clown. I don't know. Whoever is supporting him is just doesn't understand. It's all about identity. They look at him, oh, he's a fresh of breath in Osun State. But ordinarily, he shouldn't have been the president. In the sane society, that man would not even be close to a cabinet member or talk of being the governor. It's unfortunate. Just like you have the rights to, can you compare him to to Sanwo-Olu? Can you compare Opebolo to Sanwo-Olu? Can you? I mean, the last time we made a mistake in Ekiti, we elected Agbero to the governorship position. Since that time, we've not made that great mistake again. So every
Because
single
they are
one,
playing eternal politics in Oshun.
since that time, we've been electing scholars, but the scholar doesn't know Jack. They are all speaking to Rishi, and our economy is going south. But Agbero said stomach infrastructure renovation. And what is a stomach infrastructure? People go save it. So, yes, okay. You know the funniest thing, guys? How he doesn't even come to Ekiti before he became governor. He doesn't even know his own.
No, you can't say that because he break up who states here before. He went to school in Ibadan now. So
You know, it was during the Obasanjo's second term that he decided to put his hand down. I remember PDP was the one in Asura. All those states were AD control states. So because of the fact that the AD entered with PDP, a lot of people voted PDP up and down. So the same thing was extended to the governorship position. So if PDP won, APC lost. I mean, I say APC, AD in those days. So, and this is a person that people hardly even recognize. People don't know who he was. You know, he doesn't come home like the rest of others. And eventually, he won the election, and he was almost bundled out of the state house. Obasanjo fẹ́ fojú ẹ̀ mọ́. Golly. But he came back, you know. So, the same thing with Fayemi too. Fayemi came back second time, you know. That's kind of tell you the kind of state we are in the Ekiti state. We are no nonsense state, but we said never again are we going to elect an Agbero. No, we need somebody with common sense, not just a loudmouth, unnecessary, obnoxious human being, nothing themselves over our people. It's not gonna be. It won't happen again. But we thank God that you won't see somebody like Farashi again in Ekiti state. No. For a state.
At least you guys are lucky this time around. I think that your governor is a silent worker.
He is, but a lot of people are complaining too now that he's not moving fast enough. That he hasn't done something. They will say, Governor, you take go jadi, you can go jadi. As if
that is in contention, don't try that is on and these are good jobbers.
Governor go jadi. Let me speak
at least we can see that there's not a lot of noise from that state. Everything is quiet.
No, it generally is a very quiet, peaceful state. They don't really have much going for themselves. And sometimes I think they deliberately chose not to bring the heat on themselves by just quietly doing their businesses and not hugging the Arise TV's camera every weekend like some state does when during PDP. I'm glad that he's governing as an executive in a way that depict who we are as executive. Even disagree with his policy, but you can't deny the fact that at least Ekiti has relatively peaceful since he becomes the governor. Like when we had Fayoshi like Trump. One day, one wahala, Man, great.
Map. I'm looking at the map for.
Yeah, still looking at the map.
No.
We'll have
map who proposed train line here.
Oh, okay, in the southwest.
So Lagos, Ibadan, Ogbomoso to Ilorin to Jeba, Minna, Kaduna to Kano.
Why Jeba? Why not circulate in the southwest first?
No. The Lagos to Kano.
Okay.
But because this is how you plan something. Once if Oshogbo has the train line, don't
they have?
Oshogbo. No, the one that they are doing now, the standard anymore. So, that's the. So this is what you just do as Southwest. Ibadan, Oshogbo, Ilorin. I won't care about the Ekiti map or it's in
cannot because that standard gauge is very expensive. It's not. But the advantage is that line alone, if our electricity is good, then we can change it to bullet train. That means from Lagos to Ibadan, if not 2 or 3 stops, maybe under 30 minutes already in Ibadan. It's going to be about 245 kilometers per hour. That's what they have in China. 245.
Remy, my thing is, to ban 2-city transport, Lagos to Ibadan. There should be multiple trains going. It should be express non-stop. So Niduro.
Yeah. But you know, because of our electricity wahala, if we can fix that electricity wahala.
How can you tell me that I can get to Lagos to Ibadan without traffic quicker than a train? So can you point the train?
Actually, I'm telling you, Babati, you don't need to live in that Lagos at all. You don't need. You just live in your Ibadan. Take that fast train. 30 minutes, you're already there in Lagos. And then immediately you get on your
connect more red line.
So, Tobati Day, you are in Lagos, just connect your red line in Yaba, or maybe in the blue line, and you are going to wherever you are going. So that is the way those countries did it. It's very simple. You get up from the train station, you are getting on the metro line immediately. That's how what China did. That train station that is going to be a metro line, pick you immediately. Under 2 or 3 minutes, you're already on metro line. You are going. So but because of the electricity wall, this we don't know. Really, it's terrible.
But the Lagos, that one is not electric now.
Yeah, no, the Lagos Ibadan is electricity. I think they use electricity.
It's not though. It
is.
No. The Lagos Ibadan is, because that is the federal government one. It's not. It's
electricity. Don't you look at the top?
No, are you sure? No, I don't think so.
Now, standard gauge should be electricity.
No. I'm sure. I think I'm certain. It's not. It's not, because remember they're sharing that red line with the federal with the state government of Lagos. The reason that Lagos couldn't do red line was because they said the federal government track was not electrified. It wasn't. It was diesel powered. So that was why they couldn't do red line, electric powered red line. So I remember when. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it's because it's Lagos to Kano. Yeah, it's diesel powered. So, but even the design of the because left to me, red line here, our train is designed for intercity anyway. Left to me, I will even say, okay, that red line, you can even go from Ido or from Theater to Ibadan. That you should extend that line further into the red track. So you can live in Marina.
I think the problem is not even extended to Ibadan. That red line is supposed to go to the heart of Abeokuta State or Ogun State, wherever the nearest city. I don't know the nearest city from that Agbado. It's supposed to continue, but unfortunately, we have the government with their right senses.
To Songro for
so people will now.
The old cement to Kokalantoro. You're almost 30 minutes away. Bye. Once you get to that place, so I don't.
So I think at the end of the day, Lagos State will just continue to develop, and the other 5 states will just continue to be more.
And they will keep losing people to the that's what Lagos. That one you're more. If Lagos has power, okay, we're not listening. If Lagos has power today, Remy, think about this well. Lagos does their green line, right? Once they phase 2 blue line, once they phase 2 red line.
That phase 2 of that blue line is already ongoing. They will finish it.
Yeah. So think about it. You have blue line, you have red line, you have green line. They finish their second airport. They are doing their jetty water system now to want to expand. You start losing people now because they will start moving to Lagos.
Where are they going to locate them in Lagos now? It's highly densely populated. Lagos State now. If everybody continue to move to Lagos,
don't you see what is going on the island? They are building up now. Don't you see all these 14-story buildings, everything coming up? They're not building their typical. That's the demand. That tells you there's a demand. So they start building 10 floors, 15 floor building, normal build Lake to accommodate the demand. That's the new Lagos now.
And then that means if you don't have money for renting, if you are renting, it's a lot of money.
But Lagos will always find a way to suck everybody dry. Yes. Because the best of the best in your state will live for that now. If you're okay, we're not Open MP Square, listen, you're in Abuja or just make here, Odeko, bam, Odolowo. You are acting in the East, nobody knows you. You go to Lagos, bam. That also is applicable to other aspect. Can she just that one? I can say art only now. Banking, commercial activity, everything will just be the best of the best. We just be leaving your state and to go and invest in Lagos, and you just leave. You keep losing talent.
The way Lagos is going, it just the irony part of it is that Ogun still supposed to be at least 50% close.
I don't
understand it.
That red line actually is designed for people coming from Ogun State. Let's be honest. I want looking at no page. So, somebody governor Ogun State. So I will just do the same thing in Ogun West. Not because they would abandon Lagos, but you will take maybe some part of that, a cut of that.
Just look at it. Even on your state is getting more VAT. That means that people from
they
don't have purchasing power here now. They are poor than people from Oyo. That's what they mean.
That one I was surprised. It surprising me. I was surprised.
I was nearly. I can't believe it.
But if Oyo is doing 20 billion, what they will do? Top 10 go.
Right.
Not even top 10.
It's terrible, so terrible. That means the people there are poor, or most of the people there already travel. I don't understand.
They have money now, but they don't spend the money in Ogun now. They are going to Lagos to spend the money now. So I don't know.
Even here, more people are coming here to also, as cold as it is, they continue to develop, building more housing for people. They never stop. Cold. Every time they are continuing to build in a very terrible weather, they continue to build more houses.
But I'm glad they are building that Ojore Ota Road now. The one leading to Ota Farm and Kinaland. They're expanding that road. They should have done that years ago. That's demand now. That's demand. There's a Kinaland there. They build around. They have a just leave them at this point. I don't.
It seems that people are gone.
Yeah, it's Saturday now.
Yes.
Oh, it's Sunday now, so it's Sunday, so. Tó máa wá sí Amẹ́ríkà kó máa bọ̀ kó Finland. Wọ́n ti gba gbowó owó ẹ̀tọ́ báyìí.
I went and rechecked it yesterday. Our tax 57% for just God. The people even these things they don't used to complain, but now they are complaining also because our VAT is 25.5. I just calculated it that at the end of the day, they are taking about 25% of your income off, and to even get a refund is very difficult. You are not sure. Even if you present all your expenses, you are not sure that you will give a good refund. Welcome to the nation. Baba T.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to ask a question. Which one do you think that America needs? Do they need immunologists or people that study virology? Or maybe something like a health management, something?
Virology. Forget management.
So one need virology and one need inside.
Yeah, that one, yes.
But to make be microbiology for first degree, she masters in health and healthcare and clinical management.
Once you have experience on your resume of managing something, yeah, the demand is there. The older ones, they want to retire, so they need people in their 40s.
PhD from biology or like scholarship new.
Yeah, of course. Of course. It's a problem. It's a problem.
There is market for employment, whatever. So far as related to something. Actually, I think okay, well, I tell you, Malo, it seems that everybody is gone.
All right. Can you also
I have to go and sleep too.
My dad won't play video game.
But you know,
I play video game. You play with your son or you play by yourself?
I don't play together and I'm not
Call of Duty don't play.
No, we play sport in my household. Call of Duty is forbidden. If it's not sport, it's no.
And they go play Battlefield. You know, play.
Now we've done that in the past. So we just deliberately choose not to play combat game in the house anymore. So it's mainly sport. You play the basketball, you play football.
Okay, I'll do it later.
Yeah. All right. Thomas, so hello, Thomas. It seems we don't have people anymore listening, watching us. I don't know. Thomas, are you there? So, speaking of investigative journalism in Nigeria, the young man that was conducting the investigation into oil bunkering in Nigeria is just, he's been patriotic enough to do that, but I think that's a little bit of suicidal, if I may. I watched a show. Actually, there's a show on Netflix that I was watching. The season 2 of that show came out not quite long ago. So I finished it yesterday. The show is called The Diplomat. For those who are interested in, like to kind of follow an investigative or some sort of intriguing movie like that on Netflix, they should look it up. It's called The Diplomat. Has a lot of twist, but in some way, the ending is usually kind of surprising. Sometimes you think you know, but what you actually know is just a scratching surface. Um, except the young man pretending not to, or turn a deaf ear, or or blind eye to what is going on in Nigeria, but decided to embark on that, believing that it's going to make some new revelations. There's nothing new that has been said that is Nigerian doesn't believe is true. Uh, he he was outed by the same agency that he was being investigated. This thing is deep, deeper than what he thought. If you're investigating a state, uh, it's either you have a nine life or you have some financial backing that could help you to get you extracted when you get trapped. In this case, he got trapped, but he was lucky that he was outed. So the state decided it's better to out him first before he does damage because number one, there's chances that they may not know the extent of evidence that he has collected. And they don't want to make a fuss about it so that they won't spook him and make him
mm,
go gaga like his
mm,
brother said, what is his name? So the gentleman decided, I mean the state, the Nigerian army decided to speak up before he approached the media. And what did he do? The first media he approached was Arise Television. So he went on television with half these guys and decided, okay, I'm going to table my own part of this. I see someone playing with fire. Yes, Nigerians will applaud you. I say, well, you're doing great, excellent. But look, I'm not saying Nigeria is not worth dying for. Of course, I will not be part of those that will be unpatriotic. I'm a true Nigerian blood in, blood out. But there's some extent that you can go when it comes to patriotism. We all
mm,
know, even the warlord himself, I say the Kubos and the rest of them in the creek, have come out to say, look, we're handicapped because the same authority are the one supporting the bunkering and taking this fuel from outside the country. Now, Yoruba would call it Aronju ni kì í ṣe àrùn náà.
mm,
So it's own fact and it's a common knowledge. So I wonder what he's trying to prove when it comes to the oil bunkering.
mm,
I, I think nothing lasts forever, but this has been happening for a time immemorial, for a long time. The army left the barrack, came into public governance. We told them to go back to the barrack, and they felt insecure. And their top hierarchy in the military decided that what they could do is to support this illegality. And
mm,
yes, look the other way. Sometimes something's gotta give. In every society you find themselves, I'm not legitimizing it. I'm not saying it is right or morally right or legal, but in some society, that is where it is.
mm,
You have
mm,
some level of evil be perpetrated, and sometimes for the stabilization of the state, they decided, we're just gonna look the other way. And they've been
mm,
doing it for a very long time. So the gentleman need to tread softly. You can investigate um, some petty crimes and stuff like that, but when you're taking up the state, because you made a statement on Arrest TV that, oh, I expected them to cover me. to back me up, and I expect them to be on my side. And that, to me, that is naivety. I don't expect them to make such a careless statement that you expect the state you are investigating. What is your end goal? Your end goal is to hurt them because you already have a pre-notion that they are the one perpetrating the crime. And now you seem to be getting closer to to the to the main issue, and then you are outed. And yet you're saying, well, I expect you to. Who would do that? Tell me which banana republic would do that. So he needs to tread softly. And you can't tell me that Tinubu doesn't know that there's such things going on. Miliki he know that they've been tapping the NNPC pipeline for a very long time for illegal refineries and all that. They turn a blind eye because for that region to be stabilized. We all witnessed when the entire region was in turmoil around 99 up to 2003, if I'm not mistaken. Weapon proliferations. Uh, it was so terrible in the creek thing. That was the reason why some of those oil companies moved their headquarters to Lagos, some of them to Abuja, if I'm not mistaken, because the place was not secured. And here we have it. What did they do? They prefer political solutions by deliberately allowing some of this petty crime to continue. But you see, government change hand, and we're trying to have an optic to show that they actually demand business. That was the reason. And also, it doesn't really, it's not profitable. How could you allow people to be tapping into crude while you're losing money? Something that will be beneficial for both
But
the
yeah.
both the state, and Nigeria. So they decided we're going to go after those things, and they were destroying it. Uh, I think sometimes Yoruba say what is after six is more than seven. Some people think, well, life should be fair. Or government should be like business where everything is being transparent and everything has to be in the open. And I laughed. Maybe not this. Maybe this dispensations government will be like that. But war doesn't go that way because everything is shrouded in some level of confidentiality.
Secrecy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And things has to be. Honestly, I watched the season 2 of that show called The Diplomat yesterday. The twist got me a little bit rattled because I was not expecting it's going to end up that way. But that is life for you. It's intriguing because sometimes when you put your focus on certain area, it doesn't hand into that area. Sometimes it takes a different turn, and you think because you're going to halt some element in the government is going to make you think that is going to put a stop to it. Yes, you play your part, but sometimes you have to look at it. Why is this thing continue? Why is it, is happening? Yes, you may have your fact with you, but your life is no longer the same. It's no longer safe. I tell you, Nigeria government is not going to protect you. I commend the young man uh, for towing that line. It's a dangerous path. But I tell you what, sometimes you have to think about it. Is it worth it? Um, I don't know if it's worth it, if it's not. But one thing for a fact is that after you are gone, you're still going to continue. But that's what makes Nigeria what Nigeria is. We call it crude. It's black gold. It's like dead president. It's the value of it is weighty, and that is why people can kill for it. And you want to stick your neck to investigate the theft of that? Well, good luck. Are we not in the same country where a young custom officer was trying to halt the bunkering being taken on the ground? There were some trucks that were loaded and they were taking it out of the country, and he stopped them, and it was put on the video recording, and he posted it on social media. What was the outcome of that? The gentleman I learned that he was redeployed to a very remote area of the country. And what is the outcome of it today? My brother, That is the extent of what we should be looking at first before we embark on anything dangerous. I wish him good luck. Everything is not social media. Social media is not going to save you. It's not going to protect you. It's just a statement of fact. Always have that at the back of your mind. This young advice, my piece of advice to the young man, that even though you meant well, sometimes it doesn't turn out the way you plan it.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much, Adewale. Yeah, thank you everyone. Yeah, the listeners, the super chatters, everyone. Yeah. Oh, I think we'll call it a day. Thank you so much. See you guys. Carry the conversation in the comment section.
These recent elections, it's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also, and then it became a regional party more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies.
My convoy is 5 vehicles. And you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. Yes. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter Obi, I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about it? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know. The man that he's now fighting, you know? Remember? Yes, now. I know. Of course. Did he talk about, what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No? Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No? Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No? But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explained how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor. Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? Why? It must be an omission.
Let's ask this question. You took money belonging to Anambra state government and put it in a company in which your family has interest. That's what you're telling me.
No, let me tell you. Look at what you're saying. I bought shares in banks. Let me tell you what I did. It wasn't only in that I invested. I invested $50 million of Anambra state money in power sector. I invested another 10, over several billions in banks, including banks where I have share. I was investing for the future of the state. It doesn't matter whether I have shares there or not. But so, if the shares is making profit, so if I have an opportunity of building a future for the state,
Obunu gini kama chozunu imana chukwa kosi womo onyele miu nyelu yumi. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so, obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love, I don't go run away. Show me your love, I don't go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kinfe la chasha so, obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you gon' love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me.